Hey, what is up, mortals? Welcome to part 1 season 1 of What If Deku Was in Viltrumite. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. So, we begin. The winds blew gently, and the insects sang. The streets were almost empty, for not a single person could be seen. The world was covered by a gentle darkness, only lit up by the stars on this peaceful night. In the midst of this gentle darkness was one man. He was well built, had black hair, and a fine mustache. He looked like any ordinary man, but that couldn't be further from the truth. His name was Nalan Midoriya, but the world knew him as the hero called Omni-Man. Next to him was a 4-year-old boy with green hair and freckles. This was none other than his son, Izuku Midoriya. Nalan had taken his son out in an attempt to cheer him up. Earlier that day they were at the doctor's to see if he had developed a quirk, only to find out that he was quirkless. Izuku had been devastated by this, for he always wanted to be a hero. Nalan wanted to cheer his son up, and he knew exactly how to do so. Son, there's something that I need to tell you. I wanted to wait until you were a little older, but I believe that you are ready now, Nalan said, as he looked at his son with proud and joyous eyes. Izuku was oblivious, as he didn't know what his father was talking about. I am the hero known as Omni-Man, and I think that it's time for you to know where I actually come from, Nalan said, his voice sounding just as proud as before. Izuku was shocked. He didn't know how to react. His father was one of the greatest heroes on the planet. How is one supposed to react to that? Nalan just smiled at his son, as he started to explain. Millions of miles from here, out in deep space, is a planet called Viltrum. It's a blue planet floating around in a solar system, much like this one, and that's where I was born. Viltrumites are much like humans, except we can fly, move at super speeds, and possess great strength. When we come of age, we leave Viltrum and venture out into the galaxy, using our abilities to help lesser developed worlds. I volunteered to come to Earth and be its protector. That is when I met your mother and we eventually had you, the man said, carefully explaining everything to his son. Izuku was once again shocked. How could his father be an alien? And what does that make him? Izuku, you may be quirkless, as the doctors here call it, but you are part Viltrumite. Soon, as you grow older, you'll start to develop superhuman abilities. You'll have super strength, super speed, and flight. Do you understand? Nalan then continued, hoping that his son understood what all of this meant. Izuku was silent for a while, until finally decided to speak. Can I still be a hero like All Might? And you, Dad? The green-haired boy asked, his voice faint and a little nervous. Nalan was thrown off by this question. He knew about his son's admiration for the #1 hero, but he didn't think that he would admire him as well. It filled the man with a strange feeling that he quickly realized was joy. Yes, my son, you will be as great as me, and you'll be even greater than All Might, Nalan then said, his voice showing just how happy and proud he was. Izuku quickly lit up with joy and excitement. He may be quirkless, but that didn't matter, for he would still have powers. He could still be a hero, just like the people he admired. 10 years passed, but Izuku didn't develop any Viltrumite powers. The green-haired boy was still waiting for them to manifest, but he was getting impatient, so much so that he began losing hope about it altogether. It also didn't help that his childhood friend, Katsuki Bakugo, had been bullying him almost every day for being quirkless. Izuku never told anyone about Viltrumites, or that his father is the unlicensed hero called Omni-Man, for he had been strictly told to keep it a secret. In this society, it is pretty easy to mask Viltrumite abilities as a quirk, assuming that they actually manifest. The class was quiet, all patiently waiting for the teacher to begin. Izuku was just sitting by his bench, idly waiting as the teacher finally walked into the classroom. All right, class. It's time that you all think about your futures. I could pass you all these career aptitude tests, but why bother? I know you all want to be heroes, the teacher said, smiling as he threw his papers to the ceiling. The class responded by cheering and using their quirks, while Izuku just waved his hand without any form of enthusiasm. Shortly after that, the teacher told his students to calm down, and that quirk usage was not allowed on school grounds. That is when a confident and somewhat arrogant voice spoke up. Hey, teach, don't lump me in with these extras. They'll be lucky to end up as the sidekicks of D-listers, it said. Everyone turned to see that it was an ashen blonde teen, Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo, you show great results on your tests. You might actually get accepted into UA. The teacher then said. Everyone's jaw hit the floor upon hearing this, as Bakugo proceeded to brag about how he would be accepted. That's right, Midoriya. Don't you want to go to UA too? The teacher then said. The classroom quickly went into complete silence, before bursting out laughing. Izuku felt humiliated and tried to hide himself. But that is when an explosion knocked him out of his chair. Deku, you're even worse than these extras. They will never let a quirkless loser like you into UA. You'll die before the exam even starts, Bakugo shouted in anger, getting another string of laughter from the other students. Izuku was scared, but he also got a little angry as he responded by saying, I still have a chance. Kaken, with a voice that showed a strange mixture between nervousness and anger. Bakugo just got angrier upon hearing this. As he growled, how would a quirkless loser like you ever have a chance? Izuku was silent after this, for he didn't know what to say. The chance he had been talking about was that he could unlock his Viltrumite powers. But he couldn't tell that to Bakugo, even if he could. There was no way that he would ever believe him. Bakugo lowered his hands upon witnessing Izuku. The green-haired boy wasn't just silent. He wore a conflicted expression as his gaze was turned away from Bakugo. The blonde grinned maliciously as he turned around and said, Know your place, Deku, before walking back to his seat. The class then went on as it should have. And Izuku still felt the humiliation. After the school day had ended, the green-haired boy was once again confronted by Bakugo, who immediately began patronizing Izuku. The blonde blew up Izuku's notebook, tried to threaten him into not applying for UA, and even told him that if he wanted a quirk he should pray that he would get one in his next life. Izuku couldn't fight back to any of this, for he was too weak. What Bakugo did affected him deeply. But there wasn't anything that he could do. It was during these moments that he reminded himself that he's a Viltrumite, and that he would awaken his powers soon, but even that was starting to lose its effect by now. The green-haired collected what was left of his notebook and other belongings before leaving, thinking about everything. His dad had spoken as if it was guaranteed that he would develop powers. Yet nothing has happened. He is still weak and quirkless. At this point it was fair to assume that all the talk about Viltrumites was nothing but a creative lie, made in an attempt to lift his spirits. But Izuku still had hope that it wasn't all fabricated, being so lost in his own thoughts. Izuku didn't realize that he was taking a different route than usual. Therefore he didn't notice when a green and sludge-like substance started to wrap itself around him. Sorry kid, but I'll be taking your body now, the substance said ominously. Izuku was being choked by the villain and couldn't breathe. He tried to break free, but he couldn't. His vision started getting blurry, and he began losing the strength in his arms. Izuku was about to lose consciousness, and possibly his life, when suddenly the manhole next to them blew open. Out of it came a hulking figure with blonde hair and a proud smile, as it shouted, Have no fear, for I am here. With a proud and booming voice, the villain quickly panicked upon witnessing the figure. But it didn't get to go far before it was blown away by a powerful punch. The blonde man caught the half-unconscious Izuku, shaking him as he asked, Young man, are you all right? With a worried tone, Izuku slowly regained his senses, not recognizing the voice at first, but he quickly lit up in typical fanboy fashion when he could both see and hear again. All Might, the green-haired boy shouted, voice filled to the brim with excitement. The blonde hero smiled at the teen, before saying, Yes. It is you're lucky that I got here when I did, young man. You look just about ready to kick the bucket. With his usual booming voice, Izuku couldn't stop fanboying, as he quickly asked All Might for his autograph. The blonde hero happily complied, before proceeding to put the sludge villain in 2 empty soda bottles. Well, I guess it's time that I take my leave. All Might then said, Wait. I want to ask you, Izuku exclaimed, but was cut off when All Might leaped into the sky, only to find that the green-haired boy had clung to his leg. They both panicked at this scene, until they crashed down on a rooftop. All Might then proceeded to scold Izuku for what he did, before telling him to bang on the door until someone let him in. Wait. I wanted to ask you something, the green-haired boy exclaimed, desperately trying to make the blonde hero stay and listen. Luckily, All Might did just that. I've wanted to know this for a long time now. I've always wanted to be a hero like you. But I'm quirkless. Can someone still be a hero without a quirk? Izuku asked, only to almost have a heart attack once his gaze returned to All Might. Instead of a blonde and muscular man, he was in front of a man who looked like he had been raised from the dead. Izuku panicked and immediately believed that this was an imposter. But the skeletal man reassured him and said that he was the real All Might. The blonde hero then explained both his injury and time limit, sending shock into Izuku. The green-haired boy could barely believe what All Might was telling him. He held the #1 hero in a similar regard as his own father, Omni-Man. He believed them both to be invincible. But it turns out that this wasn't even close to reality. All Might then coughed, knocking Izuku out of his thoughts before he spoke. About your question, If you can be a hero without a quirk, no, I honestly don't think that you can become a hero. There are threats that almost can't be dealt with, even with quirks, so it would be impossible to do it without a quirk, the blonde man said, before slowly making his way over to the door. Izuku was frozen in place upon hearing this. As All Might then said, if you really want to be a hero, you can become a police officer. It's okay to have dreams. Just make sure that they're realistic. Before leaving through the door, Izuku didn't know how to react. He was broken, defeated. His biggest idol just told him that he couldn't be a hero. He even said that it would be impossible. He would need to unlock his Viltrumite powers in order to be a hero, but it's all a lie. The green-haired boy said the last thought out loud, his voice heavily weighed down with defeat. All Might's words were the tipping point. He had finally realized it. He had finally realized that he was weak, and that his dad had lied to him. Izuku stayed on the rooftop for much longer than he needed to, but he eventually decided to leave. Upon reaching the ground, he could hear some kind of commotion, and thought that it was a villain attack. He walked his way over there with heavy steps, only to be shocked when he got there. It was the sludge villain. It had somehow escaped. Izuku looked around and saw that a deflated All Might was also observing the scene, but he couldn't do anything because he had run out of time. It was at this moment that Izuku realized that it was his fault. The villain must have escaped when he grabbed onto All Might's leg, and now it was wreaking havoc once more. Izuku looked closer, realizing that the villain had a hostage. His shock quickly turned into horror, however, when he saw that the hostage was none other than Bakugo. The blonde teen was desperate, firing his explosions in an effort to break loose. But it didn't work. Izuku looked into Bakugo's eyes and saw the true terror that he felt. The blonde may not have been such a nice person, but he didn't deserve any of this. The green-haired boy felt something strange within himself as he sprinted onto the scene before even knowing what was happening. The sludge villain saw the green-haired boy approach him. As he tried to swat him away with a tendril of sludge, Izuku managed to dodge the attack and made it up to Bakugo. The blonde was being held tightly, and the sludge villain knew that the green-haired boy had no hope of breaking him free. But what happened came as a shock to both the villain and Izuku. With just one pull, he managed to release Bakugo. The sludge villain didn't understand what was happening, for the green-haired boy hadn't been this strong just moments earlier. Izuku was shocked, maybe even baffled, by what just happened. He didn't remember ever being this strong. Just what was happening? Many possibilities went through his head at once, but his eyes widened when he landed at an answer. Both teens flew backwards due to the unexpected force, until they finally landed with their backs against a brick wall. Izuku's eyes were wide with disbelief as he looked at his hands and muttered, "No way, it's real." In awe. This awe didn't last for long, however. As the sludge villain approached them both, Izuku acted quickly and threw his backpack towards the villain. Using his newfound strength, he missed completely. As the backpack embedded itself into the wall behind the villain, the sludge villain slowly approached both Izuku and Bakugo. Before jumping in for the attack, both teens closed their eyes and braced for impact, but were met by something else. Instead of being jumped and surrounded by a disgusting mass of sludge, they could hear a loud crash before feeling cold droplets splatter them in the faces. The teens opened their eyes, only to be both shocked and overjoyed. In front of them was a man with short hair, a mustache, and a suit that was white with a massive red O on the chest. Everyone, including the onlookers and the pro-heroes, knew who this was. It was the unlicensed hero who did his work in many different countries himself, Omni-Man, but Izuku knew him as his father. The green-haired boy stood up and was relieved to see his father, until he got a look at his face. He was not happy, and Izuku didn't know if he was ready to bear one of his scoldings yet. That didn't matter, however, as Omni-Man instantly walked over to Izuku, grabbed firmly onto him, and said, "We need to talk now." Before taking off with his son in hand, Nolan didn't waste any time. He quickly flew up to a rooftop with Izuku, looking very irritated, before saying, "You're in trouble. Young man, do you have any idea how dangerous that was? You could have hurt yourself, if not worse." Sounding just as angry as he looked, Izuku cowered upon hearing his father's angry tone, as he replied by saying, "He was being killed, and no one did anything about it. I had to do something." In a desperate attempt to explain himself, Nolan just pinched the bridge of his nose, as he sighed before saying, "Izuku, I really hate to say this, but you're quirkless. What do you honestly think that you can do?" With a voice that was a little calmer than before, Izuku scratched the back of his head in an awkward motion, as he responded by saying, apparently throw a backpack straight through a solid brick wall. With an equally awkward voice, Nolan was both shocked and confused upon hearing this. As he uttered, "What?" Izuku looked at his father. Before explaining, "I threw my backpack so hard that it embedded itself into the brick wall. Either that was hysterical strength, or I just got my powers," he said, still looking a little awkward. Nolan's expression showed one of shock, but that shock quickly turned into joy as he said, "Great, that's just great. It doesn't change the fact that what you did was stupid, but I'm happy for you," with a genuinely joyous tone, before continuing by saying, "We'll start your training early tomorrow, so you'll be ready for the UA entrance exam," with a voice that almost sounded a little excited. Izuku smiled upon hearing this. As he said, "You sound like you're even more excited than I am, Dad." Nolan just laughed upon hearing this. As he said, "Of course I am. I finally get to show my son what it means to be a Viltrumite," with a proud voice, making him sound similar to All Might. Izuku was once again happy, and was also getting excited. He was happy to finally have powers, and he was excited about learning how to use them. But there was one thing that made him happier above everything else: that it was real. What made him the happiest was knowing that his father had been telling the truth, that what he told him all those years ago wasn't a lie. All Might was in a hurry, for he needed to act quickly. Upon seeing how the green-haired boy had rushed in to save the hostage, he had decided he was going to make him his successor. But he was both shocked and confused by what he saw. The teen had said that he was quirkless, yet he was strong enough to break the hostage free and almost make a hole through a brick wall. This meant that the kid was either lying or just unlocked his quirk. He would later learn that it was the latter. After tailing the kid when Omni-Man had taken him, he was far away enough for them to not notice him, and he couldn't hear their entire conversation, but he heard enough to establish two things. 1. The kid just unlocked his quirk during his clash with the sludge villain. 2. He was Omni-Man's son. The second piece of information had both shocked and sent chills down All Might's spine, but at the same time it made him happy. The green-haired teen, who he heard was called Izuku, definitely didn't need his quirk nor guidance, so he could give one for all to someone else. That way there would be two individuals capable of becoming the next symbol of peace. All Might stood face to face with a teen. He was in his skinny form, but luckily the teen had believed him when he said that he indeed was All Might. The deflated hero had just explained one for all to the teen. So now came the moment of truth. "Well, young man, what do you say? Will you be my successor?" the skeletal man asked, anxiously waiting for an answer. The teen grinned upon hearing all of this, as he responded with both pride and confidence. "Hell yeah, outro. Thank you all for sticking around, and I hope that you enjoyed. Before you leave, we would just like to let you know that We the Celestials has many other channels for your entertainment and viewing purposes. All the information you'll need is right below here in the description, so feel free to check out all the other incredible projects our team creates." Secondly, on behalf of We the Celestials, I'd like to thank everyone involved in the production of today's awesome content. Their details will be in the description below. That's all for today's video, so goodbye and have a divine day. Hey, what is up, mortals? Welcome to part 2 season 1 of What If Deku Was in Viltrumite. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. So, we begin. The next day, Izuku woke up extremely early to a loud knocking on his door. It was his father, standing there to announce the beginning of his training. The green-haired boy dragged himself out of bed and got ready, before meeting his father outside. "Well, you look tired," Nolan said, quite comically. Izuku yawned in response, before saying, "I barely got a wink last night. I guess I was too excited for today." Nolan giggled upon hearing this, before continuing by saying, "All right, we shouldn't waste any more time then. Let's take to the sky." Izuku was confused upon hearing this, but he didn't get to think anything else before Nolan grabbed him and started flying. The green-haired boy began to panic slightly as he looked towards his father and asked, "What are you doing?" with terror being prominent in his voice as he spoke. Nolan wore a passive smile as he suddenly stopped in the air and said, "Try to not look down," before suddenly letting go of his son. Izuku began to scream in panic. As he began to fall, he went as far as to close his eyes, but his moment of terror quickly ceased. The green-haired boy slowly opened his eyes, only to be shocked and confused. He was floating, without doing anything. Flying is almost like a reflex. If you don't want to fall, you won't fall, Nolan said, breaking Izuku out of his state of shock. The green-haired boy slowly steadied his breathing, before looking straight down and saying, "That's cool, and a little terrifying," with a somewhat trembling voice, showing that he still was a little afraid. Nolan didn't change his expression, as he responded by saying, "You'll get used to it. eventually, with the same voice, before proceeding by saying, learning how to fly is like learning how to walk. You don't think about balancing yourself while walking anymore. But you did when you were a baby. Sounding as clear as he could, Izuku understood what he meant, and commented by saying, so, I'm basically taking my first steps all over again. As he proceeded to float in circles around his father, Nolan nodded towards this. As he said, exactly. So you need to focus on staying upright and focus on the direction you want to go. While his eyes followed Izuku, the green-haired boy tested this, focusing harder on the direction that he wanted to go. Eventually he got the hang of it, and could somewhat control his flying. Nolan was surprised by this progress, as he smiled and said, that's good, follow me. Before taking off, Izuku was caught off guard, but regained his senses before flying after his father. Eventually he caught up to him, both now flying at the same pace. You can wear yourself out by flying. Moving fast is like tensing a muscle, so you're better off relaxing that muscle from time to time. Use the momentum you're building to carry you forward. Of course you don't want to fall, so relaxing will prove rather difficult in the beginning, Nolan then said, talking casually while flying. Izuku was deep in focus while trying to keep up with the speed, but he somehow managed to respond to his father. So I basically have to fight against my instincts and lifelong disciplines to let go and relax while flying, he said, his voice sounding like he was in a lot of physical strain. Nolan was once again surprised, as he said, yeah, that's one way to put it. You catch on pretty quickly. Try to land over there. While pointing towards a clearing in the woods, Izuku flew towards that spot, only to realize that he was descending at rapid speeds and didn't know how to slow down. After a few seconds he crashed into the ground, leaving a large crater underneath him. Well, I guess you could call that a landing, Nolan then said. As he slowly descended towards the ground, Izuku dragged himself up to his feet, wincing slightly as he dusted himself off and said, that hurt, but not nearly as much as I imagined that it would. With a voice that showed a slight hint of shock, Nolan held a normal expression, as he said, that's good. Just don't get too used to it. Now, try to hit me. With a calm voice, Izuku looked a little shocked and confused, as he asked, are you serious? Nolan just smiled and giggled, as he answered by saying, yes, I'm serious. Izuku was once again shocked, but he didn't let it affect him too much before he threw a punch towards his father. Nolan easily dodged it, as he looked at his son and said, use your whole body. You can punch with your arm, but if you punch with your shoulder, your hips and your legs as well, it will be more powerful. With the same calm voice, Izuku nodded to this and tried a couple of times, only to find that it was far more difficult than he imagined at first. It will take a while to get the hang of it, Nolan then said, getting his son's attention. Izuku stopped punching and listened to what his father said next. We can freely move ourselves through physical space. That's how we fly, so we don't have to push off the ground. We can push off anything. We can literally create our own leverage, Nolan said, as he demonstrated by floating up and down. Izuku was stunned to hear this. At first he didn't realize just how useful and flexible flight was, but now he did. If he could create his own leverage so easily, it meant that he could continuously attack or evade, regardless of what position he found himself in. The green-haired boy then closed his eyes and started to concentrate. After that he started to float. That is when he opened his eyes and proceeded to throw another set of punches towards his father. Nolan easily avoided the punches once again, as he smiled while saying, that's good, but try a little more like this. With his usual voice, Izuku was once again confused and asked, like what, but was cut off by Nolan, who threw a powerful blow straight into his chest. Izuku had the wind knocked out of him, as he fell to the ground in pain. He wanted to speak, but the punch had hit him so hard that he couldn't bring a single word out of his throat. Nolan's expression suddenly changed into one of concern. Watching how his son now struggled to breathe, he made his way down to Izuku, before placing his hand on his shoulder and saying, I'm sorry, Izuku. I didn't mean to hit you so hard, but you have to be prepared for anything. If you really want to do what I do, you have to endure the pain, because no one is going to pull their punches. With a voice that showed concern, Izuku continued to wince and gasp for air. He wanted to say something, comment or complain about how much it hurt, but he couldn't. It wasn't just that he was physically unable to do so. His father was right. If he wants to be a hero, he has to be able to take a punch, because no one will ever go easy on him. The green-haired boy clenched his teeth, biting through the pain as he slowly pulled himself up. His legs trembled horribly, but he didn't give in. He kept pulling himself up until he was finally back on his feet again. I'm not done yet, Izuku exclaimed, barely able to speak still. Nolan was more shocked than ever before. He had held back with that punch, but the force was still enough to deal damage. If that wasn't enough, it landed in the center of his chest. The impact would make it difficult to breathe. Despite all of this, Izuku still stood up. It made him happy, because it meant that Izuku actually had what it took to do this. Nolan smiled as he walked up to Izuku and said, "All right, take a deep breath and then we'll continue." With a voice that showed just how proud he was, Izuku did as his father said. He took a deep breath before smiling and saying, "I'm ready." With a more steady voice, Izuku spent the next 10 months training with his father. Eventually, he learned how to fly with barely any problem, and how to use his powers in some creative ways. Nolan was impressed by how much Izuku managed to improve, and had to up the training to what other people would call bizarre levels. It was during one of their flight sessions that Izuku noticed something strange. He noticed a beach that looked more like a scrapyard, but there was something else about it. He could see two figures there, both looking to be blonde, and he could hear what sounded like an explosion. This explosion made Izuku realize that one of the blondes had to be Bakugo, and upon closer inspection he realized that the other was none other than a deflated All Might. The green-haired boy was both shocked and confused. Bakugo looked like he was being trained by All Might. But what did that mean? Did it mean that Bakugo knew his secret? How do they even know each other? And for what purpose was Bakugo being trained? All of these questions pondered inside of Izuku's head. But he didn't get to think too much about it before having to return to his training. Then, before he even knew it, the day of the entrance exam had finally arrived. Izuku walked his way through the gates of UA, only feeling a little nervous about what's to come. He was sure that he could pass with his abilities, but he was mostly thinking about what his father told him before leaving. Nolan had told his son to be careful and try to hold back when using his powers. He could easily pass the exam without any trouble, but he could destroy the entire test site just as easily. Not only that, he could accidentally hurt someone if he wasn't cautious enough. This would be Izuku's real test, to use his powers while causing a minimal amount of damage to his surroundings. That includes limiting how fast he flies and how hard he hits. He is a Viltrumite, so it's his responsibility to use his powers sparingly. "Out of my way, Deku," a loud and aggressive voice shouted. Izuku turned to see that it was Bakugo, walking his way towards him. The green-haired boy sighed before saying, "Hey Kaken," while waiting for something nasty to come out of Bakugo's mouth. To his surprise, however, that didn't happen. The blonde just looked grumpy as he walked past Izuku without uttering a word. The green-haired boy was confused as his eyes followed the back of Bakugo. The blonde had, for some odd reason, been less aggressive towards him recently. He didn't know why Bakugo suddenly changed his behavior, but he could guess that it had something to do with the sludge villain incident. Maybe it had something to do with All Might. Izuku stopped thinking about it the second that it came to his mind, because he knew that it would only serve to distract him. He shoved all those thoughts out of his head before proceeding towards the auditorium. The exam's explanation was simple. In order to earn points, you had to destroy robots. Different robots give different amounts of points. Then there was a robot worth 0 points, but it was practically impossible to beat. One part of Izuku wanted to make Present Mike eat his words about the 0-pointer, but decided against it when remembering what his father had told him. The green-haired boy stood outside the gates to the fake city, preparing himself mentally. To everyone else he looked calm and stoic, but on the inside he was desperately trying to calm himself down. That is when he finally cleared his head and stood ready by floating ever so slightly. Then, without warning, the gates flung open. Izuku didn't waste any time and immediately flew off at high speed. The other examinees looked confused, until Present Mike shouted that the test had already started and that there were no countdowns in real battles. They all took haste, but they were slightly distracted. It was the fact that the green-haired boy, who previously had been in the far back, had flown over their heads at super speeds. Even a certain blue-haired teen had been impressed by the speed, feeling like he himself was outclassed. Izuku wasted no time and immediately went for his first set of robots. He immediately flew up to them and started to dismantle them, making sure to keep surrounding damage to a minimum before heading for a new batch. The green-haired boy continued like this, flying around and destroying as many robots as he could see. At some point he even started to help other examinees that he thought were in danger. Meanwhile, in the monitor room, the many teachers were observing the exam. They carefully inspected the examinees and even began picking favorites. Then their gazes landed on the monitor that showed a certain green-haired boy. They watched him fly around, destroying robots in his way, but they felt something strange from him. He looked careful without any reason, And he didn't look that impressive. Other than the fact that he was strong and could fly, he didn't look that special. Many of the teachers had this mutual feeling. Except for a select few. Among those was a certain blonde hero. And he could immediately see what was happening. He could tell that the green-haired boy was holding back in an effort to minimize damage. But that didn't help him. He wanted to know just how strong this kid was. And where his limits lay. Because if he's anything like his father, he is nothing short of incredible. The exam went on. And Izuku felt that it was almost too easy. Maybe it was the fact that he was really strong. And that he had trained with Omni-Man for 10 months. But it still felt too easy. The only thing that was challenging was to fight without destroying everything. But that wasn't too much of a problem. Izuku's thoughts were answered. However, as he could hear some rumbling from behind him, he turned around and saw that it was the zero-pointer, making its destructive way through the fake city. The green-haired boy could see the other examinees run away from below, and he was about to follow them, until he could hear a cry for help. He turned towards it, and saw that a brown-haired girl had been trapped underneath some rubble. Izuku was a little annoyed upon witnessing this, because no one tried to help her. If he could hear it when he was up in the air, it meant that the others could also hear it. So why was no one trying to help her? The green-haired boy grew a little frustrated when thinking about this. But he stopped himself when seeing that the zero-pointer was getting close to crushing the girl. Izuku didn't waste any more time. As he flew towards the girl at high speed. "Are you okay?" he asked, voice showing concern. The girl grunted slightly, as she answered by saying, "No, I'm stuck." With a slightly panicked tone, the girl then panicked even more. As the zero-pointer closed in on them both, Izuku took haste, lifting the rubble away from the girl before picking her up and flying away from danger. That might have been too close for comfort, the green-haired boy then exclaimed, still holding the girl in his arms. The girl just looked at him and said, "Yeah, but better late than never, I guess." With a voice that sounded like it still had some fear in it, Izuku was about to ask himself if he should start attacking the zero-pointer. But just as he did so, he heard an announcement from the speakers saying that the exam was over. Both Izuku and the brown-haired girl breathed sighs of relief, before looking at each other and feeling embarrassed about their situation. The green-haired boy quickly landed, his cheeks turning a little red as he asked, "See, can you stand?" with an embarrassed voice. The girl was also a little red, as she answered by saying, "No, I think I broke my ankle," with a voice that sounded like she was just as embarrassed as Izuku. "I think I can help with that," an old feminine voice then said. They turned to see that it was an old lady dressed in a nurse's outfit. Izuku recognized this to be Recovery Girl, which meant that the girl could be healed. Recovery Girl quickly healed the brown-haired girl with a kiss, before standing up on her own legs. She then looked at Izuku and said, "Thanks for saving me." With a smile on her face, Izuku smiled and blushed upon seeing this, as he responded by saying, "There's no need to thank me. I only did what any hero would do." With a somewhat calm voice, the girl just smiled more, making Izuku blush even more as he said, "I guess I'll see you around." Before leaving, unbeknownst to Izuku, someone was watching the exam from far away. It was none other than his father, flying high enough to be unnoticed. He watched Izuku's performance throughout the exam, and he was pleased. He could tell that Izuku thought of just destroying the zero-pointer, but was glad to see him decide against it. He did as he was told and kept the damage to a minimum. And Nolan was more than satisfied with the results. A week passed after the entrance exam, and Izuku finally got his letter from UA. Without wasting any time, he tore it open, revealing a metallic disc. The disc then lit up, showing a hologram of All Might. It told him that he passed the exam, and that he got first place. The green-haired boy celebrated with both of his parents, receiving a lot of praise from his father. Then, just a week later, the day finally came. Izuku prepared himself properly before heading off to UA. Upon arriving, he looked for the door that read 1A, floating through the hallway as he did, until he finally found it. The green-haired boy stopped in front of the door, intimidated by how massive it was. He wondered just what type of people would be in his class, but he pushed that aside before steeling his nerves and sliding the door open. What he was met by on the other side was an argument between Bakugo and a blue-haired boy. Their argument quickly stopped, however, when they noticed that Izuku was standing in the doorway. Bakugo grunted and proceeded to ignore the green-haired boy, while the blue-haired boy walked up and introduced himself. "I'm Tenya Ida. It's nice to meet you," he said, as he reached out for a handshake. Izuku looked a little shocked, but he calmed himself before shaking Ida's hand and saying, "I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you too," with a slightly nervous voice. Midoriya. You managed to see the true purpose of the exam. I must say that you are a far better student than I am. With a calm voice, Izuku was embarrassed after hearing this. But he didn't get the chance to explain himself before a familiar and feminine voice spoke up from behind him. I know that green and messy hair, it said. Izuku turned around to see that it was the girl that he had saved during the entrance exam, which prompted him to turn a little red. I'm Ochako Uraraka. Thank you for saving me, she then said. Izuku was still a little red, but he managed to calm down before saying, I'm Izuku Midoriya. And you don't need to thank me. With a nervous tone, Uraraka didn't seem to notice how nervous Izuku was, as she proceeded to ramble with excitement. So, what do you think we'll be doing today besides orientation? I wonder what the teachers are like. I can't wait to meet everybody. If you're here to make friends, I suggest that you pack your bags and leave. A tired and dull voice then said. Everyone looked behind Uraraka, only to be terrified when they saw a grumpy-looking man inside of a caterpillar-like sleeping bag. My name is Shota Aizawa, your homeroom teacher, the man then said, as he proceeded to stand up and get out of his sleeping bag. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. They just couldn't believe that this tired and worn-down-looking man was their teacher. Aizawa was unamused by everyone's reaction, as he pulled what looked to be a sports uniform out of his sleeping bag while saying, put these on and meet me in the training field. With a tired voice, everyone was confused, as Uraraka asked, but sir, won't we miss orientation? With what sounded like concern in her voice, the tired man looked just as unamused as before, as he answered by saying, you all want to be heroes, right? Then we don't have time for orientation. Now do as I said, and don't make me wait. Without changing his voice in the slightest, everyone was once again stunned. Some were even intimidated, but they all listened this time. Everyone left the classroom to do what their teacher told them, unaware of what was in store for them all. Outro. Thank you all for sticking around, and I hope that you enjoyed. Before you leave, we would just like to let you know that We the Celestials has many other channels for your entertainment and viewing purposes. All the information you'll need is right below here in the description, so feel free to check out all the other incredible projects our team creates. Secondly, on behalf of We the Celestials, I'd like to thank everyone involved in the production of today's awesome content. Their details will be in the description below. That's all for today's video. So goodbye and have a divine day. Hey, what is up, mortals? Welcome to part 3 season 1 of What If Deku Was a Viltrumite. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. So, we begin. Class 1 did as their teacher had told them and gathered in the training field. They didn't know what was going to happen, but they could tell that Aizawa wasn't messing around. The sleep-deprived teacher scanned every single one of his students until he spoke. We are going to have a physical test, like the ones you had in middle school. The only difference now is that you'll be able to use your quirks, he said, sounding just as tired as he looked. The class was surprised to hear this, as Aizawa proceeded by saying, Midoriya, you got first place in the entrance exam. What was your farthest distance throw with a softball in junior high? With the same tired voice as before, Izuku thought for a second and was going to answer Aizawa, but something stopped him. It was Aizawa's eyes. He could see something strange in them. It was as if the teacher was carefully analyzing him. The look he gave showed that he was curious, as if he wanted to know just how strong Izuku was. So what is it? Aizawa then said, knocking Izuku out of his thoughts. The green-haired boy gathered himself before answering by saying, about 60 meters. I think, sounding as calm as he could. Aizawa was unamused by this, as he tossed a softball over to Izuku and said, try doing it with your quirk this time. Anything goes, as long as you stay within that circle. As he pointed towards a circle on the ground, the other students talked among themselves, placing bets on what would happen. As Izuku walked up to the circle, the ones who were the most curious were both Ida and Uraraka. From what they saw Izuku do during the entrance exam, they knew that he was strong, but they didn't know how strong. They saw him fly, move at great speeds, show great strength and durability, but he didn't show that much during the exam. This was an opportunity to see what he could do. What does that quirkless loser think he can accomplish? Bakugo scoffed, not believing for a second that Izuku actually robbed him of the number 1 spot in the entrance exam. Ida heard the blonde and was about to speak against him, but he was beaten to it by Uraraka. What are you talking about? Midoriya isn't quirkless, the brown-haired girl said, sounding confused as to what Bakugo meant. The blonde narrowed his eyes at Uraraka, as he said, I've had the displeasure of knowing that nerd for most of my life now. And he has been quirkless during that entire time. With a more aggressive tone, Uraraka jumped a little upon hearing this, for it sounded like Bakugo was ready to attack. But his words intrigued both her and Ida. Had Izuku really been quirkless like Bakugo said? Was he just lying? Or could it have been that the green-haired boy had kept his quirk hidden up until now? Izuku stood in the ring and prepared himself, thinking on how to go about this. That is when he reeled back, before throwing the ball. A bang could be heard as the ball flew through the skies, tearing through the wind as it did. The green-haired boy had applied the same theory about punching that he had learned from his father. He used his entire body, and even used his flight to apply more power. A few seconds passed, until Aizawa finally got a notification on his phone. The tired teacher looked as unamused as always. Before showing it to the class, everyone had their jaws hit the floor. As Uraraka exclaimed, 970 meters, sounded very shocked. No way, he was just shy of 1,000 meters. Ida then exclaimed, sounding equally shocked. Aizawa had no reaction to this. But there was one thing that piqued his interest. He had used erasure on the green-haired boy. But nothing had happened. He didn't even get the usual effect when using it on mutation types. This was a strange phenomenon. And it meant one out of two things. Either Izuku was immune to erasure, or his powers didn't come from a quirk. Deku, you bastard. Tell me how you did that or else you're dead. A loud and very angry voice bellowed. It was none other than Bakugo. As he charged in towards the green-haired boy, Aizawa moved and began to ready his scarf. But he wasn't fast enough. Bakugo made it to Izuku and blasted him. A massive cloud of smoke covered the circle, so that no one could see who was standing there. Everyone got worried, thinking that Izuku had gotten hurt. But that worry was quickly replaced by shock when the smoke cleared. The green-haired boy wasn't there anymore. They couldn't see him anywhere. In fact, that was close. A voice then said. Everyone was shocked as they followed the voice to its source. It was Izuku, and he had somehow managed to fly a few meters up in the sky before Bakugo's explosion landed. I'd rather not destroy my PE uniform on the first day. So could please not do that, Kaken? The green-haired boy then said, almost a little comically. Bakugo was in disbelief. He had seen Izuku's softball throw, but he still convinced himself that it was a trick of some sorts. This, however, could not be explained by some trick. The green-haired boy was actually floating in the air. You can't do that without a quirk, Bakugo. If you value your place here in the hero course, I strongly suggest that you stand down. Aizawa then said, quite menacingly. Bakugo was knocked out of his shock as he grunted and walked back to his classmates. Izuku then descended to the ground, next to his classmates. As Aizawa spoke again, these tests are meant to measure your potential. Therefore, whoever comes in last place has none and will be expelled immediately. The tired teacher said, quite bluntly. The students all went wild upon hearing this. As Uraraka spoke up, you can't expel us. We just got here, and it's not fair, she said. Aizawa got a little annoyed upon hearing this. As he said, you're right, it's not fair. But neither is the world. Nothing about this line of duty or life is fair. It's a hero's job to combat that unfairness and go beyond their normal limits. So if you don't want to be expelled, you just have to make sure to not be in last place. With a voice that showed his annoyance, the tests went on smoothly, with the class giving it their all. Izuku used his strength, speed, and flight to ace almost every test in a way that made it look like it was without any effort. In the end, Izuku placed first, with a boy named Minoru Minda ending up in last place. The boy almost began to cry due to his loss. But that was when Aizawa said, by the way, nobody is getting expelled. It was just a logical ruse to make you give it your all. But it turns out that it wasn't as effective as I had hoped. With his usual tired voice, the students were about to comment about how their teacher had lied to them, but stopped when they heard the other part of his statement. Aizawa was silent for a long while, until his gaze landed on Izuku. Midoriya, if you don't take the test seriously next time, I will expel you regardless of how good your results were, the tired teacher then said, once again sounding like he was annoyed. The class was stunned upon hearing this. Izuku had performed the best out of all of them, without a doubt, but he's been holding back while doing it. Just how strong is he? And how did he get so far? The students wanted to berate Izuku with questions, but they didn't get to do so before Aizawa told them that the class had been dismissed. The students then left the ground after this was announced. Izuku met up with both Ida and Uraraka, and they proceeded to walk to the station together. Hey, Midoriya, why does Bakugo call you Deku? Uraraka asked as they were walking. Izuku was surprised to hear this question, but he answered by saying, Kaken just calls me that to make fun of me. It's his way of calling me useless. With a calm voice, Ida then spoke about how Bakugo's attitude wasn't very hero-like. Before Uraraka said, "Well, I like Deku. It would make a great hero name. Besides, I don't think that you're useless." With a joyous tone, Izuku was not ready to hear any of this, so his face suddenly turned as red as a tomato. The next day was pretty uneventful. It consisted mostly of regular classes, and the students started to get used to the school. Eventually, the final and most anticipated class arrived. It was hero training, which was appropriately announced when a loud and booming voice shouted, "I am here." The students all turned to see that it was none other than All Might, entering through the door in a spectacular way. The class got excited as the blonde hero started to speak. "All right, class. It's time for the most important class in the hero course. You could even call it Heroing 101. And today we'll be doing battle training," All Might said, sounding as proud as he usually did. The class began to cheer in even more excitement upon hearing this, as All Might pulled out a red button before saying, "But first, there's another important part about being a hero. And that is looking good." With the same booming voice, All Might then pushed the button, which made the classroom wall open. Behind it were 20 suitcases, all containing the students' hero costumes. The class got even more excited as they got up and grabbed their respective suitcases before heading out. It didn't take long for the students to get changed and meet All Might at ground beta. Everyone was wearing their hero costumes and proceeded to compliment each other about it. Izuku's costume consisted of a green jacket with long white gloves and a green hood with ear-like protrusions. This costume was custom made by a tailor that was good friends with his father. It was designed to handle extreme situations, such as entering and leaving the atmosphere. And Izuku's father had commented about how much it was inspired by All Might a little too much. The students' chatter then quieted down as All Might proceeded to explain the exercise. There would be 2 teams, one hero team and one villain team. The villain's job is to protect a weapon, while the heroes are supposed to capture it. The heroes win if they secure the weapon or capture the villains. The villains win if they capture the heroes or protect the weapon until time runs out. After the exercise was fully explained, the teams were made and drawn. The first round had Izuku and Uraraka as the heroes, against Bakugo and Ida as the villains. All Might smiled even more upon seeing this matchup, for he knew that it would be a good one. Before he sent both teams on their way, the villains were given time to prepare before the exercise started. During that time, Izuku and Uraraka were outside. They were both studying the layout of the building, until Uraraka spoke up. "So, Bakugo told us that you have known each other for a while. But what exactly is your relationship?" the brown-haired girl asked. Izuku was surprised to hear this, but he gathered himself as he answered, "We're childhood friends, but then he started bullying me. I was quirkless until just 10 months ago. And Kaken probably thinks that I have been hiding my quirk from him all this time." With a relatively calm voice, Uraraka was surprised to hear this answer. But now she understood what Bakugo had said earlier. The blonde thought that Izuku was quirkless, but he just hadn't seen him use his quirk during the last 10 months. "I see. So it's a fated encounter between rivals," Uraraka then commented, only now realizing how big this battle was. Izuku didn't react to this, however, as he responded to her comment by saying, "Yeah, but I won't give him the fight that he seeks. I don't care how angry he is, nor do I care how much he wants this. I refuse to face him. I won't do it for one simple reason. I don't know how to fight him without seriously injuring him." With a slightly aggressive tone, Uraraka did not expect this kind of response. It wasn't just Izuku's tone. It was what he said. It made sense that he would want to avoid hurting Bakugo, considering that he probably doesn't have a lot of control either. But the way that the green-haired boy spoke made it seem like he wasn't worried, like he knew that Bakugo couldn't win against him. Uraraka knew that Izuku was strong. His results in the quirk test coupled with Aizawa's comment at the end was enough proof of that. But right now she couldn't tell whether he was overly confident or not. "I'm sorry for dragging you into this mess," the green-haired boy then said, scratching the back of his head as he did. Uraraka gathered herself once more, as she answered by saying, "It's all right. We're a team after all." Quite joyfully, Izuku blushed slightly upon hearing this, but he gathered himself once All Might announced that the heroes could now enter the building. "So, what's the plan?" Uraraka then asked. Izuku looked up at the building as he answered, "Follow me," before slowly flying upwards. Uraraka looked confused at first, But she didn't question it as she made herself float alongside Izuku. The two slowly made their way up alongside the building, until they stopped at a window. Through it they could see the weapon. And they could see that Ida was guarding it by himself. Just as I thought, Kaken has gone out on his own to look for me, leaving Ida to defend the bomb on his own, Izuku commented, sounding like he had anticipated all of this. Uraraka was stunned to hear all of this, but she didn't comment as she knew what came next. The duo silently entered through one of the windows, just in time to hear Ida say, Bakugo is already quite villainous, so for now I shall embrace the true name of villainy. With a villainous voice, showing just how much he was dedicated to his role as a villain. Both Izuku and Uraraka giggled upon hearing this, which made Ida jump as he turned around. Wow. That has to be the worst villain impression I have ever heard, Izuku said, barely holding in his laughter. Ida was just shocked, as he exclaimed, What? How did you get in here? And how did you get behind me? Still maintaining his villain impression somehow, Izuku just continued to smile, as he pointed his thumb behind himself before saying, We went through the windows. Did you forget that she can float and that I can fly? With a calm and almost comical voice, Ida didn't respond to this. He just sighed in defeat. The room was now silent, until it was broken by Izuku. Now then, do you want to do this the easy way, or my way? The green-haired boy said, before he and Uraraka jumped and flew towards Ida. The armored teen wasn't willing to lose, so he picked the bomb up and dashed across the room. Izuku and Uraraka missed the bomb entirely. As Ida said, I can easily keep this bomb out of your reach until backup arrives. Heroes, sounding more villainous than ever. Izuku looked completely unamused by this, as he responded by saying, I guess we're doing this my way then. With a slightly annoyed tone, Ida was confused by this, as he asked, What is that supposed to mean? But didn't get to finish his sentence before Izuku flew across the room and hit him in the chest. The force from the impact was so great that it completely shattered Ida's chest plate, knocking the breath out of him. As it launched him into a wall, the blue-haired boy curled up on the floor, shivering in pain as he was gasping for air. Izuku shivered and felt bad upon witnessing this scene, as he said, Just when I thought I had gotten over that. I'm so sorry, Ida. I know how much that hurts, sounding like he was genuinely sorry. Uraraka was frozen upon seeing this, for she now understood Izuku. The green-haired boy was serious when he said that he could hurt someone too easily. And this was enough proof. Ida had taken just one punch, and he was completely defeated. What made things worse is that Izuku clearly didn't want to hit Ida this hard, and she could somehow sense that he could do a lot worse than this. Uraraka, would you like to do the honors? Izuku then asked, as he pointed towards the bomb. The brown-haired girl was knocked out of her thoughts as she walked up and touched the bomb. Hero Team wins. All Might then shouted through the speakers, marking the end of the exercise. Izuku was quick to help Ida stand up, which prompted Uraraka to do the same before they all walked out together. After everyone had gathered in the monitor room, All Might declared that both Ida and Izuku were the MVPs. This led to Yaotorazu explaining that Ida had, unlike his teammate, taken the exercise seriously and actually tried to defend the weapon. Meanwhile, Izuku had made a plan that would involve a minimal amount of combat, which in turn would involve a minimal amount of property damage. The only forms of criticism that were given to them were that Ida needed to be more aware of his surroundings and the opponent's possibilities, and that Izuku should try to hold back more. The green-haired boy was being praised for his performance, but he couldn't bring himself to accept it. He had hurt Ida. Had it not been for the armor, he could have possibly shattered his ribcage. He needed to get better at controlling powers, so that this can never happen again. The other matches went on smoothly, with different sides winning. One match, however, caught Izuku's attention more than the others. It was one that ended within just a few seconds, when someone with dual-colored hair froze the entire building. Izuku made a mental note to keep an eye out for this ice user, for he was quite strong. The day then went on as it should have, with the students finishing whatever needed to be finished before heading home. Izuku met up with both Ida and Uraraka after everything had ended, and the green-haired boy apologized to Ida so many times that it was starting to get annoying. Shortly after they left, Bakugo walked out of the building. He watched the trio walk off, and he was getting angry. His anger was aimed at Izuku, and it was because of what happened during the exercise. The green-haired boy had avoided combat with him, and it wasn't the first time either. He had also done it when the blonde tried to attack him during the quirk test. Bakugo was getting more and more furious. Izuku had been hiding his quirk all this time, and now he was stronger than him. The blonde had more than just his explosions now, and he even had All Might on his side. yet he still couldn't see if he faced up to Izuku. The blonde clenched his fists in anger, until he felt a hand on his shoulder. Is everything all right? Young Bakugo, the booming voice of All Might asked, wondering what was happening. Bakugo just grunted, as he looked towards the far distant Izuku, before shouting, "Damn it, Deku, when did you get so damn strong?" With a very angry tone. All Might was surprised to hear this. He knew that Bakugo was talking about Izuku, and he knew why. Bakugo is obsessed with being the strongest, and seeing the green-haired boy show off his power like that had probably triggered something in him. All Might didn't see this as a bad thing, however. He only saw it as an opportunity to motivate his successor. Don't beat yourself over it. Young Bakugo, young Midoriya is really strong, the blonde hero said, his voice sounding just as proud as before. Bakugo looked confused, as All Might continued. You may have my quirk, but young Midoriya can still rival you in terms of power. The two of you actually have more things in common than you think. Bakugo was even more confused now, just as he was angry. What is that supposed to mean? All Might, the blonde growled, quite aggressively. All Might was unaffected by this, for he had gotten used to it after 10 months. As he smiled and said, let's just say that you're not the only one with a connection to a really powerful hero. His voice not changing in the slightest. Bakugo just got more confused, for he barely understood what this meant. Is Izuku also being trained by a hero? And is that hero strong enough to rival All Might? Is that why the green-haired boy had gotten so strong? He was being trained by a hero who could rival All Might. The blonde didn't have any answer to any of this, but he knew one thing for certain. Izuku had somehow gotten really strong, but wasn't going to let that nerd surpass him. Outro. Thank you all for sticking around, and I hope that you enjoyed. Before you leave, we would just like to let you know that We the Celestials has many other channels for your entertainment and viewing purposes. All the information you'll need is right below here in the description, so feel free to check out all the other incredible projects our team creates. Secondly, on behalf of We the Celestials, I'd like to thank everyone involved in the production of today's awesome content. Their details will be in the description below. That's all for today's video. So goodbye and have a divine day. Hey, what is up, mortals? Welcome to part 4 season 1 of What If Deku Was a Viltrumite. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. So, we begin. The next day, Class 1 had to struggle to get into school, for the gates had been completely blocked by the media. The reporters would only ask about one thing: All Might and what it was like to have him as a teacher. Izuku arrived at the gates around the same time as Ida and Uraraka, and they all stared at the scene with a little shock. That is a lot of reporters, Ida commented, unsure of what more to say. Yeah, how are we supposed to get in? Uraraka then asked, her voice clearly showing her shock. The teens then went silent, trying to figure something out, until it was interrupted by Izuku, who yawned loudly. Uraraka and Ida turned towards their green-haired classmate, only to be concerned when they finally got a good look at him. Are you okay, Deku? Uraraka then asked, voicing her concern. The green-haired boy looked tired, with bags underneath his eyes, which almost made him look like Aizawa. He then looked towards Uraraka, as he answered by saying, yeah, I'm just tired. I didn't get enough sleep last night, sounding unbearably tired. Before yawning again, Uraraka was more shocked by this, wondering what had kept Izuku up for so long, but she didn't get to voice it before Ida said, that's not good for your health. Midoriya, what kept you up so late anyway? With a voice that sounded like he was scolding Izuku, the green-haired boy looked even more tired than before, as tried to think of an answer. The reason that he had been up was because of his father. Nolan had spent nearly the entire night trying to teach Izuku how to break the sound barrier while flying. Nolan had been aware of the fact that Izuku had school the next day, but he didn't seem to care. Of course, his mother wouldn't allow for any more late-night training when she finds out, but right now he needed an excuse. I was helping my dad with work, Izuku eventually said, still sounding tired. While the part about work was a lie, he was with his father, so, in a way, there was some truth to what he said. Ida and Uraraka seemed to buy this, but it still had them confused. What does your dad do, and what does he need your help with? Uraraka then asked, sounding a little curious. Izuku's eyes went wide upon hearing this, as if he was finally awake. He hadn't expected this question, and it wasn't good for him. His father didn't work as a pro hero, for he didn't care to get a license after coming to Earth. He was a writer. So for what reason would he need Izuku's help for almost the entire night? Izuku desperately tried to come up with an answer, but it turned out that he didn't need to. His save and grace was the media. who came rushing at them when realizing that they were UA students. The teens almost began to panic upon seeing this, for they had hoped to avoid the media. They tried to think of a means to escape, and that is when Izuku spoke up. "Grab on," he shouted. The other two looked confused, but they decided to do as he said. Next thing they knew, they were flying. Ida and Uraraka almost began to panic, for Izuku had taken off from the ground without any warning. They carefully floated over the sea of reporters, over the gates of UA, before finally landing. "Thanks, but could you maybe give us a heads up next time you decide to do that?" Uraraka then asked. Sounding a little jarred still, Izuku gave an awkward smile as he scratched the back of his head. But he didn't get to say anything before someone else spoke up. "I advise you to refrain from doing that next time," a tired voice said. The teens turned around to see that it was none other than Aizawa, looking as tired as ever. "Midoriya, I understand that you would want to avoid talking to the media, but what you did could have been dangerous. Just try to bear it next time," the teacher then said, sounding even more tired than before. Izuku only nodded at this, as he said, "Yes, sir," while sounding a little nervous. Aizawa's expression didn't change in the slightest, as he said, "Get Class U3, and let me know if you need to borrow my sleeping bag." Midoriya, with the same tired voice. Uraraka and Ida giggled upon hearing what Aizawa said, for even he noticed how tired Izuku was. The green-haired boy just looked grumpy upon hearing this, as he then proceeded to float his way over to the classroom. The other followed suit, continuing to giggle as they did. What happened next was just regular school stuff. Class 1 elected their class representative, which somehow ended up being Izuku, but after some bizarre events, Izuku passed that role on to Ida. The next day everyone anxiously waited for Heroics class to begin. That is when Aizawa walked up to the podium. "All right, class, today we'll be doing rescue training at an off-campus facility," the sleep-deprived teacher said. The students cheered in excitement upon hearing this, while Izuku began thinking about the idea of rescuing. Aizawa then silenced everyone, as he sighed and said, "I know you guys are excited about costumes, but keep in mind that you haven't gotten used to them and they might hinder your abilities." Before pressing a button, revealing everyone's hero costumes, it didn't take long for the class to change into their hero costumes again. Thus they quickly boarded the bus that would take them to the facility afterwards. During the bus ride, everyone began talking about their quirks. That is when they eventually got to Izuku. "Midoriya, how does your quirk work?" Basui asked. Izuku did not expect this question, but what was more unexpected was how everyone responded to this. It turned out that everyone wanted to know the answer to this question, for Izuku had almost too many powers. "Well, I have super strength, super speed, flight, and super durability," the green-haired boy answered, remaining as calm as possible. Everyone was surprised to hear this. They imagined that Izuku had some cool abilities, but to describe almost all of them as super almost felt like it was too much. This also confused them, because what they had seen from Izuku so far didn't exactly qualify for the category of super. "That is a lot of super for just one person," Kaminari commented, sounding a little comedic as he did. Izuku cringed a little upon hearing this, as he responded by saying, "I didn't come up with it, my dad did." With an awkward voice, everyone got intrigued upon hearing this, so Uraraka asked, "Now that you mention it, you never told me what your dad does, and is your quirk similar to his?" With a curious voice, Izuku didn't know what to say. He couldn't tell them that his dad is Omni-Man. That would just cause too much chaos, but what should he say? If he just said that his father was a writer, while also saying that they had the same powers as him, the others would definitely ask too many questions, if they even bought it in the first place. The green-haired boy thought for a second, until he decided that he just needed to say something and hope that they all would buy it. "My dad is a travel writer. He's pretty successful too. And yes, our quirks are almost identical to one another," he said, avoiding eye contact and trying to remain as calm as possible. The others were both shocked and confused upon hearing this. It wasn't that Izuku's father was a writer. It was that he had a strong quirk but chose to be a writer. "I hope it's not rude to ask, but why did he choose to become a writer? Why didn't he try to become a hero with that quirk of his?" Ida then asked, which seemed to be what everyone else was wondering. Izuku didn't have an answer to this, because he didn't know. When his father came to Earth, he just began helping people like a hero. Even after becoming famous as Omni-Man, he didn't get a license. The green-haired boy could only guess why this was, but he imagined that his father just wanted to help the planet without expecting anything in return. "If I knew the answer to that question, I would have told you, But I don't, Izuku then said. No one knew how to react to this, for they wanted an answer. They seriously wondered why Izuku's father hadn't tried to be a hero. But they didn't get an answer. Now it was just left to their imagination. And it went to some strange places. Quiet down, we're here, Aizawa then said, abruptly stopping everyone's small talk. The students then exited the bus calmly, before being led into the facility. Upon entering, they were met by someone who looked like an astronaut. The Pro Hero 13. The students who recognized the Pro Hero started to get excited, while Aizawa walked up and asked where All Might was. The teachers lowered their voices as they spoke, but 2 students still understood enough to realize that All Might had used too much of his time. 13 then returned to the students and explained that the facility was called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. It was built to simulate different types of disasters for training purposes. The students awed at the vastness of the facility. As 13 continued to speak, 13 spoke about how quirks are incredible powers that could rescue and save people, but they could just as easily kill people. These words stuck with Izuku, probably more than anyone else. He had incredible powers that could be dangerous. He demonstrated that during Heroes vs. Villains simulation. He wanted to be a hero that can save people. But to do that, he first had to learn how to fight someone without injuring them. Izuku listened carefully to 13's words, until they were interrupted by Kirishima, who said, "Sweet, we even get to have fake villains." While looking towards the center of the facility, everyone got confused upon hearing this. As they turned their attention towards where he was looking, what they saw was a massive group of menacing figures exiting what looked to be a black portal. Izuku did not know what was going on. All he knew was that he got a really bad feeling from those individuals. It wasn't until Aizawa spoke up that he realized that this feeling was for a good reason. 13, get everyone to safety. Those are real villains, the tired teacher shouted, his voice showing the urgency of the situation. The students began to panic upon hearing this, but 13 managed to keep everyone relatively calm. That is when Aizawa pulled out his goggles and prepared himself to fight. Will you be all right? You are outnumbered and in the wrong element, Izuku then asked. After making his way over to Aizawa, the tired teacher just put his goggles on. As he said, I'll be fine. You just make sure to get out of here. Before charging in, Izuku wanted to help, but at the same time he understood what his teacher was trying to say. They were in a bad situation. They had no help, and everyone was scared. Aizawa was just buying them more time to escape. So the least that Izuku could do was listen to his teacher. The green-haired boy rejoined his classmates and proceeded to run for the exit, when suddenly a mass of black mist got in their way. The mist formed a towering wall. As it spoke, "It's a pleasure to meet you all. We are the League of Villains. We decided to invite ourselves into this haven of justice to say hello," the looming mass of mist said, as 2 bright and yellow eyes formed in it. "Don't you think that this is the perfect place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to draw his last breath? He was supposed to be here, yet I don't see a single trace of him." The figure then continued, its voice becoming more and more ominous as time passed. Izuku was terrified, and he could tell that everyone else was as well. This feeling was similar to something he had already experienced, an event that shook him the same way that he did now. It reminded him of when he encountered the sludge villain, and the utter terror that he felt that day. The green-haired boy stood there frozen, unsure of what to do, until something brought him back to his senses. "Die!" the aggressive voice of Bakugo shouted, right as he and Kirishima charged in towards the mist-like villain. The blonde fired an explosion, which in turn created a powerful cloud of smoke. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this, as Izuku finally regained his senses. This may be similar to the sludge villain incident, but back then he was brave enough to do something. Not only that, he had both powers and training now, so he shouldn't have a reason to worry. The green-haired boy clenched his fist upon finishing his thoughts, which was followed by the smoke cloud suddenly dispersing. What it revealed sent chills down the spines of every single person that was present. Behind the smoke was none other than the mass of mist, and it was completely unharmed. The villain shifted, narrowing its eyes, as it said, "Regardless if he's here or not, I still have a role to play," its voice sounding more ominous than ever before. Izuku could sense that something bad was about to happen, so he took action and flew towards Bakugo and Kirishima at top speed. Unfortunately, however, he couldn't get any of them out in time, and instead ended up getting caught when the villain wrapped its body around all of them. The class was engulfed in darkness, and many were teleported away to different locations. When Izuku came out of the darkness, he found himself in an area that was filled with ruins. But he didn't get to think any further until an angry voice shouted, "Damn it, looks like we're not alone." Izuku could immediately tell that it was Bakugo, which prompted him to acknowledge that Kirishima also was there with them. The green-haired boy stopped himself from thinking anything else. However, for what Bakugo had said was true, the teens were surrounded by villains, all thirsting for blood. Bakugo and Kirishima raised their hands into a stance. As Izuku floated a few centimeters above ground, they all then charged into battle, hell-bent on defeating the villains. Kirishima punched away at the villains, using his hardening to avoid the damage. Bakugo was using his explosions and incredible mobility to defeat another bunch. The most impressive thing, however, was Izuku. The green-haired boy was basically untouchable, floating around without taking a single hit, as he knocked the villains out with no more than a punch each, but the punches looked so harmless that it could hardly be described as an attack. Both Bakugo and Kirishima saw this, which made the former angry while the latter was stunned. So stunned in fact that he didn't even notice that the villains were all defeated already. He only began registering it when Izuku broke the silence by saying, "Well, someone has been practicing." Towards Bakugo, the blonde just got annoyed by this, so he responded by saying, "Shut up, you damned nerd." With an aggressive tone, Izuku giggled a little upon hearing Bakugo's reaction and was about to say something, but was cut off by Kirishima, who shouted, "Midoriya, look out!" In a panic, Izuku looked confused as he turned around. What he was met by was another villain he hadn't noticed, trying to sink a blade into his neck. The blade stopped upon making contact, unable to get through Izuku's skin. The villain looked dumbfounded upon witnessing this, which quickly turned into terror as he looked at the very unamused Izuku. The green-haired boy just looked at the villain, looking very bored, as he said, "You know it's rude to cut into someone's conversation like that," before hitting the villain in the chest, sending him flying straight through a stone wall. Everyone, including Izuku, were wide-eyed upon seeing this. Bakugo and Kirishima were shocked because they had forgotten that Izuku had claimed to be super durable. But now they knew that it wasn't just some bold claim. Izuku was shocked because he had hit the villain way harder than he had intended initially. It made him uncertain of what to apologize for, the excessive force or the terrible pun he made beforehand. "Anyway, we should try and help our classmates. They may have been teleported around the facility like us," Kirishima then said, being the first to snap out of his shock. The other two came to their senses upon hearing this, as Izuku responded by saying, "I agree, but perhaps I should fly and get help from the outside." While scratching his chin, Kirishima nodded in agreement to this. But Bakugo did not agree with any of them. "You go and do that. I'm going straight for that warp gate. I'm guessing that he's the reason they got in here in the first place. So if we take him out they can't escape," the blonde said, sounding more passive than usual. Both Izuku and Kirishima were surprised by this. As Bakugo continued, "You can go and get help, but if anyone is still by the entrance I'm sure that they've already sent out their fastest runner to do so. As for the others across the facility, Deku just showed how weak these villains are so they won't have any issues with them." With a voice that was too calm to be Bakugo's, the other two looked surprised, because they realized that he was right. Somebody was probably already out to get help. If they find out that it isn't the case, Izuku can just take off at top speed, and the villains were relatively weak and underprepared. The other teens grinned upon this realization, as Kirishima spoke for the both of them. "I'm going with you then. Let's make those bastards regret coming here." With a voice that sounded fired up, Izuku just giggled a little, which didn't go unnoticed by Bakugo. "What's so funny, Deku?" the blonde asked, sounding a little aggressive again. Izuku continued to giggle, as he answered by saying, "Nothing. I've just never heard you so calm before. I'm also amused by the fact that you actually believe in our classmates, despite the attempts you make at proving otherwise." With a grin, Bakugo got even more infuriated by this, as he shouted, "Shut up," with an aggressive tone. Both Kirishima and Izuku giggled upon hearing this, for Bakugo's reaction proved Izuku's statement to be true. The trio then gathered themselves, before moving towards the center of the facility. The trio made their way towards the center plaza on foot. The reason that they didn't fly was because they could possibly give their position away if they did. Then there was also the fact that Bakugo would rather die than let Izuku carry him anywhere. It took some time, but eventually they got to their destination. What they saw was nothing short of a battlefield, with Aizawa fighting to the bitter end. The teacher was clearly reaching his limit, and he could barely keep his eyes open anymore. Despite all of this, Aizawa was actually winning. This was a relief, for it meant that the teens could focus on taking out the warp gate. Izuku was about to move out, when something on the battlefield stopped him. A villain covered in hands had charged onto Aizawa, grabbing hold of his elbow. Aizawa's elbow then started to crack and decay, revealing his bleeding muscle fibers underneath. Izuku was horrified by this scene, but what came next would be even worse than before. The teacher was suddenly pinned by a massive bird-like creature, breaking almost every bone in his body. Izuku, Bakugo, and Kirishima were all horrified upon witnessing this, for this creature was killing Aizawa in the most gruesome way. The creature then raised one of its fists, ready to deliver the finishing blow, and looked to be aiming for the head. Bakugo had enough upon witnessing this and was about to charge in, but stopped when he saw what happened next. The creature was suddenly blown away, as if something had hit it at incredible speeds. What the blonde saw next made his jaw hit the floor. Standing where the giant creature had previously been was Izuku, who he just noticed had left his side. Both Bakugo and Kirishima were baffled by this, so was anyone that saw it. Izuku had moved so quickly that they hadn't even noticed. It was like he teleported. The green-haired boy had previously claimed that he was super fast, and now they knew that he wasn't overestimating himself. Izuku stood in the field, looking as if he had just thrown a punch. He then steadied himself, as he turned his gaze towards the hand-covered villain. If that was your strongest guy, I strongly suggest that you surrender, the green-haired boy said, trying his best to stay as calm as possible. The hand-covered villain just scratched his neck, until he stopped before saying, I don't think so. If you think that will be enough to defeat Namu, then you're terribly mistaken. With a sadistic voice, Izuku was a little confused by this, until he turned his gaze towards the so-called Namu. The creature had only been thrown back, other than that it was completely unharmed. Izuku was shocked by this and tried to think quickly, until the hand-covered villain spoke. Namu, kill this brat, the villain said, to which the mindless creature obliged. Izuku didn't have enough time to react. As he braced himself for impact, the Namu collided with him within just a few seconds, sending him back. Izuku grunted in pain after this, for the Namu was really strong. He was durable enough to be able to take most hits without a scratch, but this creature had managed to make him bleed. The green-haired boy quickly steadied himself, biting through the pain before charging in once more. The Namu seemed to be ready for this, as it met Izuku's charge with its own. The two ended up in a power struggle, both desperately trying to push the other away. The hand-covered villain grew more frustrated upon witnessing this, as he shouted, I'll kill you, you brat, before charging in. He was abruptly stopped, however, by an explosion that came out of nowhere, which knocked a bunch of dust into the air. Your opponent is me, you villain bastard. The very angry voice of Bakugo then shouted, making his presence known. Behind the blonde was Kirishima, who was still looking wide-eyed at the power struggle between Izuku and the Namu. The dust then slowly cleared, revealing that the hand-covered villain had been shielded by the warp gate. Tamura Shigaraki, I urge you to be more aware of your surroundings, the mist villain said, sounding as calm as ever. You don't need to tell me what to do, Kirigiri, the hand-covered villain responded, sounding more annoyed. Izuku finally managed to push the Namu away, and that is when he analyzed the situation. Aizawa was mortally injured and they had the attention of three dangerous villains, one of them being incredibly strong. Izuku probably could fight the Namu long enough for backup to arrive, but he wasn't sure if he could take the other two villains at the same time. The biggest issue yet, however, was that he couldn't fight the villains and get Aizawa to safety at the same time. Hey, weird hair, get Aizawa out of here, Bakugo then shouted towards Kirishima, knocking Izuku out of his thoughts. The red-haired teen wanted to object, but refrained from doing it after seeing how injured Aizawa was. Kirishima proceeded to drag Aizawa away from the battlefield, as Bakugo looked towards Izuku and shouted, Hey, Deku, can I trust you to handle that? While pointing towards the staggered Namu, Izuku was shocked upon hearing this, but it disappeared when he realized that the situation wasn't as bad as he initially thought. He couldn't do everything on his own, but he wasn't alone here. The green-haired boy smiled upon hearing this, as he responded by saying, Yeah, can I trust you to handle those two? With a much calmer voice, Bakugo just got more annoyed upon hearing this, as he shouted, Who do you think you're talking to? With his usual aggression, Izuku just smiled more upon hearing this, as he looked towards the Namu. This creature was many things, strong, resilient and unyielding, but Izuku knew something that it wasn't. It wasn't nearly as strong as his father. Therefore he can beat it. Both Izuku and Bakugo readied themselves, both grinning as they did, before they charged into their respective battles. Outro. Thank you all for sticking around and I hope that you enjoyed. Before you leave, we would just like to let you know that We the Celestials has many other channels for your entertainment and viewing purposes. All the information you'll need is right below here in the description. So feel free to check out all the other incredible projects our team creates. Secondly, on behalf of We the Celestials, I'd like to thank everyone involved in the production of today's awesome content. Their details will be in the description below. That's all for today's video. So goodbye and have a divine day. Hey, what is up, mortals? Welcome to Season 1 Part 5 of What If Deku Was a Viltrumite. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. So, we begin. The battle raged on with intensity. Neither side willing to give in. Bakugo was having a tough fight, using his explosions and more to avoid damage. He couldn't stand still, for whenever he stopped he would be met by portals with hands coming out of them. But he couldn't charge either because the warp gate would just push him away. His goal was to defeat the villains, but that proved difficult without the element of surprise. The warp gate could move anywhere, so he either needed to catch it off guard or exploit its behavior in order to gain an advantage. Everyone looked on in awe when witnessing Bakugo's movements, for he showed next to no fault. But there was something more incredible on the battlefield. It was the battle between Izuku and the Namu. The class had only heard about what Izuku is capable of, whether it was from his own mouth or through Aizawa commenting about how he was holding back. And they have sometimes witnessed hints to said capabilities. Now, as they are witnessing the battle that was going on, they realized that even their imagination hadn't been close to the real thing. Izuku was fighting the Namu all on his own, and it was nothing short of incredible. The beast was strong and delivered powerful attacks, which Izuku mostly avoided. The green-haired boy showed his own feats of strength by delivering punches that were at least equal to that of the Namu. And he was incredibly durable. They didn't know who was winning, because both sides seemed to be equal. Amazing, Uraraka uttered in awe, for there were no other words to describe the spectacle that she was witnessing. Izuku used his flight to maneuver himself around the Namu and give himself leverage, while throwing devastating punch after punch. The Namu took it like it was nothing. As it failed to land most of its attacks, neither of them backed down, both determined to beat the other into the dirt. The two kept this slugfest going, both continuing to fight the same way that they had before, until the tide turned after just a few hits. Suddenly the Namu began to falter, as if it had reached its limit, and Izuku started controlling the battle. Everyone watching perked up upon witnessing this, for the green-haired boy was going to win. He's going to do it, Ashido shouted, excitement present in her voice. Get him, Deku, Uraraka then shouted, her voice urging Izuku to finish the fight already. It was at that moment that the green-haired boy hit the Namu in the temple, staggering it severely. Izuku didn't waste this opportunity, so he moved in. The Namu wasn't just staggered, it was injured as well. If there ever was a moment for him to end the fight, it was right now, when the beast had no means of defending. The green-haired boy closed in on the Namu at high speeds, readying his finishing blow to the head. Then a loud crash was heard, which was followed by a loud crack and a spray of red. The onlookers were now silent and wide-eyed. Normally they would be on a higher note and cheer, like they had done just a few seconds ago. But all of that quickly turned into horror when they saw what happened next. Izuku's finishing blow hadn't landed at all. The Namu had somehow been able to catch his punch before slamming him into the ground. The cracking and spraying had come from Izuku, as some of his bones broke and he coughed up blood. As the green-haired boy laid on the ground, the beast showed no mercy. It raised its arms, prompting Izuku to fly out of harm's way. He didn't get far, however, as the Namu grabbed him by the ankle and slammed him into the ground once more. The green-haired boy coughed up more blood, as the Namu then proceeded to pound him into the dirt. The onlookers were even more horrified now, as they watched the Namu beat Izuku to death. It was bloody, brutal, and they could hear his bones crack and break. Despair closed in on them even further now, for they didn't know what to do. Not even Izuku could defeat the Namu. So what chance did they have? Uraraka was among the despairing onlookers, and she didn't know what to do. Izuku was being killed by that monster, and there wasn't a thing she could do about it. She was far too weak to help in any way, and this fact made her fall into even more despair. The brown-haired girl closed her eyes, hoping that everything would be all right when she reopened them. She was nothing like Izuku, so the only thing that she could do was pray that things would work out. That is when she realized something. Izuku was the only one of them that had any hope of defeating the Namu. Despite the fact that he was losing, he didn't need help in the form of strength. He already had that covered. What he needed was a distraction. He needed something that could draw the Namu's attention away, long enough for him to recuperate and turn the tide once more. Uraraka may not be able to fight alongside Izuku, but she could help him. Besides, she owed him from when he had saved her. The The brown-haired girl now opened her eyes, showing an uncertain yet determined expression. As she stood up, "What are you doing?" Ashido asked, clearly jarred by the brutality she had to witness. Uraraka's legs trembled and nearly failed her. But she steadied herself enough to say, "I'm going to help him, he'll die if I don't," with a steady voice. Before running off, this revelation made Ashido grow pale in the face. As she shouted, "No, don't," but Uraraka didn't listen as she just kept running. Meanwhile, Izuku was still being beaten by the Namu. The green-haired boy was on the ground, holding his arms up in a desperate attempt to guard, but it was too much. He could feel his muscles tearing and bones breaking. The pain was so severe that he came close to blacking out. But he didn't give in. He held his guard up and waited for the moment that he could break free. But the more he waited, the less likely it seemed that the moment would come. His vision started getting blurry, and he could feel his strength leave his body. Izuku was about to pass out when the Namu suddenly stopped attacking him. The green-haired boy was confused. As his vision slowly returned to him, he then turned towards the same direction that the Namu was looking, only to be terrified by what he was seeing. It was none other than his brown-haired friend, Uraraka, holding a rock and looking like she was so afraid that she was holding back tears. "Get away from him," she then shouted, before she hurled the rock at the Namu's face. The beast didn't even budge from this, but it now had its attention locked on the thrower. Uraraka could sense the malice being directed towards her and tried to escape, but it was too late. The Namu had dashed across the field and closed the distance between them in an instant. What followed after that made everyone shriek in agony. As the Namu then hit Uraraka, the brown-haired girl was thrown back an incredible distance, coughing blood and wincing in pain as she finally stopped. The damage had left her lying on the ground, unable to move. As the Namu closed in on her to finish the job, the beast towered over her, its eyes empty yet menacing. As it raised its monstrous arms high above its head, intending to crush the pathetic girl beneath it, then it proceeded to throw its attack, which was followed by a loud crash. At first everyone was horrified, thinking that Uraraka had been killed. But when they looked, they were proven otherwise. The Namu had been slammed into the ground in a bizarre position, as if it had been suplexed from behind. They were even more shocked to see that the person who had performed the suplex was none other than Izuku. And he did not look happy. The Namu quickly got back to its feet. As its gaze was locked onto Izuku, the green-haired boy wheezed and panted heavily. But no one could tell whether it was from exhaustion or rage. His body trembled, and his eyes were that of a furious berserker. "You'll pay for that," Izuku bellowed, as he charged towards the Namu. The beast was ready to block the attack, but was thrown back immediately. It wasn't prepared for what had happened, and neither was anyone who was watching. Izuku's rage had fueled him more than anyone could have imagined, for he was now way stronger than before. Each blow threw the Namu off balance, as it sent a shockwave across the facility. Everyone was affected by this. Even those who were fighting stopped to see what was going on. The battle had officially become completely one-sided, with Izuku on the winning side. Eventually the Namu was knocked onto the ground, where the green-haired boy began pounding it the same way that it had done to him. Everyone's expression quickly turned into one of horror once more, for Izuku didn't stop attacking, even after bones started breaking, even after blood began spewing everywhere, even after it stopped moving. Izuku didn't stop wailing his blows onto its head. They didn't know what to think of it. He defeated the Namu, but he did it in one of the most brutal ways. Eventually the rush ended, and the pain came back to the green-haired boy. It was at this moment that he stopped attacking and looked at what he had done. What was left of the Namu's head was a red ocean of blood, with pink and gory islands floating in the middle of it. Izuku was disgusted by the sight, but that was the last thing that he felt before pain and exhaustion finally took him over as he fell to the ground unconscious. Everyone had been observing this final burst of rage, including the remaining villains. Both Shigaraki and Kirigiri were among those, which didn't go unnoticed by Bakugo. The blonde took advantage of this, as he charged towards the villains with full force. They didn't notice him until he was almost at point-blank range, and by that time it was too late. Bakugo grinned maniacally as he raised one of his grenade gauntlets and bellowed, "Die!" Before pulling the pin, a massive fireball shot out from the gauntlet, engulfing both villains as it did. The blonde grinned in satisfaction upon witnessing this, but that grin vanished when he realized that Kirigiri had blocked most of the attack. This revelation also made Bakugo cold sweat, for if the warp gate had blocked it, it could only mean the blonde didn't get to finish his thoughts, as a fiery explosion suddenly engulfed his entire body. Kirigiri hadn't just blocked most of the explosion. He opened a portal to redirect towards Bakugo. The blonde winced in pain as he was thrown back, struggling to get back up once he finally stopped. Normally this is where Shigaraki would have rushed in to kill Bakugo when he was weakened, but he couldn't. Kurogiri wasn't fast enough to block the entire explosion. Some of it made it past him, and that little piece happened to land on a vital spot and therefore put the hand-covered villain out of commission. Kurogiri was now at a crossroad. His decision is what will decide the outcome of the future. What he assumed to be the strongest of the students were out of commission, so he could stay and fight. The problem was that backup could arrive at any given moment, and there was no way for them to win with both Shigaraki and the Namu out of the game. When all of the factors were fully considered, the choice seemed obvious. The battle was lost, so the best they could do was retreat. The Black Gate grabbed onto the hand-covered villain before teleporting away from the area. Just a few minutes after he vanished, the gates of the USJ flew open, revealing none other than All Might. The blonde hero was immediately confused by what he saw, for it seemed the battle was already over. It wasn't until he walked in and got a better look that his confusion quickly turned into worry. What he saw on the battlefield were the injured bodies of Bakugo, Izuku, and Uraraka. The hero was gripped by horror, but also by self-hatred. This might not have happened if he had been here sooner, but he ran out of time. He was late, and his students had to suffer because of it. The police and more pro-heroes were quick to arrive at the scene. The villains were arrested, the uninjured students were questioned, and the injured were either taken to a hospital or the infirmary. Izuku, Bakugo, and Uraraka were all taken to the infirmary, where Recovery Girl would treat them. The reason for them being taken there was that their injuries weren't as severe as that of Aizawa and 13, so they could be treated at campus. The only one of the three that would qualify for hospital care was Izuku, but after an examination it was found that it wouldn't be necessary. Turns out that on top of all the powers that he already had, Izuku also had an enhanced healing factor. The trio eventually woke up, all grunting in pain at the same time. "I feel like every bone in my body is broken," Izuku commented, grunting heavily as he did. Recovery Girl heard this and responded by saying, "Oh, I'm sure that most of them were," with a rather dull voice. Izuku just grunted even more upon hearing this, before saying, "Well, that can't be good," with a voice that attempted to be comedic despite the pain. The trio were then silent for a moment, until Izuku noticed that he wasn't the only patient in the room. He turned his gaze towards Uraraka before asking, "Are you okay?" with a concerned voice. The brown-haired girl looked a little sick as she answered by saying, "Yeah, this is nothing," with a voice that clearly was pained, yet attempted to be reassuring. Izuku did not bite and responded by saying, "That doesn't look like nothing," with a concerned voice. Uraraka looked down upon hearing this, for she couldn't trick Izuku into thinking that she was okay. That is when the green-haired boy took the opportunity to say, "Hey, thanks for saving me. I wouldn't have made it without you." With a broad smile, Uraraka smiled upon hearing this, as she looked at Izuku and said, "No problem, we're even now," with a more joyous tone. The two giggled after this, but their moment was interrupted by the furious growls that came from across the room. Everyone turned to see that it was Bakugo, covered from head to toe with burn marks. "What the hell happened to you? Did you get spit roasted or something?" Izuku then asked, sounding both concerned and comedic. Bakugo just got infuriated upon hearing this, as he angrily shouted, "Shut up!" Both Izuku and Uraraka giggled upon hearing this, but they stopped when the infirmary door suddenly flung open. "I am here," a booming voice shouted, prompting everyone to look and see. It was All Might, and he didn't look as happy as he usually did. The blonde hero walked up to the trio before bowing and saying, "Young Bakugo, young Midoriya, and young Uraraka, allow me to apologize. It is my fault that the three of you were injured. This wouldn't have happened if I had been there when I was supposed to. I'm sorry." With a very sorry voice. The trio were both shocked and surprised to see this. It's not every day that you get to see All Might apologizing. Even rarer to see him apologize for something that wasn't his fault. The teens were unsure of how to respond, until Bakugo spoke up. "Raise your head, All Might. It's not your fault that these idiots nearly got themselves killed," the blonde said, sounding as aggressive as he usually did. Everyone looked at Bakugo in surprise. What he said matched up with something that he would say, but at the same time they were surprised to hear him tell this to All Might. Everyone remained silent for a long while, until it was broken by Recovery Girl, who cleared her throat before saying, "You have visitors," as she slid the infirmary door open to reveal the remainder of Class 1A. The trio was surprised to see this, as their classmates swarmed them with worry and questions. Everyone was worried for all three of them, and they all praised them for how heroic they were. Izuku smiled awkwardly, while scratching the back of his head due to the embarrassment that he was feeling. Can't take a little praise, can you? A voice then said, which prompted everyone to go quiet. The majority of the people in the room did not recognize this voice, but a few did. One of those few was Izuku. That's why he looked surprised long before anyone turned to see that the person who had spoken was Omni-Man. Ashido exclaimed in shock, which perfectly mirrored what everyone else was feeling. Omni-Man, the unlicensed hero who helped many countries at once, was right there in front of them. Who wouldn't be shocked? The silence, however, was broken by Izuku, who instinctively exclaimed, "Dad," without thinking. Now the room was dead silent, so silent that you could possibly hear a pin drop on the ground. Everyone turned their wide eyes towards Izuku, all thinking that they had misheard him. His reaction would only prove otherwise. Everyone was silent for a long, long while, until it was finally broken when Ashido shouted, "What? Outro. Thank you all for sticking around, and I hope that you enjoyed. Before you leave, we would just like to let you know that We the Celestials has many other channels for your entertainment and viewing purposes. All the information you'll need is right below here in the description, so feel free to check out all the other incredible projects our team creates." Secondly, on behalf of We the Celestials, I'd like to thank everyone involved in the production of today's awesome content. Their details will be in the description below. That's all for today's video, so goodbye and have a divine day. Hey, what is up, mortals? Welcome to Season 1 Part 6 What If Deku Was a Viltrumite? I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. So, we begin. Class 1 were frozen with shock, both unable and unsure of how to process what they had just heard. Some of them went as far as to believe that there was something wrong with their hearing, because there was no way that they just heard this right. They all stared wide-eyed at Izuku, unsure of what to say, until the silence was broken by Ada. "Omni-Man is your father," the blue-haired boy shouted, almost refusing to believe that it was true. Izuku didn't give a verbal response to this. He just looked away in embarrassment, but everyone else took it as a yes. "Actually, that explains a lot," Uraraka then commented, sounding as if she had a sudden realization. Everyone else caught on to this soon afterwards, realizing that it did make sense. Omni-Man and Izuku had almost the same quirk, which would make sense if they were father and son. Izuku had also claimed that his father's profession wasn't that of a hero, which also made sense since Omni-Man doesn't have a license. Another thing that both Uraraka and Ada realized was the reason why Izuku had been sleep-deprived the other day. The green-haired boy had claimed that he was helping his father with work, but it could have just been a lie to hide the fact that they were training. "Well, now the cat's out of the bag. I heard you fought some strong villains, so how did it go?" the joyous and proud voice of Omni-Man then asked. Everyone jumped a little from this sudden speech, as they realized that the unlicensed hero was talking to his son. Izuku looked a little conflicted upon hearing this, as he answered by saying, "I defeated a really strong villain, but I had help." While looking towards Uraraka, Nalan noticed this, thinking that the brown-haired girl must have saved Izuku's life, before giggling and saying, "That's fine. Soon enough you'll be so strong that you won't need any help." With a joyous tone, "That is great to hear. But isn't he strong enough already?" the proud and booming voice of All Might then asked, and no one could tell if he was serious or joking. Omni-Man just laughed upon hearing this, as he responded by saying, "Oh please. You can never be too strong. You better watch your back. He'll surpass you pretty soon." With a tone that was clearly joking, Izuku giggled awkwardly after hearing all of this, before he said, "I think you're exaggerating, but thanks," with a voice that showed how awkward he was. Both All Might and Omni-Man laughed upon hearing his voice, both thinking that he sounded ridiculous. Class 1 was once again stunned. Finding out that their classmate was related to Omni-Man was shocking enough, but watching the unlicensed hero have such a friendly chat with All Might was even more stunning. What made it even worse was what they were talking about. They were casually talking and joking about how Izuku would possibly grow stronger than all of them, and they were almost implying that it could happen at any given time. They all had their first dose of Izuku's true strength when they saw him fight the Namu, so it wasn't out of this world to think that he would be stronger than All Might one day. Some of them couldn't accept the difference in power between themselves and Izuku, but they all decided that this was a good enough reason to train much harder. Everyone then proceeded to ask both Omni-Man and Izuku a bunch of questions, overwhelming them both in the process. There was one student, however, who was completely silent. It was Bakugo, and he seemed to be both angry and in denial. The blonde was angry enough when Izuku and Omni-Man spoke about what happened at the USJ, but only bothered to acknowledge that Uraraka had been helping. He was also fighting there. He was also injured, and he had risked his life just as much as the other two. He played a big part, but it seemed like no one had even noticed it. What made things worse was that he finally realized what All Might meant when he said that Izuku had a connection to a strong hero. Bakugo was trained by All Might and had his support, but Izuku was indeed very similar to him. The green-haired boy wasn't just mentored by Omni-Man. He was his son. All this time he's had this connection to this strong hero. Yet he didn't share it. Now there was an explanation to why Izuku was so powerful. And it only angered Bakugo further. He refused to let Izuku be stronger than him. He was the successor to the #1 hero. So he would crush Deku. After the incident, the students got some time off so that the school could conduct a proper investigation. That time was short, however. As the students returned to school after just a few days, Class 1 was once again gathered in the classroom, mingling with each other before the teacher arrived. Izuku was sitting at his desk in silence, looking very tired again. He had recovered from his injuries long ago. But that didn't mean he got to rest. His father was pushing him even more with his training. And it was getting more difficult. Whether they were improving his flight, strength, speed, or durability didn't matter. Izuku would still end up exhausted beyond comprehension. It was so bad that his classmates thought that he hadn't fully recovered since the incident at the USJ. The class kept chatting while sitting at their desks. A few of them wondered who was going to teach them. But that question was quickly answered when the classroom door flung open. "Good morning, class," a mummified Aizawa said. As he entered the room, everyone looked shocked, for they believed that Aizawa would be recovering for much longer. "Sir, are you all right?" Ada then asked, genuinely concerned for his teacher's well-being. Aizawa just sounded as tired as usual, as he responded by saying, "I'm fine. Recovery girl just went overboard with her treatment. But my health isn't important, because your battle is far from over." Everyone froze with tension upon hearing this. The way that Aizawa had spoken those words made it seem like something big was about to happen. And some believed that it would be another villain attack. "The UA Sports Festival is coming up," the tired teacher then said, finally breaking the tension in the air. The class calmed down upon hearing this and started to get excited. But there were those who questioned if it was a good idea. "Before you ask, we won't be canceling the sports festival. It's our way of showing that a villain attack won't affect us. But it is also far too important to be canceled. Various heroes and agencies will be watching your performances. So it's your opportunity to prove yourselves," Aizawa then said, answering the question before it was asked. The class started getting even more excited now, both cheering and bellowing at the opportunity to prove their strength. Aizawa looked as unamused as always, as he silenced the class before saying, "You have 1 week to prepare yourselves, so don't slack off on your training." With his usual tired voice, the class nodded in confirmation to this. As Aizawa's gaze slowly made its way over to Izuku, "Midoriya, try to go easy on your classmates," the tired teacher then said, quite bluntly. Aizawa was recognizing that Izuku was far stronger than his classmates. It was as simple as that. Normally this would anger the students, but they knew better. There was no denying that Izuku was powerful. So it was reassuring to see their teacher trying to make sure that they wouldn't get hurt. The green-haired boy thought for a second, until he scratched the back of his head and responded by saying, "I'll try, but I can't promise anything," with a calm voice. This response scared everyone a little. They knew that he wouldn't go out of his way to hurt them, but now they were painfully reminded of the fact that it could still happen by accident. Aizawa looked unaffected by this, as he sighed before saying, "Fair enough, class dismissed," before leaving the classroom. Following the teacher's exit, the students began cheering and talking about the festival. They kept rambling about how they were going to do their best, and how lots of heroes would be watching. They were all interrupted, however, by someone who yawned loudly. Everyone turned to see that it was Izuku, but they couldn't tell if his yawn was out of boredom or exhaustion. The green-haired boy then turned his expression towards his classmates, looking quite confused, as he asked, "What?" Almost everyone looked conflicted upon hearing this. There was something that they wanted, maybe needed, to say, but they didn't know how to say it. They didn't know if they were brave enough to say it either. Izuku continued to look at them in confusion, until the silence was finally broken by Ada. The blue-haired boy stood up and looked Izuku in the eye, as he said, "Midoriya, I think that I speak for our entire class when I say this. You are strong, and I seriously doubt that any one of us will be able to stand up to you. But we won't just give up. We may not be able to beat you, but we're at least going to try." With a serious tone, Izuku looked shocked upon hearing this, As he looked at the rest of the class, that is when he realized that Ida had indeed spoken for everyone. The green-haired boy suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Before he proceeded to laugh a little, everyone looked confused, for they had expected a much different reaction. "Sorry, I just didn't expect this. I thought that you were going to talk about something urgent and serious," he then said, still laughing a little as he did. Everyone was even more confused now. Ida had sounded pretty serious when he spoke. So what did Izuku mean by what he said? The green-haired boy looked amused upon witnessing everyone's reaction. As he then proceeded to say, "I already expected this from you all. I would honestly be disappointed if you didn't give it everything you've got." With quite a joyous tone, everyone's shock disappeared upon hearing this, for they realized what it meant. Izuku knew that they couldn't defeat him. But he still wanted them to try. He wanted them to get stronger and catch up to him. He was actually rooting for them. The class then smiled at Izuku, who then smiled back at them. The room was then silent for a while. But it was suddenly broken by Uraraka, who shouted, "Deku, I'm gonna do my best. Just you wait and see," with a voice that sounded like a weird mixture between excitement and ferocity, which was also shown on her expression. Izuku was shocked by this sudden change in personality. As he said, "Okay, I know I just told you to give it your all. But now you're scaring me." With a confused voice, everyone laughed loudly upon hearing this, all gladly looking forward to the sports festival. It might not be easy, but they were all determined. They were going to give it their all. After the day was over, everyone went home to immediately start training. Izuku already had training with his father in the schedule, so they immediately took to the skies. "All right, we'll work on your speed today. Let's see how long it takes for you to catch up to me," Melon then said. As they got high enough, Izuku looked at his father with a weird expression. As he asked, "About that, can we focus more on combat?" Melon looked both confused and intrigued upon hearing this, as he responded by saying, "I'm not saying that I'm against it, but for what reason do you need to train in combat?" With a curious voice, Izuku smiled awkwardly, as he answered by saying, "The UA Sports Festival is coming up, and I want to be prepared until then." With an equally awkward tone, Melon just laughed upon hearing this, as then said, "Oh, so that's the reason. It won't be necessary, since you won't be participating." With his usual voice, Izuku smiled at first, but it was quickly replaced by confusion when he heard what his father said. "What?" he asked, sounding genuinely confused. Nolan's expression suddenly turned serious, as he looked at his son and said, "Izuku, there's no point in participating. You are way stronger than everyone else, so you'd be better off training with me instead." With a calm and serious tone, Izuku was getting more and more confused by the second, as he responded by saying, "But the festival is important. A bunch of heroes and agencies will be watching. It's our chance to prove ourselves." Almost sounding like he was pleading, Nolan was unchanged by this, as he sighed before proceeding to explain, "Actually, it doesn't really matter at all. The festival only exists to give you fame and recognition, both of which you can live without. As for proving strength, you don't have to prove yourself to anyone. You're a Viltrumite, so the idea of you having to prove yourself to a bunch of humans is just as insulting as it's laughable. It's as if a human had to prove his strength to a bunch of ants." Izuku was discouraged upon hearing this, for it didn't seem like his father was going to change his mind. What he said was true in a way, so he knew that he couldn't convince his father. The green-haired boy began to sulk. He was looking forward to the festival, but it seemed that he wouldn't get to play a part in it. Nolan noticed this sadness within Izuku, and it made him conflicted. On one end he could be more productive, but on the other it seemed that this mattered a lot to Izuku. Nolan sighed heavily, as he went against his own reasoning by saying, "All right, fine, you can participate in the festival, so stop looking down already." With a conflicted voice, Izuku looked confused at first, but then he perked up and asked, "Really?" With excitement in his voice, Nolan forced a smile as a response, while saying, "Yes, now let's get back to training before I change my mind." Before taking off at high speed, Izuku didn't have enough time to react, as he followed his father. At first he was afraid that he wouldn't get to participate in the festival, but all of that was gone now. There was something in his mind that stopped him from getting as excited as he usually would. However, it was what his father had said. He couldn't stop thinking about what Nolan had said about him, how everyone else is ant when compared to him. The more he thought about it, the worse it got, because he was starting to realize how true it was. It even led him to wonder if there even was a point. The green-haired boy tried to shake these thoughts out of his head, as he raced against his father. Outro. Thank you all for sticking around, and I hope that you enjoyed. Before you leave, we would just like to let you know that We the Celestials has many other channels for your entertainment and viewing purposes. All the information you'll need is right below here in the description. So feel free to check out all the other incredible projects our team creates. Secondly, on behalf of We the Celestials, I'd like to thank everyone involved in the production of today's awesome content. Their details will be in the description below. That's all for today's video. So goodbye and have a divine day. Hey, what is up, mortals? Welcome to Season 1 Part 7. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. So, we begin. Cheers and bellows filled the air. And the stadium was packed full. The day had finally come. And everyone was going to be tested. The sports festival was up and running. The stands were filled to the brim with both pro heroes and hero fans alike. But one stood out more than any other. It was none other than the unlicensed hero himself. And he looked like he wasn't enjoying himself. Omni-Man, long time no see. A proud and booming voice then said, prompting the unlicensed hero to look and see who it was. It was none other than All Might. And his trademarked smile made for the perfect contrast to Omni-Man's expression. "Oh, it's you, All Might," Nolan responded, sounding unamused and maybe a little annoyed. The blonde hero was confused by his tone of voice, because Nolan is usually a very friendly person. Now, however, it seemed as if there was something that was bugging him. "I don't mean to intrude, but is everything all right? You look like you don't want to be here. Aren't you excited to watch your son's performance?" All Might asked, his booming voice showing a clear hint of concern. Nolan just sighed upon hearing this, as he answered by saying, "I'm fine. I just don't see the point in any of this. Why should Izuku participate when he clearly is leagues above everyone else?" With a voice that showed his annoyance more prominently, All Might was once again thrown off by this. He had expected Nolan to be more excited, but he clearly wasn't. He was so convinced that his son would win that he couldn't bring himself to enjoy being here. Nolan maybe had a good reason to think this way. Izuku was very powerful after all, but All Might still thought that he looked down upon everyone too much. "I'm not denying young Izuku's strength, but I think that you're underestimating his classmates. Nolan, there are many strong students, and I believe that some of them are on the same level as your son," All Might then said, sounding just as proud as before. He wasn't just saying those words to try and set Nolan straight. He actually believed it. The blonde hero was confident in Class 1A's ability to stand on even ground with Izuku. Or he was sure about two of them at least. Nolan's expression went from one of unamusement and annoyance to one of pure confusion, as he looked towards All Might and said, "Izuku and his classmates being on the same level? That has to be the funniest joke you have said since, well, ever." With a voice that both mirrored his confusion and made a mockery of All Might's previous statement, All Might was even more shocked to hear Nolan say this. To him, the idea of anyone being just as strong as Izuku was laughable. He didn't even think before saying it. But the blonde hero didn't let these words get to his head. He knew that Izuku would find some challengers, and that he would find them to be pretty strong. He was sure that someone could match the green-haired boy, unless it turned out that Nolan's arrogance had been for a good reason. Meanwhile, the students of Class 1 were in the locker room. Some were happily conversing, some were preparing themselves, and some were just being completely silent. Among the silent ones was Izuku, sitting on a chair next to a table by himself. It wasn't that he was nervous or needed any preparation. He was just trying to abide his time in peace. "Hey, Midoriya," a voice then called out, disrupting the so-called peace that the green-haired boy was enjoying. Izuku turned towards the speaker, seeing who it was. "Need something, Todoroki?" the green-haired boy asked, his voice and expression being neutral as he remained in his seat. These words brought the attention of everyone in the room, as Todoroki stared Izuku down. "I acknowledge your strength. Only a fool wouldn't do that after seeing what you did at the USJ. You're also Omni-Man's son, so you are indeed a formidable foe, but that is just another reason for me to defeat you," the bi-colored teen said, his voice being as cold as ice. Most reacted to this in a strange way, because it sounded like Todoroki was challenging Izuku. Sure, the entirety of the class had more or less already done so, but that was more like a friendly challenge between comrades and sportsmen. This, however, wasn't a friendly challenge. It was an outright declaration of war. The green-haired boy didn't even blink after hearing Todoroki's words, as he responded by saying, "If you want to declare war, you're too late. Your fellow classmates have already done so." With the same neutral voice, the bi-colored teen looked unaffected, as he said, "I know that, but this is different. They're claiming that they will try to defeat, but I won't try. I will defeat you, Midoriya." With a voice that was far more intimidating than before, Izuku was once again unaffected, As he rested his elbows on the table and closed his eyes, everyone was shocked by this action. It wasn't just that Izuku didn't seem to care about Todoroki's declaration. He looked like he was trying to sleep. The bi-colored teen was shocked by this. As he said, "What, don't you have anything to say?" With a voice that was a mixture between the shock and the previous cold, Izuku clearly heard Todoroki. But he didn't give an answer. He just remained silent. And his eyes were still closed. This action just made Todoroki furious. As he shouted, "Answer me, yo," but was immediately cut off by the sound of a loud slam. Everyone turned their heads, only to be both shocked and horrified when they saw what it was. It was the table. It had been broken completely. They all wondered what had caused it, but they already knew the answer to that question. Everyone's expression turned to Izuku, who hadn't changed his position at all. His arms were in the air, as if his elbows were resting on an invisible table, making them all realize that he must have broken the table with nothing but a push from his elbows. They noticed how his eyes were open now, and in them they could see nothing but pure annoyance. Todoroki was speechless by this sudden turn of events. As his eyes were locked onto Izuku, he then watched as the green-haired boy got up from his seat for the first time since they got here. Before he began floating towards him, Izuku was just a mere centimeters away from Todoroki now, his expression being cold as he hovered just 1 centimeter over the ground. Then he said, "Keep babbling your nonsense, you multicolored ant. It'll just make it more satisfying to crush you." With a voice that showed clear disdain for the person in front of him, everyone hearing this was once again stunned. For it was not like the Izuku they knew. He's usually very friendly. But now he was different. He was cold and arrogant, looking down on his opponent. Class 1 were very confused by the situation, but some of them came to a horrifying conclusion. They haven't known each other for that long, so they wouldn't tell if someone was behaving as they always do or not. This left them with an equally horrifying probability. Since they don't actually know how Izuku normally behaves, they can't fully say that they know him. The friendly side of him could just be a mask that he puts on, while behind him lies his real and arrogant behavior. This, coupled with how strong he is, makes him even more terrifying, maybe even comparable to a villain. The class was then told to enter the arena for the opening ceremony, which was followed by a short speech from Izuku. After that, the first game was announced, and it was an obstacle race. Nolan kept his eyes on his son, watching his every move without showing any expression. "Well, I wish the best of luck to your son," All Might then said, breaking the silence between them. Nolan barely reacted to this as he turned to look at the blonde hero, only to be caught off guard. All Might was holding his hand out for a handshake, his smile being just as bright as before. Nolan was surprised by this, and for a second he didn't know how to react. But eventually he gave in by shaking the blonde hero's hand and saying, "Luck won't affect the results. He wouldn't need it even if it did. Izuku's victory is set in stone, with or without luck." With a voice that was a little more friendly than before. All Might had gotten used to Nolan's behavior by now, as he smiled even more while saying, "We'll just have to wait and see what happens." With his usual proud voice, Nolan didn't respond to this. He just took it. He still firmly believed that Izuku would win, but he also knew that All Might would never admit that Izuku had no way of losing. The two then turned their attention back to the students, watching them all prepare themselves. Nolan's eyes were still locked onto Izuku, trying to see what he would do. The green-haired boy was calm and neutral, to what was almost an alarming degree. He stood there with his eyes closed, looking like he didn't care to prepare himself, and waiting for the race to start already. The arena was filled with a thick and deafening silence, so tense that it felt like it lasted for hours, until it was suddenly broken when President Mike shouted, "Start!" The students didn't stop to think after hearing this, as they all rushed ahead in a wild hurry. They all ran through a corridor, only to realize that it was too cramped, as everyone got stuck and struggled to break themselves free. Izuku remained still without reaction. All Might wondered what the green-haired boy was doing, for it looked like he wasn't even going to compete. Nolan, on the other hand, knew exactly what Izuku was doing. It may have looked like he wasn't paying any attention, but that couldn't be further from the truth. The green-haired boy was fully aware of his surroundings, and he had even foreseen this. He knew that this was going to happen, so he decided to wait instead of getting trapped by the mass of students. That way he could pass through the gate without any form of hassle. Todoroki was one of those who got trapped in the corridor and struggled to get out. He wasn't making any progress. No one was, and it started getting on his nerves. Eventually he had enough and froze the entirety of the hallway, making everyone unable to move. The bi-colored team then managed to get through everyone and started to run. until he was suddenly knocked over by a powerful gust of wind. It wasn't just him who was knocked over. So was everyone else, even though they were frozen. They didn't know what caused it, but they had an idea when they thought that they could see something flying past them at super speeds. Todoroki dragged himself up to his feet before observing his surroundings. Everyone was on the ground, and a thick cloud of dust filled the area. The dust made it hard to see anything that was further away than just a few meters. But despite this, the bicolored teen thought that he could see the cause of this chaos in the distance. It was no more than a speck, but it was enough for him to identify what had caused this. In the distance, he could see a faint green speck, so far away that no one would be able to identify it. He, on the other hand, knew who it was. And that is what frustrated him. He knew who it was. And he just realized that he had just lost to that person by a wide margin. The obstacle race ended up being a battle for second place. For first place had been taken by none other than Izuku. Todoroki clawed his way up to second place, with Bakugo hot on his trail in third place. The remainder of the students dropped in one after another, until it had finally ended. Izuku was patiently waiting that entire time, sitting cross-legged while hovering in the air. "Well done, Deku. You finished the course in just a few seconds," Uraraka exclaimed, showering her praise on the green-haired boy. Izuku remained cold upon hearing this, but his voice still showed some hint of gratitude as he responded by saying, "It was no big deal." Uraraka didn't know how to feel about his response. On one side, he showed a hint of the same kind of joy she recognized him for, but on the other end, he was still cold and arrogant. The brown-haired girl felt conflicted, but her thoughts were interrupted when Midnight was ready to announce the second round. The R-rated hero spun a massive wheel until it finally landed on a section that read Cavalry Battle. The explanation was short and simple. The students would make up teams, with a minimum of 2 and maximum of 4 members. Each team would be given a headband that corresponded to the amount of points that the team was worth. And the game itself centered around taking the headbands from various other teams. The teams with the most points by the end would advance to the third round. Everyone understood the game and began making various different plans, until it was announced that the person who got first place in the obstacle race was worth 10 million points. Izuku could feel how everyone stared him down with malicious intent, but he didn't care. To him, they were just another obstacle to overcome. The students were then given time to build their teams, and a lot of people started to swarm over Izuku. This came as a surprise to him, considering that he was the biggest target, but it also made sense when considering the fact that he had shown how powerful he was. "Deku, wanna be in the same team?" Uraraka asked with a friendly tone. Izuku didn't get to respond until another spoke up. "Hi, can I join your team?" an energetic voice asked. Izuku turned to see that it was a girl with pink hair, holding some strange gadget in her hands. "Midoriya, may I join your team?" a third voice then said, not letting the green-haired boy speak between each of them. It was Takoyami, and he sounded stoic as usual. "Yeah, sure, you guys can join my team," Izuku then said, sounding incredibly unamused. The other three were both confused and shocked. As Uraraka spoke once more, "You didn't even need to think about it?" the brown-haired girl asked, voicing everyone's confusion over the matter. Izuku was still hovering with his legs crossed, as he boldly answered, "Honestly, with what I plan on doing, it doesn't really matter who's on my team." With the same calm voice as before, the others were confused once again, for to them it sounded like Izuku had a plan that didn't involve any form of teamwork. Uraraka wanted to question him about it more, but she then decided against it. Whatever it was that he had planned, she had faith in Izuku. She trusted that he had a well-thought-out plan. Some more time passed, and everyone had their teams built. Izuku stood with his team, looking as unamused as before, while everyone was staring him down. Silence filled the air once more, until it was broken by Present Mike. "Start," the loud hero shouted, prompting everyone to move. They all seemed to advance on a mutual target, Team Midoriya, and that team was unsure of what to do. "I'm not trying to be pushy, but now would be a good time to fill us in on your plan," Takoyami exclaimed, sounding incredibly worried by the horde that was approaching them. "You guys won't need to do anything. Just sit and wait until time runs out," the green-haired boy said. Everyone was confused by his words and were about to shout in anger, but they all stopped upon seeing what he did next. Before any other team could get close enough to pose a danger, Izuku began hovering into the air. They all watched as he went higher and higher up, eventually getting to the point where no one had the slightest bit of hop to reach him. "Right. I keep forgetting that he can do that," Uraraka exclaimed, shock and dumbfounded realization being present in her voice. "Same here," Takoyami then responded, his voice almost sounding the same. As Izuku reached a height that he deemed satisfactory, he could hear the angry shouts of the other contestants, all claiming that he was cheating. It would seem that Midoriya has taken flight, leaving the rest of his team behind. This looks to be very unfair. And is it even allowed? Present Mike asked, his voice booming through the speakers. The complaints kept raging on from below, as Aizawa grabbed the mic and said, "As long as he doesn't touch the ground, it is allowed. And yes, this is very unfair to the others, but that's just the way it is." With his usual tired voice, the contestants shut their complaints upon hearing this, as they turned their pleading expressions towards Aizawa. "Sorry, we didn't think of adding a height limit to this game," the tired teacher then added, showing no mercy to the students. Everyone gave up on their attempts to defeat Izuku, realizing that he could just wait the time out and get first place. As such, the cavalry battle became a contest for second place. Again, Nolan observed the entire event in silence, not showing any hint of emotion. He still thought that this entire ordeal was pointless, but based on the circumstances, he was pleased with Izuku's approach. It would seem that young Izuku intends to take the path of a pacifist, All Might then said, once again disturbing the silence between them. Nolan didn't let his eyes off of Izuku, as he responded by saying, "He's taking my lessons to heart and avoids combat if possible." With a calm voice, All Might was surprised to hear this. He didn't expect Nolan to teach this to his son, but he quickly realized that it was a good thing. Izuku is strong enough to kill someone if not careful, so having refrained from using said strength unless necessary would reduce the chance of causing needless destruction. The blonde hero also realized something else. This wasn't the first time that Izuku had done this. He had done the same during the battle simulation, by avoiding confrontation with Bakugo. All Might was deep in thought, leading him to respect Izuku even more, until he was broken out of said thoughts. It was the sound of a loud bang, an explosion. The blonde knew what was the cause of these explosions, but he was still shocked when he turned his gaze towards it. What he saw was a long chain of explosions that grew vertically, and atop of that chain was an angry ashen blonde teen. "Deku," the voice of Bakugo bellowed, as he finally reached up to the unsuspecting greenette. Izuku didn't register Bakugo's presence until he was just a few inches in front of him, but even then he didn't move. He knew that nothing Bakugo did could hurt or affect him, so there was no need to do anything. But this exact thought is what would bring upon his downfall. The blonde grabbed onto the green-haired boy with a firm grip, aiming to take the latter's headband. Izuku looked unamused, until something odd happened. Bakugo had managed to move him. Even though he was supposed to be much weaker than him, he managed to move him off balance. Izuku was confused and shocked, unable to understand what was happening. The blonde was suddenly much stronger than he used to be, much stronger than he should be. The green-haired boy went through many possibilities of what it could be, but none of them made any sense. This left him with one conclusion. Whatever gave Bakugo this strength was something that he kept secret from everyone. Not only that, it might have something to do with his connection to All Might. Izuku was off balance and began stalling towards the ground. Bakugo saw this as his opportunity, as he reached for the headband while shouting, "I've got you," as he got closer to the headband, but was suddenly stopped. When this happened, he also realized that they had stopped falling, which could only mean one thing. Bakugo looked ahead, only to be met by the furious eyes of Izuku. The green-haired boy was holding onto Bakugo's hand with a firm grip, as an intense fire was burning behind his eyes. "Go back to the earth that you came from," the green-haired boy shouted, as he threw the blonde towards the ground. Bakugo began falling at an alarming rate. As he attempted to stabilize himself, he would lose if he touched the ground, but his explosions did not help him in the slightest. He got closer and closer to the dirt, beginning to panic towards the end. But his save and grace came in the form of a shout. "Time's up," Present Mike announced, just moments before the blonde crashed into the pavement below. Bakugo's team breathed a heavy sigh of relief, as Izuku slowly descended towards the ground. The green-haired boy looked like he had been shocked, and his teammates noticed it very clearly. They wanted to ask him about it, but none of them knew how to break the ice. That is when Uraraka decided to speak up. "That was a much closer win than I imagined," the brown-haired girl, trying to sound as comforting and friendly as possible. Izuku looked at her, his expression as calm as he could manage, as he said, "He was much stronger than anticipated. It caught me off guard. There's nothing else to it." With a voice that tried to remain as calm as possible, Uraraka sensed that Izuku was telling the truth, but she sensed something else at the same time. She sensed a particular feeling within the green-haired boy, that he thought that he was going to lose. and it made her concerned for him. Team Midoriya remained silent for a while, until it was broken by someone else who walked up and said, "Midoriya, we need to talk." With a cold voice, the green-haired boy didn't need to turn around to know that this was Todoroki. But he wondered what he needed. He didn't decide to object, however. As he followed the bi-colored teen out of the arena, All Might was sweating bullets during that entire exchange. He couldn't tell how it was going to turn out. And Bakugo had managed to throw Izuku off balance. And it made his proud smile even wider. "Well, it looks like young Bakugo might be evenly matched with your son," the blonde hero said, sounding just as joyous as before. Nolan was silent for a few seconds after hearing this. But All Might could tell by his expression that he wasn't happy. The unlicensed hero then sighed annoyance, as he said, "Pathetic," with an agitated voice. Before walking away, All Might was once again thrown off by this, for he couldn't tell who Nolan was directing his malice towards. Was he directing it to other contestants who couldn't do anything? To Bakugo, who ended up being saved by what could be described as divine intervention? Or did direct it towards his own son for struggling against Bakugo? He really couldn't tell. Outro. Thank you all for sticking around, and I hope that you enjoyed. Before you leave, we would just like to let you know that We the Celestials has many other channels for your entertainment and viewing purposes. All the information you'll need is right below here in the description. So feel free to check out all the other incredible projects our team creates. Secondly, on behalf of We the Celestials, I'd like to thank everyone involved in the production of today's awesome content. Their details will be in the description below. That's all for today's video. So goodbye and have a divine day. Hey, what is up, mortals? Welcome to Season 2 Part 1. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. So, we begin. Well, you've brought me here. Now what? Izuku said, his voice sounding cold with a hint of impatience and annoyance. In front of him was none other than his ice-using classmate, Shoto Todoroki, and he remained silent. Izuku was even more annoyed by this, as he asked, "Are you going to talk, or did you drag me all the way here just to stare at me?" With a voice that reflected his progressively growing annoyance. The silence that followed only served to worsen Izuku's mood. As he decided that he had enough, the green-haired boy got up from the wall that he was leaning against and proceeded to walk out of the hallway. "I couldn't reach you," the bi-colored teen then said, his voice sounding as cold as always. Izuku stopped upon hearing this, before he slowly turned towards Todoroki. "Even when I did my best, even when I did everything right, I didn't even come close to beating you. You were so overwhelming that I could do nothing but compete for second place." The ice user continued, sounding like he was more heated now. Izuku looked like he was unaffected by this, as he leaned back against the wall and responded by saying, "I made you a promise, didn't I? I said that I was going to crush you. And you are contradicting yourself already. You claim that you did your best, but I don't recall seeing you use your flames at any point." With a cold voice once more, Todoroki reacted weirdly to this, as if he had hoped that it went unnoticed, as he looked away from Izuku and said, "I made a promise. I vowed to myself that I wouldn't use my father's quirk, no matter what." With a voice that sounded like he was in pain, Izuku was just confused by this, as he raised an eyebrow and said, "You vowed to always hold back. It's pretty bold of you to say that in front of me out of all people. Also, you speak as if you're doing this just to spite your dad." With a voice that reflected his confusion, Todoroki turned back to Izuku upon hearing this, almost looking a little offended, as he took a breath to calm down before asking, "Tell me, have you ever heard of quirk marriages?" With a voice that tried to keep its cool aura, Izuku was even more intrigued now, but he was a little worried at the same time. He could feel that this conversation would not end up in a good place. Todoroki then spoke and explained everything, and the green-haired boy realized that his worry was for a good reason. The bi-colored teen told Izuku about his past, about how he was abused by his father, how his mother was driven to the brink of insanity, and how his father was obsessed with All Might. Izuku didn't know how to feel about this, as it both answered and raised questions. It answered the question of why ending up in second place with such a huge gap ahead of you was something that affected Todoroki negatively. His father had the same struggle with All Might. The question that it raised was why Todoroki felt the need to compete against him. It could be because of Omni-Man, but why? Izuku's father doesn't have a license. Your father doesn't have a license, so he shouldn't be an obstacle. But I'm sure that you've seen the debate by now, the bi-colored teen then said, his voice back to its usual cool. Izuku followed everything that Todoroki said, knowing exactly what he was talking about. His father really shouldn't be an obstacle for him without a license. But apparently there was a debate that changed things. With that in mind, said debate could only be one thing. Ever since your father made his debut, people have been trying to figure out where he belongs. They've been comparing him to licensed heroes in an attempt to figure out his ranking. It is still unclear of where he should be precisely. But one thing has been clear amongst everyone. Omni-Man compares to All Might. In many ways, Todoroki then continued. Izuku frowned upon hearing this, for he knew what Todoroki was talking about. His father did compare to All Might. And part of him was sure that he would be the #1 hero if he had a license. He agreed with what was said, but he also didn't like where Todoroki was going with this. I was created to surpass All Might. That includes Omni-Man when considering how he compares to him. Your strength is a good enough reason for me to defeat you. But since you're the son of the unlicensed hero, it's become more of a duty and obligation. I will defeat you, Midoriya. And I'll do it with nothing but my ice. I refuse to use that bastard's power. I'd rather die than do so. The ice user finished, sounding ironically heated with his last declaration. Izuku could feel his annoyance rise even more upon hearing this. Todoroki didn't just tell him that he was going to defeat him. He said that he was going to hold back. He felt himself heat up, and he was ready to go off at the ice user. But he stopped himself. He stopped because he decided that it didn't matter. The green-haired boy took a deep breath before exhaling heavily. After that, he just straightened himself once more before turning to leave. Whether you use your flames or not doesn't matter to me. In the end, it will only amount to the same result. That is with you losing, Izuku said, having his back turned towards his ice-cold classmate. The hallway was filled with a silence, one that usually would only be heard in the vacuum of space. No words were spoken during this time, but one thing was clear. Nothing else needed to be said. The silence was broken by the sound of faint footsteps against the ground. As Izuku slowly made his way out, "You know, I've thought about it for a while," a cold voice then said, prompting the green-haired boy to stop and listen. "For a while I wondered why you didn't try and fight me during the cavalry battle. You didn't fight anyone, not until Bakugo managed to reach you. And I wondered why. But now, having thought about it for a while, I think I know the answer. You don't want to face me." Izuku froze upon hearing this. He didn't understand his own reaction at this. It was as if Todoroki's words had struck a nerve in some way and he didn't know how to react. "Todoroki, if I was afraid of you, I wouldn't be here," the green-haired boy responded, his voice remaining calm. Todoroki just looked at him with his usual cold glare, as he straightened himself while saying, "That's funny. I never said that you were afraid." With his usual cold voice, Izuku just remained frozen without any form of reaction. As Todoroki slowly walked up to him, eventually he walked past the green-haired boy. That is when he stopped to say, "I know that you losing is virtually impossible. But make sure that you don't get eliminated before facing me." Before walking out of the hallway, Izuku remained in the exact same position and posture as before. He still hadn't reacted. He probably didn't hear Todoroki's last words either. He just stood there, face completely devoid of any type of emotion, as he clenched his fist with a bone-shattering grip. Some time passed and the festival was once again back in action. The third round was going to be in a classic tournament fashion, with every match being drawn at random. Both Ajiro and a student from Class 1B decided to drop out, but their spots were quickly filled before the matches were officially made. Izuku's first opponent was a student from the general course called Hitoshi Shinso, and people had already decided how it was going to play out. Izuku had shown off his strength on multiple occasions, so the idea of him losing to someone like Shinso was just laughable. "All right, it's time for the first match to begin," Present Mike announced, his voice being as loud and excited as always. The crowds cheered and bellowed in response to this, eagerly waiting for what's about to happen. Both fighters were then introduced, sending even more excitement across the stadium. This match might as well be a joke. "There's no way that Midoriya will lose against that guy," Kaminari commented, almost laughing at the horrendous difference in power between the competitors. "Yeah, Midoriya can end this fight with just a flick of his finger," Kirishima then added, somehow hoping for an awesome fight. A few other students joined in on this chatter about the fight, most talking about how Izuku was the stronger one, but there was one who was completely silent. It was Ajiro, and he seemed to be deep into a concerned thought. He had tried to warn Izuku about Shinso's quirk before the match, but he couldn't. The second that he tried to speak to the green-haired boy, his words got stuck in his throat, and he ended up not saying anything in the end. He was trying to figure out why this happened, but his mind could only come to one answer, one concerning answer. "Is something wrong, Ajiro?" a feminine voice then asked. The tailed boy turned his expression towards the speaker, only to see that it was Uraraka. The brown-haired girl looked both confused and concerned. But Ajiro could sense that part of that concern wasn't for him. It's about Midoriya. I tried to warn him about Shinso's quirk earlier. I think he can brainwash people and force them to do his bidding. But I ended up not saying anything. His eyes. When I looked into them, it felt as if I was standing in a blizzard. He was cold, but there was something else, the tailed boy said, trying to figure out what that other thing was. He's angry, and I think I know why, Uraraka then said. Snapping Ajiro back to attention, everyone turned towards the brown-haired girl, all wanting to hear what she thought. She took a deep breath before she said, I think he's afraid, with a voice that showed her concern. The other students were confused, wondering where this came from. They could accept that Izuku was angry, but afraid? He might as well be the strongest person in the hero course. What does he have to be afraid of? Kaminari then asked. Not believing what Uraraka had just said, the brown-haired girl didn't have an answer to this question. Or she didn't know how to phrase it. In that moment she saw something that she had never seen in Izuku's eyes before, fear. But she didn't know why. The pressure of answering the question was relieved by Midnight, who shouted, Begin, to announce the beginning of the first match. Everyone's attention was turned to the ring and the two competitors standing in it, waiting to see what would happen. Shinso was saying many things, asking many questions, all in an attempt to make Izuku talk. The green-haired boy didn't know what Shinso's quirk was or how it was triggered. But it didn't matter since he had no intention to speak anyway. Shinso became more desperate and started to throw nasty insults towards Izuku. With no response, the green-haired boy just stood there, eyes towards the ground, without moving an inch. No one knew what he was doing, for he wasn't even trying to fight. His opponent didn't really pose that much of a threat. But this was a match. One of them needed to be defeated for things to progress. And Izuku knew that. Everyone saw this and started getting excited, for things were about to go down. The green-haired boy floated in the air without disruption, before he suddenly sped and crashed into the ground with a bellow. The collision sent a web of cracks all over the concrete, and it created a massive shockwave. Shinso had lost his footing after being hit by the wave, and was sent flying out of the ring. Now everyone was shocked. As they looked at the ferocious expression of Izuku, they knew that he would end the match quickly. But they didn't think that he would cause so much destruction in the process. The green-haired boy panted heavily, calming himself down, before he looked at the now terrified Shinso and said, Sorry, I didn't mean to be so rough. I'm just in a bad mood at the moment, with a calm voice. Before walking away, these words had knocked Midnight out of her frozen shock. As she announced Izuku to be the winner, the green-haired boy didn't turn to look at Shinso. But he still knew that he had been terrified by what he did. This was a more horrifying way of winning. But deep down Shinso knew that this would happen. Todoroki fought against Zero, ending the fight nearly instantly by freezing nearly half the stadium. The last fight had Uraraka going up against Bakugo, but she ended up losing after a huge struggle. Now it was time for the second round, and the audience were deep in anticipation for this next bout. They both ended their first fight in an extreme and destructive way, so they couldn't wait to see what would happen. Izuku made his way through the halls, while thinking about his upcoming fight. He knew that Todoroki was strong, but surely there was no way that he would lose against him. The green-haired boy kept contemplating while he was walking, until he was interrupted. From around the corner came a massive figure, clad in an armor of orange flames. Izuku stopped at the sight of this man, who stood right in front of him and asked, You're Midoriya, right? With a passive-aggressive tone, one that didn't suit a hero. Izuku looked at Endeavor, trying to keep a calm expression, as he answered by saying, Yeah, with a calm voice. Endeavor's expression remained aggressive, as he then proceeded by asking another question. I heard that you're Omni-Man's kid. Is that true? With the same voice as before. Izuku started getting annoyed by this, as he looked at Endeavor and said, Yeah, so what? With a voice that showed his annoyance. Endeavor seemed to be unaffected by this, as he grunted and said, Good, your next match is against my son. Make him use his flames, with a voice that sounded more demanding than before. Izuku's annoyance was raised even further upon hearing this. As the hero continued, Shoto was created to surpass all might. But he's being stupid. He needs to wake up and realize his purpose. And what better way to do that than to fight Omni-Man's little brat? His voice sounding more and more aggressive as it was demanding. Izuku's anger skyrocketed after hearing this. Prior to this, he had recognized the similarities between him and Todoroki. But now he started to acknowledge the differences. They were both the sons of strong heroes. But there was a clear difference in their upbringing. Izuku's father was encouraging, kind, and supportive, while Endeavor was abusive and forceful. Izuku had told himself that he didn't really care if Todoroki used his flames or not. But deep down he does. Deep down he wants to help Todoroki. Make him realize that it's his quirk. This action would go against all logic in battle. Helping your opponent, but as a hero he needed to do this. Upon making this resolution within himself, the green-haired boy took a deep breath. Then he began floating and proceeded to move past Endeavor. Why would I help my opponent in battle? He calmly said. As he passed the hero, Endeavor didn't respond to this. He just flared up a little as went on his way. Izuku's words did contradict his decision, but it didn't mean that he had changed his mind. He was going to make Todoroki use his flames. And he was going to win. Izuku floated his way into the arena, being met by a wave of cheers. Already waiting for him on the other side of the ring was Todoroki. Looking as cold as always, both fighters stared each other down, not moving or saying a single word as Present Mike introduced them both. How do you think this will play out? All Might asked, while also observing what was about to happen. Malin looked as unamused as always. As he said, Izuku will win. It's as simple as that. With a voice that reflected his expression, All Might didn't respond to this, for he had expected no less from Nolan. He just kept his eyes on the two teens, preparing himself for an incredible display of power. Todoroki kept his cold glare locked onto his green-haired opponent, deeply determined to win. His father was watching, so this was his chance. If he defeats Omni-Man's son with nothing but his ice, he will finally break free from his father's grasp. He needs this victory. Begin, Midnight shouted, prompting both teens to take action. Todoroki sent a stream of ice towards Izuku, but it was instantly destroyed by a punch. He then sent another stream from a different angle, but it met the same fate. This exchange continued for a long while, meeting the same result over and over again. Everyone watching was stunned by the display, and they thought that the teens were equally matched. Even Nolan was a little surprised, but he was also skeptical. He was sure that Izuku could have ended the match immediately if he had just flown at top speed and hit Todoroki. But that opportunity vanished the second that Todoroki had shot his eyes. The unlicensed hero had a few theories to explain why Izuku didn't make the first move. His first idea was that Izuku intended to do so, but backed off when he saw the ice. This theory made more sense if Izuku was wary of the ice attack that Todoroki had used in the first round. The second theory was that Izuku didn't react fast enough, and therefore was forced into defense. The third, and most nonsensical, option was that Izuku actively chose to not end the match in an instant. If this was the case, Nolan had no idea what his son was planning. The two teens continued to dance around each other, with Izuku being forced to keep his distance. Eventually, he managed to use his flight to get past Todoroki's eyes, catching him wide open. The green-haired boy approached the bi-colored teen with the intent of striking him down. But after getting close enough, he realized that it was a mistake. Todoroki had waited for this moment, and it took a lot of planning. He knew that Izuku would be wary of his previous attack, so he needed to lure him into a position where he couldn't avoid it. That is what the smaller streams were for, and they had served their purpose well. Izuku didn't have enough time to react, as he saw the ice forming around him before anyone even knew it. The arena was once again covered in a massive pillar of ice. Midnight was shocked, as she didn't move a muscle. Izuku was deeply embedded into the ice pillar, so there was no way that he could continue the match, as she shouted, but was immediately interrupted by a loud noise. She couldn't really identify what it was, but sounded like some weird pounding. Not only that, it was coming from the ice pillar. Everyone's expression turned towards the ice, right as it was blasted to pieces. This was enough to shock all of them. But what made it even more baffling was what happened afterwards. Right as the ice broke, Todoroki was flung backwards. He quickly landed, as he saw what had happened. In front of him was none other than Izuku, standing where he previously had been with his left fist in the cracked concrete. Everyone was dumbfounded, for Izuku looked unharmed. He had just been completely encased in ice, and the only hint of damage on him was his frozen right arm. This doesn't look good for you, Todoroki. You won't win as you are right now, the green-haired boy then said, tensing his right arm until the ice on it shattered. The bi-colored teen went from shock to annoyance, because he knew what Izuku was implying. Didn't you say that you didn't care whether I used my flames or not? And did my father tell? Todoroki shouted, but was interrupted by a charging Izuku. The bi-colored teen managed to evade, but he was still sent back by Izuku's earth-shattering stomp. You're against an opponent that doesn't care who you are. One that could have ended this match the second that it began. Tell me, after hearing all of this, does it really matter where your power comes from? The green-haired boy then shouted. Right before he charged in for another stomp, Todoroki was knocked back again. Only this time he didn't stick the landing. Wake up, Todoroki. It's not your father's. And it's not your mother's either. It's your own damned quirk. So use it already. Izuku then shouted with a burning hot fury. Todoroki slowly dragged himself up to his feet. As he started to have a realization, Izuku was right. It wasn't his parents' quirk, it's his quirk, and he needs to use it if he wants any chance at victory. The bi-colored teen clenched his fist hard. As his left side began to smoke, eventually a wild flame arose, melting the ice that was previously on his body. At this very moment, Nolan finally realized what Izuku was trying to do. He was sure that Todoroki also had figured it out by now. But Izuku cared. He may have said that he didn't care, but the truth was that he did. He cared so much that he went as far as to help an opponent in the middle of combat. A choice that was considered to be very foolish. The green-haired boy trembled at the sight of the flames. As he stood and admired it, his trembling stopped, however, as a wide grin formed on his face. Why are you smiling? You just helped your opponent in combat, Todoroki said, sounding like the flames were affecting his body too much. Izuku's smile didn't leave his face, as he responded by saying, sorry, I just can't help but smile in situations like these, with a voice that sounded more like the friendly tone that people knew him by. These words sounded like nothing but foolish blabber to Todoroki, as he grew a smile of his own before shouting, let's end this. Midoriya, with a fiery intent. Izuku grinned even wider, as he responded with a nod. After that, Izuku took off at top speed towards Todoroki. Charging up his strongest punch, the bi-colored teen responded by shooting a stream of ice. Before raising his flame-coated hand, their collision resulted in a massive explosion, shaking and sending cracks all over the stadium. The ring was covered in a thick cloud of smoke, so no one could see what had happened, but the dust slowly settled, revealing the results to everyone. The audience was stunned into silence, unsure of what reaction was appropriate for this result, as Midnight snapped out of it and announced, the match is over. Outro. Thank you all for sticking around, and I hope that you enjoyed. Before you leave, we would just like to let you know that We The Celestials has many other channels for your entertainment and viewing purposes. All the information you'll need is right below here in the description, so feel free to check out all the other incredible projects our team creates. Secondly, on behalf of We The Celestials, I'd like to thank everyone involved in the production of today's awesome content. Their details will be in the description below. That's all for today's video. So goodbye and have a divine day. Hey, what is up, mortals? Welcome to Season 2 Part 3 of What If Deku Was Viltrumite. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. So, we begin. After the sports festival, all of the students got some time off to rest, some of them needing it more than others. That time passed fairly quickly, and it didn't take long before they had to return to UA. Class 1 all gathered in the classroom and began to mingle. Many of them talked about how people recognized them from the festival, while others talked about their own performance. Izuku, however, was sitting silently at his own desk. He looked unbearably tired, and it made some of his classmates worried for him, but he would disregard their concern every time it came up. The green-haired boy had noticed how it wasn't just he who had changed his behavior during the sports festival. His father had also acted differently than usual. Nolan had, much like Izuku, behaved in a more arrogant manner during the festival, only to return to his usual joyous behavior afterwards. This also meant that they returned to their usual training schedule, which had the consequence of Izuku not getting much sleep. Hey, wake up, you extraterrestrial idiot, a loud voice then shouted, snapping Izuku back to attention. The green-haired boy looked like he had just woken up, as he turned his gaze towards the speaker. Good morning, Junior. How are your hands? Izuku responded, sounding unbearably tired. Bakugo grunted upon hearing this, getting annoyed by what Izuku had told him. When Izuku had told Bakugo that he was an alien, The blonde had frozen. At first he didn't believe what he said, but after some time he believed it, ever since he began calling Izuku by different nicknames, with the only thing tying them together being that they had something to do with aliens. Izuku responded to this by giving Bakugo the nickname of Junior, as if to imply that he's All Might Junior. Bakugo was a little annoyed after hearing what Izuku had said, so he responded by saying, "How about I show you how they are? Perhaps an explosion will wake you up from hibernation." As he looked to be winding up for an attack, Izuku was unamused by this, as he wore a serious expression before saying, "We both know that 10% won't even put a scratch on me. But before you decide to go beyond that, I strongly suggest that you take a good look at your hands." With a more serious tone, Bakugo's wind-up stopped midway. He already knew the condition of his arms, but he instinctively looked at them anyway. Both of his hands were covered in burn marks in the shape of various swirls. But it was nothing when compared to his left hand. It was the hand that he had used 100% of One for All to punch Izuku in the face with, and its backlash showed. It was covered in more scars, ones that reached up to his elbow and could easily be told apart from the burn marks. The blonde stopped after seeing this, as he gritted his teeth. Izuku was right. He can't do anything. His body can only handle 10% of One for All, and he needs 100% just to make Izuku spill a single drop of blood. Their fight may have ended in a tie, but the blonde didn't accept that. The green-haired boy was in a good enough condition to continue fighting. Unlike the blonde, had they been told to settle it in any way, it was clear who would have won. Bakugo lowered his hands after this, before looking away while saying, "Whatever, I wouldn't want to touch something as slimy as you, Cthulhu." With a wide smirk, Izuku reacted after hearing this, as he turned towards Bakugo and said, "Do I look like a human and octopus half-breed who sprouts tentacles out of his face?" With pure annoyance in his voice, Bakugo just giggled after hearing this, as he turned towards Izuku and said, "Considering the fact that you went from a quirkless wimp to All Might levels of strength in less than 10 months, you sprouting tentacles would just be a regular Tuesday." With a more comedic tone, Izuku clenched his fist hard upon hearing this, grunting heavily as he said, "I hate you, because I can't argue with that." With a voice that was as calm as he could manage, Bakugo just laughed upon hearing this, before walking back to his seat. Everyone in class was uneasy after seeing this. They only understood half of what they were saying, but their voices and behavior said more. It looked like they didn't like each other, and it looked like they were ready to throw hands at any moment. This was terrifying to most of them, for the two strongest students could potentially start a fight at any moment. But, at the same time, they felt that something was odd with their conversation. It was as if this was their version of a friendly banter. "Good morning, class," the tired voice of Aizawa then said. As he walked through the classroom door, everyone got to their seats immediately, as they all snapped to attention. "All right, you all performed well during the sports festival, and some performed a little better than others. I've compiled all the offers that some of you got, although in previous years it has been more evenly spread," the tired teacher then said, before pressing a button. Behind him a screen showed the various offers that the students had gotten from different agencies. Izuku had gotten the most. After that was Todoroki, then in third there was a fuming Bakugo. The students either cheered or felt let down after seeing this, because not everyone got offers. That letdown, however, was demolished when Aizawa explained that everyone would be doing an internship, regardless if they got any offers or not. Some students felt a little better after hearing this, as Aizawa began explaining how the internships would work. He was cut short, however, when a voice came barging in. "You'll have to pick your hero names, but remember that whatever you pick now could be stuck with you forever," the voice announced, quite gleefully. Everyone turned to see that it was none other than Midnight. Wearing a wide smile, the R-rated hero then proceeded to explain what a hero name should be like, that it should represent the kind of hero that they wanted to be. The class got excited about the idea of picking their own hero names, as Aizawa just went to sleep. Then the process began. In a weird way, the first few names ended up being odd, so the rest of the class didn't know what to pick. Eventually they got to a few normal names, which led to the others announcing their names one by one. Ada and Todoroki ended up picking their first names, for unknown reasons, while Bakugo picked two names that were rejected immediately. Izuku had a hard time picking his own hero name. He didn't know what to do, because he didn't have any good ideas. His first thought, which was most likely everyone else's too, was to pick something that sounded like his father's name, but he decided against it after a while. That is when he remembered what Bakugo had said during the sports festival, and it got him thinking. the green-haired boy walked up to the podium. As he proudly announced, "I'm invincible," with a confident voice, the class was silent after hearing this. All for different reasons. Some thought that it was a cool name. Others were confused, and Bakugo was only a little annoyed. The blonde remembered how he had explicitly told Izuku that he wasn't invincible. So he felt that the green-haired boy had picked this name just to mess with him. Invincible, isn't that a little optimistic? Ashido then asked, breaking the silence in the classroom. This question seemed to be something that a few also had, but Izuku was unaffected as he said, "Well, I think it suits me," with a comedic voice. The students just sighed after hearing this, because they couldn't argue with that. The fact was that Izuku was invincible. As far as they were concerned, at least. After that, a few more students still hadn't decided on their hero names. That is when a gruff and tired voice spoke up. "Midoriya, I'd like to speak with you in private," it said. Everyone turned, only to be shocked when they saw that it was Aizawa. They knew that he was there. They just thought that he was still asleep. Izuku was quick to snap out of his shock. However, as he followed his teacher into the corridor, Aizawa closed the door behind them after leaving the classroom, making sure that no one could eavesdrop on them. That is when Izuku broke the silence by asking, "Am I in trouble? If so, what did I do?" With a voice that showed confusion, Aizawa was unaffected by this. As he looked at Izuku and said, "You're not in trouble. I just came here to inform you of something important." With his usual tired voice, Izuku was relieved to hear that he wasn't in trouble for no apparent reason. But he was also more confused by what his teacher wanted to say. "I've discussed it with Nezu, and we have come to an agreement. You cannot go with your father for your internship," the tired teacher then continued. Izuku was a little shocked to hear this. His first thoughts about internships was that he could get more time to train with his father. But it turns out that he can't do that. If you're wondering why that is the case, it's for a logical reason. The offers you all have received have all come from licensed pro heroes. And your father doesn't have a license. The point of the internships is to give all a taste of hero work and what it is like to be a hero. That includes following the various rules and regulations that have been set for heroes to follow. You won't get that if you go with your father, because he doesn't have a license and he doesn't follow the rules like a normal pro does. To put it short, you can't go with your father because he doesn't operate like a regular hero should," Aizawa then explained, sounding more serious than before. Izuku was shocked, but he couldn't argue with this. Aizawa was right. His father doesn't have a license. As such, it only makes sense that he wouldn't be able to do an internship with him. He's going to be so annoyed when he hears this, the green-haired boy then commented, sounding like he didn't want to deal with his father in that state. Aizawa looked just as unaffected as before. As he said, "Let him be annoyed. He doesn't have the right to complain. It's his fault for not even attempting to get a license." Izuku sighed heavily upon hearing this, before he said, "All right, fair enough," with a voice that almost sounded as tired as Aizawa's. The tired teacher was as unamused as always, as he then said, "All right, get back to class," with his usual voice. Izuku didn't respond to this. As he made his way through the classroom door, classes went on as usual. But it ended eventually. Class 1 all sat gathered in the classroom, going through the offers that they received. Bakugo had been called by All Might for an unknown reason, but Izuku could imagine that it had something to do with One for All. The green-haired boy went through his own pile of offers, until he stumbled upon one that caught his eye. It was an offer from Endeavor. Izuku was confused as to why he received this offer. Considering how he and the hero had acted towards each other during the festival, he asked Todoroki about it, but not even he had an idea. Izuku was confused as to why he had received this offer, but he wasn't going to let it pass. Out of all the offers he's gotten, this was definitely the best one. The green-haired boy had made up his mind about going to Endeavor's agency alongside Todoroki, but just as he made that thought, the classroom door flung open. "Hey, Izuku," a joyous voice announced, one that the green-haired boy knew all too well. Everyone turned towards the door, only to be shocked. Standing there was none other than Izuku's father, Omni-Man. "Hey Dad," the green-haired boy said, as he waved to his father. Malin continued to smile as he signaled for Izuku to follow him into the corridor. The green-haired boy sighed upon seeing this, because he knew what was about to happen. The two walked into the hallway, closing the door behind them, before Nolan decided to speak. "So I've heard that you'll have your internships now," he said, his voice sounding as joyous as always. Izuku nodded in response to this, as he said, "Yeah," with a tired voice. Nolan noticed his son's tone, but he just thought that Izuku was tired as he continued by saying, "So, I was thinking that we could spend this time training. Maybe we'll even stop some villains. With the same voice as before, the idea of interning with his father was very tempting to Izuku. But he couldn't accept it. Aizawa had just explained why he couldn't. The green-haired boy looked at his father before saying, "Actually, I can't intern with you." With an awkward voice, Nolan's smile suddenly disappeared. As he asked, "What do you mean?" With a more serious tone, Izuku scratched the back of his head. As he explained, "Aizawa just told me that I wasn't allowed to do so. Because you don't have a license." With the same voice as before, Nolan got annoyed upon hearing this. As he said, "Of course they'd pull something like that. I'll talk some sense into them." With a slightly agitated voice, Nolan was just about to make his way over to the principal's office, until Izuku stopped him by saying, "No, Dad, I think this is for the better." With a rather calm voice, Nolan suddenly stopped. As he turned his annoyed expression towards Izuku, the green-haired boy gulped as he began to explain, "The internships exist so that we can see what hero work is like. But you," with a voice that was a little calm, until he stopped himself. Nolan just crossed his arms as he urged Izuku to finish his sentence. The green-haired boy sighed heavily as he continued, "You don't operate like a normal hero. You don't follow the rules and regulations that normal heroes have to obey. You just do your own thing." With a much calmer voice, Nolan was still annoyed as he looked at his son and said, "We don't need to follow their regulations, Izuku. We operate more efficiently if we do our own thing. If you play by their rules, you will soon realize that they are hindering your abilities." With a voice that perfectly reflected his annoyance, Izuku scratched the back of his head once again, showing how awkward he was, as he said, "That may be the case. But I still want to see what it's like. I want to experience it before I figure it out for myself." With a rather calm voice, Nolan was both shocked and annoyed. He knew from experience that it would be better for Izuku to do what he was doing. But his son had a point. There are some things that he won't understand unless he figures it out on his own. And this may very well be one of those things. Nolan pinched his frown after thinking. Then he asked, "What's the best offer that you've been given?" With a voice that still showed hints of his annoyance. Izuku was thrown off by this question as he answered, "I got one from Endeavor. I think that's where I'll be going." With a voice that tried to remain calm, Nolan looked up after hearing this. As he said, "You better pick that one, otherwise you're grounded. I'll also double your training when you get back." With a much calmer voice, Izuku was once again shocked after hearing this. But he didn't get to say anything before Nolan said, "You better enjoy yourself." "Okay." With his usual joyous tone, Izuku smiled at his father, happy that things worked out. Nolan smiled back as he said, "Anyway, duty calls." Before leaving, Izuku watched his father float through the hallway with a wide grin on his face, happy that he would be able to do a proper internship. "Wow. I never thought your dad could be so scary," a feminine voice then said, sounding like it was a little terrified. Izuku jumped upon hearing this. As he turned to see who it was, "Uraraka, how much of that did you hear?" the green-haired boy asked, his voice showing that he had been scared. The brown-haired girl looked at him with an awkward expression, as she looked away while saying, "Nothing," with a voice that clearly showed that she was lying. Izuku quickly caught on, as he responded by saying, "Right, okay," with a voice that showed some understanding. Uraraka still looked a little awkward for some reason, as she asked, "Anyway, do you want to walk to the station together?" With a slight blush on her face, Izuku was caught off guard by this once again, as he blushed while saying, "Sure. I'll get into trouble if I fly home." While desperately trying to hide his blush, Uraraka just nodded towards this, as they both began walking together. Some more time passed, and it was time for the internships. Everyone had gotten their hero costumes. As they gathered at the train station, Izuku tried to talk to Ada before leaving, since he had heard about what happened to his brother, but the blue-haired boy had dismissed his concern, leaving Izuku and Todoroki to head for Endeavor's agency. During the trip, the teens talked about possible reasons for Endeavor to give Izuku an internship. But in the end, they could never come to a definitive answer. Eventually, they made it to the agency, where they were immediately greeted by Endeavor's sidekicks. This was a bizarre scene for them both. But the thing that was even more bizarre was that apparently Endeavor wanted to see them both immediately. The teens were brought to the Number Flame Hero's office, where he immediately said, "So, you both accepted my offer. I have an idea as to why Shoto decided to come here. But I'm not sure about you. Why exactly did you pick my agency?" the hero asked, aiming his question towards Izuku. The green-haired boy didn't expect this on the first day, but it also annoyed him. Endeavor was the number 2 hero. Wouldn't his reasons be obvious? "I think you already know my reasons. Number 2 hero. The bigger question, however, is why you decided to give me an offer. The green-haired boy responded, his voice showing that Endeavor was wasting time. The flame hero quickly realized that he had asked a dumb question. But he grinned when he heard Izuku ask him for his reasons. You asked me why I offered you a place here. It's because I look up to your father, Endeavor said, sounding rather proud as he did. Both Izuku and Todoroki were confused upon hearing this. As the flame hero continued to speak, everyone knows that your father doesn't have a license, so I quickly realized that you wouldn't be able to intern with him. I respect your father. Maybe a little too much, so I wanted to make sure that his son could get the best internship possible, he said, sounding just as proud as before. Both Izuku and Todoroki were shocked once again. But this made them both realize something. Endeavor was someone who was obsessed with beating All Might, to a point where it was unhealthy. He focused so much on his ranking and his power. Meanwhile, there was Omni-Man, the polar opposite of him. He was an unlicensed hero that was also ridiculously strong. He doesn't care about what people think, and he doesn't care about how well he fares against other heroes. He just does his own thing without disruption. Endeavor probably wanted to be like him, someone who is strong without caring about his place in the world. Both teens were frozen in shock upon realizing this, for it meant that Endeavor was trying to change his ways. They were knocked out of it, however, when the flame hero said, "All right, no time to waste. Let's get to work," before heading towards the doors. Both Izuku and Todoroki were caught off guard by this, but they didn't say anything as they followed right behind Endeavor. Outro. Thank you all for sticking around, and I hope that you enjoyed. Before you leave, we would just like to let you know that We the Celestials has many other channels for your entertainment and viewing purposes. All the information you'll need is right below here in the description, so feel free to check out all the other incredible projects our team creates. Secondly, on behalf of We the Celestials, I'd like to thank everyone involved in the production of today's awesome content. Their details will be in the description below. That's all for today's video. So goodbye and have a divine day. Hey, what is up, mortals? Welcome to Season 2 Part 2. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. So, we begin. Todoroki slowly opened his eyes, feeling the light sting them. He could feel the soft sensation of a bed around him, and through his blurry vision he could make out the white walls that were surrounding him. Even though he couldn't see anything clearly, he could tell that he was in the infirmary. The atmosphere told him as much. So you're finally awake. It took you long enough, a calm voice then uttered. Todoroki was surprised to hear this. As he turned his expression towards the source of the voice, his vision was blurry, but he could still tell who this was. Midoriya, what are you doing here? The bi-colored teen asked, his voice showing that he was very confused. Izuku didn't seem to give a reaction to this, as he said, I came to see if you were still alive. That was a pretty big blast, you know. Besides, you're not the only one who took damage. With a calm voice, as he held his right arm up, Todoroki was confused by this at first, but upon closer inspection he could see that Izuku's right arm was covered in a bandage. This made his confusion turn into shock. The green-haired boy was super durable, even invincible as far as he was concerned. The only thing that has been able to put a dent onto Izuku was the Namu from the USJ. So seeing this was honestly shocking. Todoroki was deep into his thoughts, but was quickly cut off when Izuku spoke. You were right, Todoroki. You were right about me, the green-haired boy said, his voice sounding like it was more vulnerable for some reason. You said that I didn't want to face you. And you were right, I didn't want to face you. And it's because I was afraid of you. Izuku then continued, his voice sounding the same as before. Todoroki was confused by all of this. He did hear Izuku say something about being afraid earlier, but he didn't think that he actually meant it. You're the strongest person that I know. You're the son of Omni-Man. What do you have to be afraid of? Todoroki asked, his voice showing that he couldn't understand what Izuku was talking about. The green-haired boy didn't change his posture at all, as he responded by saying, ever since I saw your first performance in the battle simulation, I had one thought, that you were really strong. That thought was more amplified the more that I observed you, and eventually it turned into fear. I may be strong, but your technique closed the gap between us. You nearly had me with that ice wall, and I am pretty sure that if you had started using your flames before the festival, you would have won. With the same vulnerable voice, Todoroki was once again shocked. It was weird enough to hear Izuku admit that he was afraid, but it was even weirder to hear him say that he was afraid of him. Not only that, he claimed that his technique was superior. There was one other thing, however, that caught his interest. The match, did I? The bi-colored teen said, but ended up stopping himself in the middle of it. Izuku immediately knew what Todoroki was about to ask. So he continued, "Lose? Yes, you did. That blast launched you out of the ring. I only managed to remain because I used my flight to fight against it," the green-haired boy said. His voice being much calmer now, Todoroki turned his blurry vision towards his feet upon hearing this. Lowering his head in shame, he had spoken with such confidence, such arrogance, about the fact that he would defeat Izuku, but it was all for naught. In the end his efforts amounted to nothing, for he could do nothing more than scratch the green-haired boy. "You claimed that I was the strongest person that you knew. And I feel something similar towards you. When I said that you would have won if you had used your flames, I really meant it. You had me on the ropes for the majority of our match. One wrong move and I would have lost. You are easily the toughest opponent that I have faced so far," Izuku then said, his voice sounding as calm as it did before. Todoroki was confused by this. As he turned his blurry vision towards the green-haired boy, Izuku stood up from his seat, looking straight at the bi-colored teen. Until he raised his hand towards him, Todoroki was confused, for he couldn't tell what Izuku was trying to do. Until he spoke up, "I'm not saying that we need to be friends, but I will happily accept it if you're okay with it. This is my way of showing respect to you." "A respect between two teens with strong fathers," the green-haired boy said, his voice being back to its usual joyous tone. Todoroki was once again shocked, but not nearly as much as when his vision finally became clear. What he saw was that Izuku was holding his hand out for a handshake, with a smile plastered onto his face. This action was alien to Todoroki, for hadn't experienced anything like this before. One thing was certain, however. It was that Izuku wasn't the arrogant person that he seemed like at the start of the festival. He was someone that cared for his friends. And he had his own kinds of issues. The bi-colored shook his classmate's hand after a few seconds, more or less showing that they were friends. The green-haired boy smiled even more upon seeing this, before he began walking towards the infirmary door. "Midoriya," Todoroki then said, stopping Izuku dead in his tracks. "You have my respect too," the bi-colored teen then finished, his usually cold voice showing a hint of joy for the first time. Izuku was happy to hear this, as he nodded in affirmation before leaving through the door. The matches went one way or the other. Izuku faced off against Ada, but there wasn't much that the blue-haired teen could do. Izuku did give Ada some credit, for he had managed to get in a good hit thanks to his new move, but he still ended up losing to the green-haired boy. Bakugo also went on a streak of victories, eventually leading to the fated battle in the final match. It had been pushed back for too long, but it was finally time. They have never faced each other before, for Izuku had actively avoided a direct confrontation, but there was no way around it this time. They are both strong, they are both mentored by a powerful hero, and it's finally time to see who stands above the other. Class 1 were excited, all in eager anticipation of the match. They also wanted to see the results, and they wondered who was going to win. "I'd say that they're evenly matched," Ajiro said, sounding like he was trying to figure out what would happen. Bakugo almost stole Deku's headband during the cavalry battle. "So you might be right," Uraraka then responded, sounding like she was unsure. She knew of Izuku's strength, but she had also experienced Bakugo's firsthand. As far as she knew right now, it was anyone's game. "Your words are nothing but nonsense," a cold voice then spoke up, responding to the statements of both Ajiro and Uraraka. Everyone was confused by this, as they turned their heads to see who it was. It was Todoroki, and he looked as cold as always. "As someone who has faced Midoriya, I can assure you that he'll win this match," the bi-colored teen then continued, his voice showing no change in the slightest. Everyone looked surprised to hear this. It made sense for someone to believe that the person they lost to would continue to win, but they didn't expect it to come out of Todoroki. The class was silent for a few seconds after hearing this, until someone else spoke up. "Well, as someone who has faced Bakugo, I can assure that Midoriya has met his match," they said. Everyone turned once more, only to see that it was Kirishima who had spoken up. The class was once again surprised. They knew that the redhead would support Bakugo for the same reason as Todoroki, but they sensed something else. Kirishima spoke as if he recognized that Bakugo was strong, while also recognizing Izuku's strength. His words didn't speak in favor of anyone. He was saying that both fighters were strong enough to win. The class was silent after hearing this. They weren't sure of who to agree with, for they honestly didn't know who was stronger. There was only one way to find out who is stronger, and that is to observe the match. Right after that last fact was established, the fighters gathered in the ring. Present Mike introduced them both with a fiery passion, much to the audience's content. As the teens stared each other down in silence, to most of the observers it looked just like any other competition. But a select few knew that there was more at play. Class 1 knew of Izuku and Bakugu's history, and the impact that this battle would have. But there were two who knew something more. Nolan and All Might knew that this would end up as more than just a friendly competition. It was a clash between their successors, Omni-Man's son or All Might's successor, Izuku or Bakugu, who is going to be the next symbol of peace. A deep silence followed the introductions, one that made the air seem thick until the starting flare was fired. "Begin," Midnight shouted, and the teens didn't hesitate for a second. Izuku flew at top speed towards Bakugu, and the blonde used his explosions to charge at a similar speed. The distance between them was closed in what seemed to be an instant, leading to them both winding up for their opening move. What followed was the sound of a collision, filling the arena. The entire audience was stunned, both at the speed and the attack. If they ever questioned whether this was an even match or not, they now got their answer. The first strike belonged to Bakugu, as he fired a powerful explosion into Izuku's face. The green-haired boy was sent back, but he quickly recovered by using his flight. He then charged in for a punch, only to have it be avoided before taking another explosion. Everyone was once again stunned by this turn of events. At first it looked like they were evenly matched, but that didn't look to be the case. Izuku had gotten hit by Bakugu twice, and he has been unable to land a hit of his own. Izuku was a little shocked himself. Bakugu's explosions were stronger than he remembered. He couldn't tell if the blonde had trained really hard or something else was going on. Izuku observed Bakugu further, until he noticed something critical. The blonde's hands were covered in burns, and they looked like they were trembling with pain. The green-haired boy finally understood why Bakugu hadn't followed up any of his previous attacks. He was suffering horrendous backlash from using such big explosions. This was a good thing, for it meant that Izuku just had to tire his opponent out. If he withstands everything that gets thrown at him, he can win without fighting. "Don't you dare do it, Deku," Bakugu shouted, sounding just as aggressive as he usually did. Izuku was confused by this, as he looked at the blonde and asked, "What are you talking about?" The green-haired boy asked, sounding confused as he spoke. Bakugu got even more furious after hearing this, as he shouted, "You are holding back on me and everyone else. For the entirety of the festival you've either avoided combat or not taken anyone seriously. Stop looking down on everyone. Fight me seriously." With more aggression in his voice, Izuku was dumbfounded after hearing this, as he looked at Bakugu and asked, "Do you want to die or something?" With a voice that showed his own hint of aggression. Bakugu just looked more angry upon hearing this, as he shouted, "Stop acting high and mighty, you're not a god." Izuku was a little annoyed upon hearing this, as he responded by saying, "Compared to you, I am a god." With an annoyed voice, Bakugu clenched his fists hard upon hearing this, as he said, "Oh please. You bleed just like everyone else." With a more quiet, yet aggressive, tone this time, Izuku scoffed after hearing this, almost laughing at Bakugu's words, before he said, "All right, make me bleed, then I'll take you seriously." As he crossed his arms, this action angered the blonde even further, as he charged in once again. Izuku didn't answer his charge. He just stood his ground with an expressionless face. The clash that followed was very destructive. Bakugu kept firing his most powerful explosions at the green-haired boy, hurting himself more with each one, but it barely showed any result. Izuku just took them all with seemingly no problems, the only hints of damage being just a few marks. All Might and Nolan had different reactions to this clash. The blonde hero was getting worried, for Bakugu was willingly breaking himself in an attempt to hit his opponent. Meanwhile, Nolan was reacting in a different way. He knew exactly what Izuku was doing, and he also knew the truth behind it. "It would appear that your son is more or less unharmed," All Might stated, his voice only hinting at the concern he held. Nolan didn't take his eyes away from the match, as he responded by saying, "Izuku is really tough, but I can tell that this is actually reaching him. Bakugu is far stronger than I imagined, but he will incapacitate himself long before Izuku." With a calm voice, All Might was surprised to hear Nolan give praise to Bakugu, but that was quickly shot down when he heard the other part. It was true. The blonde was harming himself far more than his opponent. At this rate he will lose the match. The fight raged on, with Bakugu throwing one earth-shattering explosion after the other. Izuku still hadn't fought back against it, but he was starting to get worried. He could tell that the blonde was slowly reaching his limit, but he felt that his body was getting there too. It was still a long way to go. And it was certainly enough to win, but he couldn't afford to take any chances. All it took was one slightly stronger explosion. Then he could be in trouble. Bakugo threw another explosion, but it stopped before it could land. The smoke cleared to reveal that Izuku had caught the blonde by the wrist, his expression showing that he's had enough of this. The green-haired boy didn't say a word. His expression said it all, as he wound back for the finishing blow. However, right before he could launch it, Bakugo bellowed, "Damn it, fight me seriously," before doing the most unexpected thing. A loud bang was heard, sending a shockwave across the arena. As Izuku was launched back, "That human, how did he?" Nolan muttered, his voice showing nothing but pure shock. The shock was something that everyone watching felt. For Bakugo had done something that they first thought to be impossible. The blonde didn't use an explosion against Izuku. He punched him. He punched him in the face, with enough force to both break his own arm and send the green-haired boy flying. The blonde clenched his teeth and trembled from the pain of his broken arm. As Izuku was pulling himself back, he had managed to stop himself from flying out of the ring, but he ended up a mere centimeters away from the edge, the spot where Bakugo had hit him. His cheek was swelling and searing with pain. Izuku lightly touched the bruise, before spitting some blood onto the ground. "There. I made you bleed. Do you get it now? You're no different than the rest of us. You're no god. You're not invincible. So fight me already," Bakugo then shouted, his voice showing how much pain he was in. Izuku was in shock. Bakugo hadn't just made him bleed. He had done it with his own fist. He had harmed him with nothing but his own strength, which could only mean one thing: Bakugo could be considered an equal. And who's to say that there aren't a lot more out there? Izuku grinned widely upon realizing this. As he spoke up, "I made you a promise, and you made me bleed. I'll get serious with you, but prepare to lose." "Kaken," the green-haired boy shouted, his voice beaming with excitement. Bakugo responded to this with a grin of his own, as he bellowed, "In your dreams, Deku." Before taking his stance once more, both fighters faced each other with a smile, both declaring that they were going to give it their all. One thing was now made clear to the audience. This was the final clash. The teens stared each other down, no one moving a single muscle. They were waiting for the right moment, the one that would assure them victory. Everything was still, until a gust of wind blew past them. That is when they, at the same time, launched themselves at each other with a faster speed than ever before. Everyone was in awe for every second that transpired. The teens were smiling during the entirety of the clash. It was as if they had both been waiting for this, and that they accepted each other as rivals. The two inched closer to each other, until contact was finally made. A massive explosion erupted, far bigger than the one in the second round, shaking and cracking the entire stadium. Many audience members began to duck and take cover, fearing the destruction was caused by the combined power of the teens. The rumbling slowly subsided, however, and everyone proceeded to get back up. The ring was covered in a thick layer of smoke, masking both contenders within it. Midnight managed to get back on her feet, before straining her eyes to see the results. What she saw shocked her deeply, so much so that she froze. Eventually she regained her composure, before announcing, "Both students are out of bounds. It's a draw." To a stunned audience, normally a draw would be settled with a rematch of sorts. But that didn't happen this time. Out of fear that their clash would lead to another display of destruction, and out of consideration for the students' injuries, the teachers decided that the festival would end with both Bakugo and Izuku as its joint winners. Both teens were taken to the infirmary after the match to treat their injuries. Izuku only needed some bandages, while Bakugo had to put his broken arm in a sling. After that they had the award ceremony, which ended up being very awkward with two people standing on the first place podium. The teens were then swarmed by their classmates, all praising them for their accomplishments. Bakugo and Izuku ended up being friendly to each other, and people noticed that the green-haired boy had returned to his usual friendly self. The students happily bickered with each other, until it was broken by Bakugo. "Hey, Deku, we need to talk," the blonde said, his voice being very serious. Izuku was confused by this, but he followed Bakugo after hearing how serious he was. The green-haired boy followed the blonde to a locker room, a place where they would be alone. "What is it that you wanted, Kaken?" Izuku asked, almost sounding a little concerned. Bakugo looked much calmer than he usually did, as he said, "Fess up. What the hell is going on with you?" With a tone befitting to that of an interrogation. Izuku was confused by this, as he asked, "What are you talking about?" With a calm voice, Izuku could tell that Bakugo was getting annoyed, but his voice didn't show it as he said, 10 months before you were both weak and quirkless. And now you're strong enough to take out an All Might killing weapon on your own. You may be Omni-Man's son, but I still don't buy how strong you've gotten in such a short amount of time. With the same voice as before, Izuku was once again shocked to hear this, for he never thought that he would end up in this situation. Bakugo's suspicions were justified. And he only had them because he happened to know Izuku before Yue. The blonde probably suspected that Izuku has had his quirk for much longer, but kept it hidden, or it didn't work as Izuku explained, or there could even be some sort of foul play. The green-haired boy remained calm, despite the situation, because he knew that he wasn't the only one who had something to answer for. I could say the exact same thing about you, Kaken. I can accept that your explosions have gotten stronger than they used to be, but no amount of training will ever make you strong enough to do this, Izuku said. As he pointed to the bruise on his cheek, Bakugo's reaction told Izuku that something was going on. For the blonde was suddenly getting nervous. What is going on with you? And does it have something to do with All Might? The green-haired boy asked, his voice being as calm as ever. Bakugo gave off another weird reaction, which Izuku took as confirmation about his connection to All Might. The teens were at a silent stalemate, and they both knew it. They both had secrets about their powers, ones that they couldn't share with the other. Whoever speaks first loses, for they have to expose themselves and trust that the other won't betray them. The silence went on for a long while, until one of them decided that they had enough. All Might gave me his quirk. It's called One for All. It stockpiles power that I have access to. It doesn't just give me strength. It enhances the power of my quirk drastically, Bakugo said, his voice showing a hint of vulnerability. Izuku was shocked. Not only was Bakugo the first one to speak, he had All Might's quirk. Izuku didn't know what he was expecting. Maybe that All Might was training him in some weird way. But this was definitely something he didn't expect. Well, that was unexpected, but I guess it explains your situation, Izuku then said, his voice sounding like he was baffled. Bakugo was once again annoyed. Only this time it showed in his voice. Now it's your turn to share, the blonde said, his voice slowly returning to its usual aggression. Izuku scratched the back of his head with an awkward motion. He had to tell the truth. But how can he say it without sounding ridiculous? Eventually he sighed, deciding that the existence of aliens shouldn't be too far-fetched if there existed a quirk that could be passed on between different people. I'm not human, the green-haired boy said, still unsure of how to properly phrase it. Bakugo's expression quickly turned baffled, unsure of how to process this information, as he exclaimed, "What? Outro. Thank you all for sticking around and I hope that you enjoyed. Before you leave, we would just like to let you know that We the Celestials has many other channels for your entertainment and viewing purposes. All the information you'll need is right below here in the description, so feel free to check out all the other incredible projects our team creates. Secondly, on behalf of We the Celestials, I'd like to thank everyone involved in the production of today's awesome content. Their details will be in the description below. That's all for today's video. So goodbye and have a divine day. Hey, what is up, mortals? Welcome to Season 2 Part 4. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. So, we begin. The internships went on quite smoothly. Izuku and Todoroki were immediately put into action by Endeavor, who wasted no time showing them the ropes. The flame hero said that he was going to show them what makes a hero, and that they were going to go and search for the hero killer. Both teens were a little shocked to hear this, but they immediately disregarded it when realizing that they were with the number 2 hero and that he probably wants to impress them. There was one thing that bothered Izuku, however, and it was that Stain was in Hasu. That alone wouldn't be something to worry about, but one thing changed that fact. It was that Ida had chosen to intern in Hasu right after his brother had been attacked by the hero killer. There wasn't any concrete proof that showed a connection between the two factors, but it was a possibility. Hey, Midoriya, a gruff voice exclaimed, knocking Izuku out of his thoughts. The green-haired boy looked to see that it was Endeavor, looking back at him as he was walking. I know that Shoto hasn't picked one yet, but I never heard your hero name, the flame hero said, sounding as neutral as he could. Izuku was a little thrown off by this, but he quickly recovered as he responded by saying, my hero name is Invincible. With a proud voice, Endeavor giggled, until he burst out laughing before asking, Invincible, isn't that a little optimistic? With laughter still in his voice, Izuku frowned in annoyance upon hearing this, as he looked at the flame hero and said, that's rich coming from you, Endeavor. With a voice that showed his annoyance, Endeavor seemed to be completely unaffected by this, as he just ignored Izuku's words and continued to laugh. Izuku got even more annoyed after seeing this reaction, and it showed on his expression, but he didn't get to think or say anything else until Todoroki quietly asked, are you okay? Midoriya, with a hushed tone. Izuku was confused by this. But it wasn't solely because of Todoroki's question. The bicolored teen was whispering, as if he didn't want his father to hear them from behind his back. The green-haired boy showed his confusion as he whispered back, "I'm fine. Why are you asking?" With a hushed tone, Todoroki looked towards Endeavor after hearing this, making sure that he hadn't noticed them yet, as he responded by saying, "You spaced out earlier. I wondered if there was something on your mind." With a tone that was still hushed, Izuku was a little thrown off by this. But he really shouldn't have been. It's only natural for Todoroki to wonder what was happening. But thinking back at it made him worried once again. "Yeah, there is something on my mind. It's about Ida. His brother was attacked and crippled not too long ago," the green-haired boy whispered, his voice showing his concern. Todoroki did not expect to hear this, as he also showed some worry before saying, "I see. That has to be tough on him." With a voice that was still hushed, Izuku kept his expression as he continued to voice his concern. "Yeah, but there's more to it. His brother was attacked by Stain, and Stain is in Hasu. Now guess where Ida is interning," the green-haired boy whispered, his voice not changing in the slightest. Todoroki was confused at first, but he quickly showed a look of dreaded realization as he said, "Hasu," out loud. The bicolored teen hadn't whispered that last part. Therefore it didn't go unnoticed by Endeavor. The flame hero turned towards them with his usual demeanor, inspecting them both as he did. Both teens remained silent the entire time, until he turned his eyes forward once more. "We need to keep an eye on him," Todoroki then whispered, confident that his father wouldn't hear him. Izuku nodded in response to this, as he said, "My thoughts exactly," with a hushed tone, before he started to float instead of walk. Both teens then turned their full attention ahead, as they walked and hovered just behind the back of the number 2 hero. The trio continued to patrol for a few more days, all with nothing to show. The teens were starting to think that they wouldn't find the hero killer at all, which would be a good thing for Ida's sake, but they couldn't tell how Endeavor felt about it. The flame hero hadn't said or done anything to show doubt, but they still haven't gotten any form of results. One thing was for certain, however. It was that Endeavor was trying to reconnect with his son. It was abundantly clear to both Izuku and Todoroki that Endeavor was trying to reach out and impress his son, but he was trying a little too hard. It also didn't help that whenever the flame hero attempted anything, his son would just ignore him. Todoroki seemed to have no interest in reconnecting with his father, at least on the surface. Izuku didn't know what went on the head of his bicolored friend, but he could imagine that it was some sort of conflict. Todoroki had decided to remain formal with father during the internship, but how long could that last? The two of them may have some horrible history between themselves, but they were still father and son. There must be a part of them both that wants to fix what's broken and move on. Izuku finished this thought as the night creeped over Hasu City, but that didn't stop them from searching. If anything, this is when they were actually trying to look. The hero killer was mostly active in the cover of the night, so this would be the most likely time for him to show his crimson-clad face. Keep your eyes peeled for anything suspicious, and be on guard. I don't encourage you to pick a fight with anyone, but you have my permission to use your quirks in case anything happens. Also remember that this isn't some exercise at school, so go straight for the throat," Endeavor then said, his voice being firm with nothing but seriousness. Izuku and Todoroki nodded in confirmation. The flame hero had something along those lines every night so far, and both teens understood the meaning of it. Anything could happen during the night. Therefore they had permission to use their quirks for self-defense. If they ever needed to fight, they should end it quickly for the sake of themselves and everyone else. These principles were something that Izuku's father followed, and now it was his turn to do it. "Look out," Todoroki then shouted in a panic, once again breaking Izuku out of his thoughts. The green-haired boy was confused by Todoroki's words, but that confusion quickly vanished when he noticed something big flying towards him. Izuku reacted on instinct, punching the creature away before registering what it was. It staggered back, as both teens froze when they realized what this thing was. It had a different shape, just as it had a different color, but they both recognized it from somewhere else. The green-haired boy could never forget this monster, the one that nearly killed both him and his classmates. Namu. The teens were quickly broken out of their shock when Endeavor grabbed onto the Namu's head, before burning it to ash. "What the hell was that thing?" the flame hero exclaimed, not expecting anyone to answer him. Endeavor kept looking at the grotesque corpse in front of him, unsure of what to make of it, until Todoroki muttered something of interest. "No way, is that?" but didn't get to finish his question before Izuku responded by saying, No, it's different. This one was nearly put out of commission by just one of my punches. The other one could take a lot more than this. With a voice that sounded too calm for the situation, Todoroki didn't respond to this in any shape or form. But he understood what Izuku was saying. This only looked like the monster that they knew. It was a cheap, genetically inferior, knockoff version of the thing that attacked them. What are the two of you talking about? Do you recognize this thing? Endeavor asked, wondering what the two teens were doing. Izuku and Todoroki looked at the flame hero, as the green-haired boy answered by saying, sort of. We know something similar. It's called a Namu. I fought and killed a much stronger version of it during the USJ incident. With a voice that was too calm, Endeavor was shocked to hear this. But he also grew a little worried as he asked, how strong was the one that you fought? Izuku's expression turned from calm to pure seriousness, as he looked at Endeavor and said, the villains claimed it to be an all-might killing weapon. And I don't doubt that. I nearly died when fighting it. With a more serious tone, Endeavor was even more shocked after hearing this. He knew that Izuku was strong. He was Omni-Man's son after all. But that only made his worry grow. If there were any other Nomus in the city, there was a risk that one of them might be as strong as the one from the USJ, which meant that they had to deal with them. All right, then we need to stop all of them. You have experience, so I'll need your help, the Flamer hero then said, aiming his words mostly towards Izuku. The teens were going to respond to this, but they stopped when they saw something that horrified them. In the distance they could see an orange light amidst the darkness, and they all immediately knew what it was. A building had caught fire, which meant that this wasn't just some stray Namu. The city was actually being attacked. The trio stood frozen in front of the flames for a few seconds, until they could see the silhouettes of heroes trying to control the situation. Among those figures was one that was familiar, Manuel, but that only led to more worry. I don't see Ida anywhere, Todoroki shouted, his voice showing a mixture of worry and frustration. Izuku caught on to this worry, but Endeavor was once again confused. Who are you talking about? The flame hero asked, once again being confused. Both teens looked at Endeavor. As Todoroki explained, our classmate is supposed to be interning with Manuel, but I don't see him anywhere. He might have gone after the hero killer to avenge his brother. With a voice that showed worry, Endeavor was even more shocked to hear this, for he knew that it wouldn't end well. The hero killer was a dangerous man, so he doesn't like the idea of teenagers going after him on their own. This left him with a conflict, however, for he knew what both of the teens wanted to do. They wanted to go and look for their friend, which was just a fancier way of saying that they were going to look for the hero killer. The flame hero gritted his teeth and clenched his fist, as he then spoke. All right, Shoto. You will go and look for this Ada. Send us your location if you encounter the hero killer, or if the situation gets dire. Invincible. I still need your help with the Nomus, but if Shoto ends up sending his location, I need you to get there as soon as possible. Remember what I told you earlier. And be careful, Endeavor shouted, his voice returning to his determined seriousness. Both Izuku and Todoroki were surprised to hear this. They expected Endeavor to tell them to focus on dealing with the Nomus, but they had been wrong. It turns out that Endeavor was a much different person than he seemed, one that seemed to understand their worries. What are you waiting for? Get moving, the flame hero then shouted, knocking both teens out of their thoughts. Izuku and Todoroki looked at each other, nodding as they did, before they turned to go and do what they were ordered to. Sponsorship. Honey. This video was sponsored by Honey. Honey is a free browser add-on available on Google, Opera, Firefox, Safari. If it's a browser, it has Honey. Honey automatically saves you money when you check out on sites like Amazon, Papa John's, and Kohl's. Wherever you shop, it's a good chance that Honey can save you money. All you have to do when you're checking out at these big sites is click that little orange button, and it will scan the entire internet and find discount codes for you. It takes 2 clicks to install Honey. Now anytime you check out, Honey will scan the whole internet and find coupon codes for you. If there is a coupon code, they will find it, and if there's not a coupon code, you can rest assured that you are getting the best price possible. If you install Honey right now, you can save so much money on your online shopping, doing nothing. There's no reason not to install Honey. It takes 2 clicks, 10 million people use it, 100,000 5-star reviews. Unless you hate money, you should install Honey. Use the link in the description to start saving money now. The trio split into 2 groups, one going to deal with the Nomus while the other went looking for Ada. Todoroki rushed as quickly as he could, keeping his eyes peeled for any sign of his classmate. He searched areas that the hero killer was known to hunt at, dark and secluded areas and alleys, all in an attempt to raise the likelihood of finding the person he was looking for. The bi-colored teen raced through the streets in a hurry, until he saw something in an alleyway. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was what he was looking for. But it was also what he didn't want to find. Meanwhile, Izuku was helping Endeavor in dealing with the Namu problem. The teen turned out to be a big help, because almost none of the Nomus were on the same level as the one from the USJ. This meant that it was fairly easy for both him and Endeavor to defeat them. So there was next to no worry about that issue. The two continued fighting the beasts without any room to think about anything else. Until something changed. Izuku had just defeated another weak Namu, when he suddenly got a notification on his phone. The green-haired boy looked, only to see that Todoroki had sent him his location. Not only that, he had done it twice while being in the same spot. This made Izuku worry a lot, for it could only mean that Todoroki had gotten very desperate for help. It didn't take long for Endeavor to also see this notification, and he might have gotten more worried than Izuku. Invincible, that's our cue to leave, the flame hero shouted, his voice showing just how urgent the situation seemed to be. Izuku only nodded towards Endeavor before he took off at top speed. There were still a few Nomus to defeat, but he was told to prioritize his classmates' well-being. Besides, there was no way that Endeavor would ever be defeated by these things. The green-haired boy flew as fast as he could towards Todoroki's location, passing many buildings and rooftops as he did. Eventually, he made it to a dark alleyway, which was filled with the chaotic sounds of combat. Izuku didn't waste a second, as he dove down immediately. As he got closer, he saw someone who he could only imagine to be the hero killer dash past Todoroki's ice pillars before swinging his sword at him. But right before the blade could make contact with the bi-colored teen, it suddenly stopped. Stain was confused, and so was Todoroki and Ida for a while. But the teen's confusion quickly vanished once they saw what had happened. The blade had made contact with something, but it wasn't Todoroki. It was skin that it had been swung at, but it couldn't do as much as put a scratch at it. Stain was overwhelmed with shock. As he looked at this person, it was someone he didn't recognize, and he had somehow appeared out of nowhere. The mysterious green-haired boy looked at the hero killer with a passive smile, as he said, "Nice sword," before flicking his finger towards the blade. The sword shattered like glass, sending shards flying all over the alleyway. Stain was wide-eyed after seeing this, as he immediately jumped back. "Midoriya, what are you doing here?" the wounded and paralyzed Ida shouted, his voice clearly showing frustration. Izuku was completely unaffected by this, keeping his gaze onto the hero killer as he said, "What does it look like?" "I'm saving your sorry ass." With a calm voice, Ida didn't say anything in response to this, for he was defeated. He came here for revenge, but had to be saved by two of his classmates. There was only one thing that was reassuring about this situation, and that was that the hero killer was definitely being captured tonight. Stain was carefully analyzing the green-haired newcomer, for he looked familiar in some way. The way he floated above the ground, his posture, his power, his attitude, and his aura, it all reminded him of someone else. The hero killer smiled after this realization, as he said, "You show great promise. Not only do you show the true colors of a hero, but you're just like him. You're just like one of the only true heroes in this world." Omni-Man, with a sadistic smile on his face, Izuku seemed to be unaffected by the sadism, as he tilted his head and said, "Is it really that obvious?" with a voice that showed that he was oblivious. Everyone in the alleyway was confused by Izuku's response, for it seemed that he wasn't worried or afraid at all. It was silent for a while, until the green-haired boy sighed and said, "Look, you said it yourself. I'm just like Omni-Man. So there's no way for you to win here. So how do you want to do this? The easy way or my way?" With a more serious tone, Stain was unaffected by this, as he raised two of his knives and shouted, "I'll go with the third option. The one where I kill those two fakes behind you." Before charging in, Izuku was caught off guard by his sudden burst of speed, so Stain managed to both push and get past him. This made everyone behind Izuku panic, as Todoroki prepared to make another ice wall. "Wrong," the green-haired boy suddenly muttered, making everyone stop to look at him. "There is no third option. We're doing this my way," he then shouted, before throwing a powerful punch to Stain's jaw. The hero killer was thrown out of the alleyway, before crashing into the ground. Everyone looked at him with both shock and horror. He was defeated, lying unconscious on the ground with a completely broken jaw. It was a disgusting sight. Even Izuku seemed to think so. The alley was silent once more, until Todoroki spoke up by asking, "What did you do?" With a cold voice, Izuku's expression was filled with disgust, as he answered, "I did what Endeavor told us. I went for the throat." With a voice that tried to remain calm, Todoroki looked confused by this. As he then said, first off, I don't think my father meant it so literally. Second, that's not the throat. With the same cold voice as before, Izuku looked at Todoroki with a weird expression. As he responded by saying, first off, I know. Second, everything but the power was intentional with that punch. With a voice that reflected his expression, Todoroki looked unaffected by this. As he simply responded by saying, I find that very hard to believe. Izuku got annoyed after hearing this. But he didn't say anything. He was sure that Todoroki felt the same. That this is not the right place or time to be having a pointless argument. So the two of them instead decided to help Ada and the injured pro that was with him. Backup arrived shortly after Stain's defeat. And they wasted no time in tying him up. With the backup came someone that neither Izuku nor Todoroki expected to see. Bakugo, the blonde, was apparently interning with an old pro called Gran Torino. And they both happened to be in the area. Gran Torino immediately began scolding the teens for fighting Stain. But he couldn't do it too much to Izuku and Todoroki since they had both the permission and instruction to do so by Endeavor. The situation seemed to calm down quickly. Until one alarming detail was mentioned. So, where's Endeavor? Gran Torino asked, wondering why the flame hero wasn't there. Izuku was confused by this. As he asked, wasn't he with you? With a tone that showed his confusion. Both Bakugo and Gran Torino were confused now. As the blonde spoke, no, he told us to come here before running after some Namu. He also said that he would be here. But we haven't seen him since he ran off. Izuku was even more confused now. And so was everyone else. Endeavor keeps his word. So he should be here. The fact that he wasn't there only gave rise to worry. And that was from everyone's part. I'll go and look for him. He probably got caught up with something. Gran Torino then said, breaking the silence that they had. We're going with you then. Bakugo then said, referring to both Izuku and Todoroki as he spoke. The retired hero looked at them with a serious expression. As he said, no, it's better if you stay here. With a serious tone, Todoroki was the one who responded to this. As he asked, I'm not undermining your abilities. But what will you do if a strong Namu shows up? With his usual voice, Gran Torino gritted his teeth upon hearing this, for he realized that they had a point. The retired hero then looked at them. Before saying, all right then, but stay behind me at all times. With the same serious tone, the trio nodded in agreement to this. As Izuku said, that seems counterproductive, but okay. Before they took off, everyone moved at top speed, looking everywhere they could for any trace of Endeavor. They had no idea of where he could be. But at the same time they had a feeling that he might be in trouble. The teens were all more or less unharmed. So they could fight if it came down to it. The only one of them that was the closest to being injured was Todoroki. But he only had some small cuts and bruises. The group continued their search with haste. Growing more and more worried as time passed, they would find their relief, however, when Bakugo shouted, hey, I think I've found something. While staring down a dark alleyway, the others quickly stopped and ran towards the alleyway that the blonde was looking through. And they immediately saw something. It was no more than a silhouette. One of a man that was lying on the ground. The group took a deep breath. Before they slowly took a few careful steps down the alley, they quickly realized, however, that it was still too dark for them to see anything. Eventually, Todoroki decided to make some light by making a small flame. Only to regret doing it immediately. The flame had lit up the entire alleyway. So they could now clearly see what was on the ground. Everyone froze in horror. And the teens even began to tremble. It was indeed a man, but he was lying down in a big pool of crimson red. Look away. Gran Torino shouted to the teens in a panic. They quickly obliged, but they had already seen too much. Todoroki's flame died as quickly as it had appeared, once again filling the alley with darkness. They had only seen it for a few seconds, but it was too much. The image had already been seared into their brains. The image of the bloody and decapitated corpse of the number 2 hero. Endeavor. Outro. Thank you all for sticking around and I hope that you enjoyed. Before you leave, we would just like to let you know that We The Celestials has many other channels for your entertainment and viewing purposes. All the information you'll need is right below here in the description. So feel free to check out all the other incredible projects our team creates. Secondly, on behalf of We The Celestials, I'd like to thank everyone involved in the production of today's awesome content. Their details will be in the description below. That's all for today's video. So goodbye and have a divine day. Hey, what is up, mortals? Welcome to Season 2 Part 5. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. So, we begin. The incident in Hasu City was all over the news. But the media had their focus on a different subject. It was the fact that the hero killer had been captured after a very brutal defeat. And his captors were two teenagers from UAS Hero Course. Normally they wouldn't give the credit to them. But the circumstances were different this time. Both Izuku and Todoroki had permission to use their quirks for precisely this situation. Therefore they had no reason to not give them the credit. Another thing that made the situation peculiar was Endeavor's death. Normally they would have given the credit to him in an effort to avoid problems. But that wasn't possible now. They also decided to keep his death a secret so that they could conduct a proper investigation. But right now they had no leads whatsoever. Izuku, Bakugo, and Todoroki were all taken to a hospital after the night's events. In case they had been injured in any way, all three of them were more or less unharmed, with the worst injury being small cuts and bruises. But the same couldn't be said for Todoroki. The bi-colored teen had been absent-minded and borderline unresponsive for a long time. Izuku didn't really know how Todoroki would react to seeing his own father dead. On one end he hated Endeavor, while on the other he was still his father. The trio sat and waiting together, silently contemplating what they had seen, until Izuku looked at Todoroki and asked, "Is everything all right?" Todoroki, with a calm voice. The bi-colored teen wore a cold and expressionless face, one that he usually wore, so there was no real way to tell how he was feeling. Todoroki didn't respond to this question. He didn't even react. He just continued sitting in silence. Izuku kept looking at the bi-colored teen until he was interrupted by Bakugo. "That's the dumbest question in the world, you xenomorph," the blonde growled, showing his annoyance. Izuku was about to retaliate in annoyance for being called an alien again, but he stopped himself. Bakugo had stated the obvious. He had just asked a dumb question, but it was still unclear whether it was because Todoroki felt nothing or because he was sad. "I don't know," a faint and cold voice then said, catching both Bakugo and Izuku off guard. They both looked to see that it was Todoroki, expression still unchanged as he spoke. "I don't know how to feel about this. I hated my father, and I have for a long while, but he tried to fix things. He tried to talk to me, over and over again. But I just ignored him. I rejected him, because I didn't want to fix things at the time, but now he's gone. He's dead. And now I'll never get to fix anything. It's just going to remain broken forever," the bi-colored teen said, his voice being cold while showing a faint hint of emotion. Izuku and Bakugo couldn't identify what this emotion was, for it was too unclear to them, but they were still given an answer. They both looked shocked once they looked at Todoroki's face, for it was something they didn't expect. His expression remained the same as before, but he had tears going down his face, despite wearing his usual expression. The bi-colored teen was crying. Izuku and Bakugo didn't know how to react to this, or what to do. Todoroki was sad. He just didn't fully understand it himself. Deep down he wanted to fix things with his father, but now it was too late. Izuku didn't know what he could say to make things better, so all he did was put his hand on Todoroki's shoulder. "Am I interrupting something here?" an old and gruff voice then said out of nowhere, surprising everyone. The teens then turned to see that it was Gran Torino, walking in without knocking. Bakugo and Izuku looked at the retired hero in silence, both preparing to say that he should knock before entering, but the one who broke the silence was none other than Todoroki. "No, everything is fine," the bi-colored teen said, as he wiped the tears with his sleeve. The other two teens were slightly surprised, but they also felt bad that Todoroki had to push his pain away. Gran Torino could sense that things weren't fine, but he decided to not bring it up as he spoke. "All right then. I came here to talk to the two of you about your internships. Since Endeavor has tragically passed, you won't be able to continue your internship. Therefore, you would have to choose a new one. Now you have two options. You can either pick an agency from the list of offers that you received, or you can come and intern with me. Of course, this is if you wish to continue after everything that's happened," the retired hero said, aiming his words towards Izuku and Todoroki. The teens went deep into thought after hearing this, for they weren't sure of what to do. They both had a long list of options, but they also didn't know what Gran Torino had to offer. They also knew that the part about cutting the internship short was mostly aimed at Todoroki, for he was by far the most affected by last night's events. The teens were silent for a while, unsure of what to do. Izuku's eyes scanned the room in an attempt to find an answer, until his gaze landed on Bakugo. The blonde wore a serious expression as he looked at the green-haired boy without blinking. Izuku wasn't sure of what this meant at first, but he eventually got an idea. Bakugo's expression was telling him that Gran Torino was good, and that he should take his offer. Not only that, but he could feel something else in his eyes. It was as if he was saying that the retired hero knew about the blonde's secret. Izuku's eyes were locked with Bakugo's, until the blonde nodded in affirmation. I think I'll take you up on that offer. I'll intern with you, the green-haired boy then said, breaking the long silence that had been set in the room. Gran Torino just nodded in response to this. Before looking at Todoroki, I have a spot open for you as well. But I understand if you wish to cut things short, the retired hero said, his voice showing a hint of sympathy. Todoroki was silent for a while, showing a hint of uncertainty, until he clenched his fist and spoke up. I don't plan on quitting. I wish to take you up on that offer as well, the bi-colored teen said, his voice sounding firmer than before. Gran Torino nodded as a response to this. Before walking towards the door, Izuku and Bakugo did not expect to hear this from Todoroki. He had just lost his father. Therefore he won't be in the right state of mind during what remains of the internships. The two wanted to say something about it, or let Todoroki know that they were there for him, but they didn't. It wasn't that something was stopping them. They just had a feeling, a weird feeling that the bi-colored teen already knew what they wanted to say. The trio looked at each other, their expressions both calm and serious. Without moving, they didn't say a word to each other, but they still knew what the others were thinking. As they nodded towards each other before following Gran Torino, after accepting the offer, the trio went to the retired hero's rundown home. Gran Torino intended to work the teens half to death, but that ended up being more difficult than initially thought. Todoroki and Bakugo were the only ones that could benefit from physical training. The former so that he didn't have to always rely on his quirk, while the latter needed to be able to handle the full extent of his own. The only one of them that had no use of physical training was Izuku, for he was strong enough as it was. Instead, he would have the green-haired boy work on his mobility, by having him try to avoid getting hit by Gran Torino while using his flight. This was something that all three of them had to do to some extent, for it was a good way to increase the control they had over their quirks. The training continued for the few days that remained of the internship, and they passed fairly quickly. Before the teens even knew it, they had to return to UA. The students all gathered in the classroom, all discussing various topics. At first they all talked about what they did at their respective internships, but that all changed when Izuku and Todoroki entered the classroom. Now their conversation was a mixture of praise and sympathy. The praise came from the fact that they had managed to defeat and capture the hero killer on their own, while the sympathy was mostly aimed at Todoroki. The news had been made public just the day before that Endeavor had been brutally murdered and that there was not a single lead to tell them who was responsible. Todoroki didn't respond to anything that his classmates said. As he silently walked over to his seat, Izuku didn't say much either, for he had nothing to say. He accepted the praise that he was given, but he didn't say anything regarding Endeavor. Bakugo was also silent, because he had nothing to say and he didn't want to bring up anything painful. The class respected the fact that no one wanted to talk about it. As such, they didn't bring it up, but they also noticed something new. It was faint, for there wasn't a lot that made it evident, but there seemed to be some newly established bond between Bakugo, Izuku, and Todoroki. The air between the trio was different from what it used to be, as it gave off the impression that they were close to one another. Good morning, class, the tired voice of Aizawa then said, snapping everyone to attention as he entered the classroom. The teacher scanned his students with his neutral eyes, making sure that they were all present and aware. Before moving on the agenda at hand, the teacher immediately went on to explain that the final exams were just around the corner, and that they all needed to properly prepare for both the written and practical portion of it. After that, the school day went on as it should have, with regular classes. Eventually all classes ended, and the students all sat in their classroom. They quickly returned to the discussions they had earlier, with some of them adding either their worry or confidence about the final exams. Izuku was not really worried about the written portion, but he was skeptical about the practical. He was very strong. Even the teachers should know that by now, so he had a feeling that they had something special in store for him. Hey, Vulcan, want to train together? The voice of Bakugo then asked out of nowhere, sounding way too calm. Izuku turned to face his blonde friend in confusion as he asked, pardon, with a voice that showed his confusion. Bakugo just got annoyed upon hearing this, as he responded by saying, listen, you may be annoying but you're not stupid. We're both much stronger than our classmates, and the teachers know that, so they've probably prepared something special for us in particular. With his trademarked, aggressive tone, Izuku's expression changed upon hearing this, as he said, oh, So you want to prepare for the worst. With a voice that showed understanding, Bakugo only nodded in response to this, showing that this was exactly what he meant. Izuku smiled upon seeing this response. But he didn't get to say anything until someone else spoke up. Midoriya. Bakugo, a cold voice said, prompting the mentioned teens to look at the speaker. It was Todoroki. Wearing his usual cold expression, Izuku was confused by this. As the bi-colored teen continued speaking, "May I join the two of you?" Todoroki then said, his cold voice showing a slight hint of uncertainty. Both Izuku and Bakugo were even more confused now. For this was not something that they had expected. The teens had managed to build more respect for the bi-colored teen during the internship. But they still didn't understand what he wanted. They felt that there was something that Todoroki needed from them. But they just didn't know what that was. The bi-colored teen felt urged to explain himself, as he clenched his fists and broke his gaze with the other teens before saying, "I've neglected my flames for too long. I think it's time for me to finally learn how to use them properly. Bakugo's quirk is the closest thing that I can find to my left side. And Midoriya is both strong and can take whatever is thrown at him with ease. I'm asking you both to help me use my flames." With a voice that showed uncertainty and conflict, both Izuku and Bakugo were wide-eyed with shock after hearing this, for they finally understood what Todoroki was trying to do. The bi-colored teen had really been impacted by his father's death. And it was in a way that he hadn't expected. He was hurt by it, and now he wanted to try and make things right by using the only thing that he had left of his father. However, to do that he needed to swallow his pride and ask his two classmates for help. The teens were silent for a while now. Not daring to say anything, Todoroki felt the silence weigh on him, as if it was more unbearable the longer it was maintained. Bakugo looked at Izuku, his expression asking the green-haired boy what to do. Izuku just looked at his friend, his face filled with seriousness. As he only nodded, the blonde responded with silence. As he turned towards Todoroki and said, "You may join us in training, but we won't slow down to wait for you." With his usual voice, Todoroki almost looked surprised upon hearing this. But he quickly recovered before responding by saying, "Don't worry, I won't slow you down in any capacity." With a much calmer voice, both Izuku and Bakugo smiled and grinned, to which Todoroki responded with a smile of his own. The remainder of the class were a little shocked upon hearing this. They didn't understand everything that was said, or what it meant, but one thing was for sure. The three strongest students were band together and about to get much stronger. The weirdest version of the Three Musketeers had officially formed. Skillshare. This video is sponsored by Skillshare. With the services Skillshare provides, you can access many in-depth tutorial videos on basically anything you want to learn. Each class that they have is bound to help you with your creative endeavors. Do you want to learn how to make videos like this one? Do you know how to write scripts or edit audio? Skillshare has you covered, and with our link, you can have a 14-day free trial. So what are you waiting for? Click the link now and get 14 days worth of classes free. Link in description below. Time passed, and all the students trained and studied like there was no tomorrow. Izuku, Bakugo, and Todoroki all improved in various ways, with the bi-colored teen training to use his flames until he got burn marks. Not before long, however, the final exams arrived. The students were told to put on the hero costumes and go to the training field, only to be confused when they arrived. Waiting for them were almost all the teachers at UA, which prompted the students to ask what was going on. They got an answer. However, when Nezu appeared to explain the finals, the students would be paired in teams of 2. But they wouldn't be fighting any robots. Instead, they would be fighting the teachers, where victory could be attained by either capturing the teacher or escaping through the designated gate. The students started to panic, especially after hearing who they were going to face off against. Izuku and Bakugo were paired together, and they weren't afraid in the slightest, even after hearing that they would face off against All Might. The two teens weren't scared. "So, we're facing All Might," Izuku exclaimed, his voice not showing a single hint of fear. "Too easy," Bakugo then responded, his voice sounding fired up as he did. The class were just wide-eyed after hearing this. The fact that Izuku and Bakugo just weren't afraid of All Might just sounded insane. But at the same time it made sense since they were really strong. "Well, then it's a good thing that I'm here as well," a proud voice then announced. Everyone froze upon hearing this, for they recognized this voice. Izuku found it far too familiar, and that scared him. The green-haired boy turned around, his face showing utter fear. As he finally saw who had inexplicably joined, "Dad," Izuku uttered with a trembling voice. Nolan didn't budge by this. He just grinned as he said, "Hello there, son. You and your friend will be facing both me and All Might," with a voice that reflected his expression. Both Bakugo and Izuku trembled upon hearing this. But it was made much worse when All Might spoke up. "Not only that, we won't be wearing any extra weights. The two of you are incredibly strong, so we can't afford to be holding back against you," the blonde hero said, his proud voice only sounding ominous in the ears of the students. Class 1 froze after hearing this. The other matches would be against a teacher that was holding back. It was made so that they could win. Izuku and Bakugo, however, were facing the two strongest heroes that just announced how they wouldn't hold back. That was, "Hey, Junior. Can I point out the obvious?" the trembling voice of Izuku muttered. Bakugo would normally get mad about the nickname, but now he was too overrun with fear as he responded by saying, "Kryptonian, if it's what I think it is, I'm going to blast you." With anger in his voice, Izuku just kept trembling, as he knew that he was about to say exactly what Bakugo was thinking. They had trained together because they were afraid of what their teachers might try to do. But that was all for naught, even if they had been given a full year to prepare. Even if they had known this in advance, no amount of training would make them capable of winning. Izuku gulped at this realization as he uttered, "We are dead." Outro. Thank you all for sticking around, and I hope that you enjoyed. Before you leave, we would just like to let you know that We the Celestials has many other channels for your entertainment and viewing purposes. All the information you'll need is right below here in the description, so feel free to check out all the other incredible projects our team creates. Secondly, on behalf of We the Celestials, I'd like to thank everyone involved in the production of today's awesome content. Their details will be in the description below. That's all for today's video. So goodbye and have a divine day. Hey, what is up, mortals? Welcome to Part 6 Season 2. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. So, we begin. The final exams went on smoothly, with some people passing while others didn't. Among those who passed was Todoroki, who had shown greater control over his flames. But it was far from over. The best was about to come, for it was time for the final match. Omni-Man and All Might, two of the strongest heroes in the world, were up against Izuku and Bakugo, two of the strongest students at UA. To most people, this seemed like an attempt at finding someone that could match the strongest students, while also being a battle between father and son. But it was more than that. This was very much a battle between the strongest of two different categories. But it was also a fated encounter between master and student. Class 1 all gathered in the monitor room, waiting in anticipation for what was to come. They all mingled with each other about what was to come, but they didn't know what to think. They knew that their classmates were strong. They were facing much stronger opponents. "I wonder what will happen," Kaminari said, as he patiently waited alongside his classmates. The room was silent, for no one knew how to respond to this statement, until Kirishima decided to speak up. "I don't know what will happen, but one thing is for certain, the odds are not in their favor. I'd go as far as to say that they're basically zero," the redhead said, his voice showing seriousness as opposed to the usual excitement. "Stop thinking so little of them," a cold, and rather aggravated, voice then exclaimed. Everyone was caught off guard by this, as they turned to see that the words had come from Todoroki. The bi-colored teen looked as cold as always, but his eyes showed some hint of annoyance as he spoke. "I'll admit that their odds are terrible, but that won't matter. I've been around the two of them long enough to know one thing. They are far too stubborn to quit," Todoroki said, his voice being firm and certain. Class 1 didn't know how to react to this, for they didn't expect it. They knew that Todoroki had been training with both Izuku and Bakugo. But how were they already this close? They all sought the answer to this question, until their attention landed on Todoroki's left hand. It was covered in various burn marks, some looking minor while others didn't. This made them all realize something. He's been working really hard. Not only that, he's been doing it alongside Izuku and Bakugo. If the three of them had been training so hard side by side, there was no wonder why they now seemed to be so close. "Quiet down, it's about to start," Aizawa then said, his tired voice silencing everyone in the room. The class did as their teacher had told them, before turning their attention towards the giant monitor. The screen showed a fake city, right as both Izuku and Bakugo walked right into it. The duo seemed to be relatively calm despite their situation, but that couldn't be further from the truth. It was just a facade. Both teens were actually trembling with fear and uncertainty on the inside. They entered the field in silence, both trying to calm their nerves as much as possible, until Izuku spoke up. So, we definitely need a plan in order to win. With an uncertain voice, Bakugo just growled upon hearing this, as he responded by saying, "Win, we'll be lucky just to survive this," his fear and stress only serving as more fuel to the fire behind his aggressive tone. Izuku did not react to this. He only nodded while saying, "I agree, so we should definitely run away," with a tone that signaled a desperate call for urgency. "Do you honestly think that we'll let you escape?" A familiar, yet sinister, voice then made itself known. Both teens turned their terrified expressions towards it, only to see the red cape waving in the wind. The teens both froze. But the one that was on the worse end was Izuku. He was even more terrified than Bakugo, for this wasn't something he had seen before. The once comforting and warm face of his father was now a cold and twisted shadow of its former self. They stared at each other in silence, the teens not daring to make as much as a sound in the presence of Omni-Man. As the game of intimidation continued, then a sudden gust of wind, originating from the far end of the street, speeded towards them all. Bakugo was immediately knocked off his feet, flying backwards, as Omni-Man dashed at top speed while grabbing Izuku by the throat. The green-haired boy didn't even have enough time to register the waving of his father's cape before he was forcefully dragged away. Before he could even register what was happening, he had been thrown straight into a building, far away from his blonde companion. Struggling to properly address his surroundings, Izuku dragged himself up to his feet, grunting in pain as he did. But he didn't get a chance to properly think of a plan before hearing, "How long are you going to keep me waiting?" Izuku froze once again, as he turned to see that his father was patiently floating in front of him with his arms crossed. He couldn't move a muscle, and it would appear that his vocal cords had been frozen as well. He didn't know what to do. There wasn't anything that he could do. His father was superior to him in every way, and it didn't help that he looked as monstrous as he did. The green-haired boy desperately tried to think of what to do, until the only thing that made any form of sense came to his mind. It was to run as fast as possible. So he didn't waste a single breath. He took off immediately, flying as fast as he could manage, but it was all for naught. It didn't matter that he had reached top speed immediately. It didn't matter that he had moved so suddenly. His father was still ahead of him. Nolan had grabbed Izuku by the foot, holding it with an iron grip, as he looked on with a monstrous glare. "Did I say that you could run away?" the unlicensed hero then said, before throwing his son into another building. Izuku managed to brace himself this time. Therefore, he didn't take as much damage as before. He didn't get to rest, however, for his father quickly followed up by punching the green-haired boy through another structure. The battle continued in this fashion, with Omni-Man chasing Izuku around the entire area, leaving a path of brutal destruction in their wake. Class 1 observed this with wide eyes, unable to fully process what they were seeing, but one of them seemed to have a moment of realization. "So this is why Midoriya is so tough. His father has trained him like this all this time," Hiroshima said, sounding like he was both shocked and awed. The class also had a similar realization after hearing this, for it made sense to them. If Izuku had been put through such brutal training by his father, it made sense for him to be this powerful. But some weren't convinced. "No, something's wrong," a feminine tone exclaimed, a deep hint of worry present in its voice. Everyone turned to see that it was Uraraka, staring anxiously at the monitor. "So you also noticed it," Todoroki then added, his voice sounding cold. Everyone turned to them in confusion, wondering what they were talking about. Todoroki kept observing the screen, as he then spoke up. "This is nothing like how Midoriya explained his usual training. This is far more brutal. I know that he is strong and that his father is supposed to play the villain, but this is too much," the bi-colored teen said, his words being aimed towards someone specifically. That person was Aizawa, and he was unaffected by this as he responded by saying, "Before you even ask, no, I won't be stopping this match unless time runs out." With his usual tired voice, everyone was even more shocked upon hearing this, as Uraraka voiced their concern. "Why? He might get seriously injured out there," the brown-haired girl said, her voice being heavily weighed down by her worry. Aizawa didn't budge once again, as he sighed and answered by saying, "Because I need to make sure that he won't lose control again. You all saw how he behaved during the sports festival, and I can't have him repeating this behavior. We need to knock him down a few pegs, even if that means that he'll have to suffer through this brutality." With his tired voice, Class 1 was horrified now, for Aizawa was right. Izuku's behavior during the sports festival was not ideal, and they would be better off if it never happened again. But there was also something else. They didn't know what it was, but Aizawa's voice sounded like there was something else that bothered him. The class quickly gave up their attempts at figuring out what was happening in their teacher's head and continued to observe the match. Izuku was thrown through countless buildings, destroying everything in his path. He couldn't do anything against his father, and he was now convinced that the teachers had planned this out. The green-haired boy was once again grabbed by the throat before he was thrown straight into the ground. The impact stunned him for a while, so he couldn't move until something else crashed into the wall next to him. Izuku looked to see that it was Bakugo, who looked like he had been battered into oblivion. "I think they set us up for failure here," Izuku said, grunting in pain as he did. Bakugo just got annoyed upon hearing this, as he responded by saying, "That much was obvious the second that they announced our opponents," while also grunting upon hearing this. Izuku tried to sit himself up. The green-haired boy grunted while slowly pulling himself up, as he said, "Damn, is this how it feels to fight against me?" With an almost sarcastic voice. Bakugo didn't seem to understand the sarcasm, as he got more annoyed and said, "Stop touting your own horn. I'll kick your ass any day of the week." While still grunting, Izuku was ready to retaliate by correcting his blonde friend. But he stopped when he realized something. He had been losing for the entirety of the exam because he was fighting his father. So what if that changed? "Junior, you're a genius," the green-haired boy said, sounding more serious now. Bakugo just looked confused after hearing this, as Izuku began explaining, "We need to switch opponents. I can't fight my father and you can't fight All Might. So we need to switch opponents if we want a chance at winning," the green-haired boy said, sounding like most of his pain had been numbed out. Bakugo was shocked upon hearing this, but he still got annoyed while saying, "You're forgetting something. I can't fight your father either. You may have a chance against All Might, and that's a big may, but there's no way that I will be able to defeat Omni-Man." Izuku understood what Bakugo meant by this, as he stood up while saying, "We don't need to defeat them. We just need to hold them off until we get an opportunity to escape. As for my father, Viltrumites don't have super senses." With a much calmer voice, Bakugo finally understood what Izuku intended to do, as he pulled himself back to his feet while saying, "You better be right about this, Kryptonian," with a voice that sounded like it was trying to suppress its annoyance. Right as the duo stood up next to each other, their opponents finally made their presence known. Omni-Man kept staring Izuku down, while All Might kept his focus on Bakugo. The two teens braced themselves slightly as they nodded towards each other before charging in. What happened next came as a shock to both the two fighting heroes and the observers in the monitor room. They had expected Izuku and Bakugo to continue their fight with their previous opponent, but that didn't happen this time, just as his father had done to him at the beginning. Izuku was now flying straight towards an unsuspecting All Might. They switched opponents, Kirishima then exclaimed, genuinely shocked by what he was seeing. Many other students had the same reaction, for they didn't expect this in the slightest. Aizawa, on the other hand, somewhat understood what was happening. It took them long enough to do this. They finally realized that they had no hope of winning with the way they had been fighting, so they changed their targets in an attempt to gain an advantage. Although that doesn't mean that their victory is guaranteed, the tired teacher said, sounding unaffected by what was happening on the screen. The reason was that Aizawa was right. This didn't mean that it was going to be any easier. The students then turned their attention towards the screen, observing the remainder of the match. Meanwhile, All Might was throwing and missing most of his punches, all while having to take the green-haired boy's attacks. Everyone in the monitor room was shocked, for the battle was nothing short of a spectacle. Both opponents seemed to be equal in strength, but All Might appeared to be a little stronger than Izuku. It wasn't a lot, but even the smallest of differences can have the largest of impacts on the surroundings. This exchange continued for a while, with both fighters seeming to be at a standstill with one another. That changed, however. In an instant, Izuku closed the distance between himself and All Might, seemingly against the blonde hero's will. Before throwing a devastating punch to his face, everyone looked on in shock, for it seemed that All Might was about to lose. But that turned out to not be the case. Right as it looked like the blonde hero had lost, he steadied himself. He quickly wrapped his arms around Izuku, tightening his grasp as he did. Everyone was once again stunned, for they finally understood what was happening. All Might took that hit on purpose, which in turn set him up to grab hold of Midoriya. Now that he has him within his grasp, he's essentially nullified his mobility. All Might has regained control of the battle, Todoroki said, explaining what was happening on the screen. The students seemed to be more awed upon hearing this. As they watched All Might crush the green-haired boy within his arms, the observers couldn't hear anything in the field, but they could still imagine that Izuku was grunting and screaming in pain. The green-haired boy was writhing around like an animal in a bear trap, desperately trying to escape the bone-shattering grip of his captor. The longer it progressed, the more hopeless it looked. And right now it seemed pretty grim. All Might didn't let go of his hold, and he seemed to tighten more every time that his prey struggled. The blonde hero had accounted for Izuku's mobility and worked against it. But not even he could have predicted what happened next. All Might's expression was suddenly filled with confusion, as his stature was slowly elevated upwards. This confusion spread into the monitor room, but they all quickly realized what was happening. All Might may have hindered Izuku from properly using his flight, but he still hadn't stopped him from using it. The green-haired boy was pulling the blonde hero up into the air with him, in what seemed to be another desperate attempt to escape. Everyone remained confused during these events, but they didn't get to think of a proper answer before Izuku suddenly slammed into the ground. Everyone jumped as this happened, slightly frightened by the result. They were all shocked and confused, but they quickly understood what Izuku tried to do. The green-haired boy had realized that he couldn't break himself free, so the only way to release himself was to hit All Might until he let go. The screen was covered in a cloud of smoke, masking the results from everyone, with an unnerving silence. Eventually the smoke cleared, only to reveal a battered Izuku on the ground. He was still awake, yet it was apparent that he had harmed himself by slamming his front into the ground. But that wasn't the concerning part. What was concerning was that underneath the green-haired boy was nothing but shattered asphalt. All Might was nowhere to be seen. Izuku dragged himself up on trembling legs, while keeping his eyes peeled for the number one hero that could be hiding within the residual smoke. It was quiet, too quiet, and not a single trace of All Might could be found anywhere. The green-haired boy was about to fly in an attempt to gain some altitude, but he was immediately stopped by a sudden force wrapping itself around him from behind. Izuku only managed to get a glimpse of what it was, but he already knew. It was All Might, holding the green-haired boy in a tight chokehold from behind. Izuku could immediately feel how he was unable to breathe. As such, he became more and more desperate to break loose. He tried to do the same thing again, only to find that All Might had dug his feet into the ground to anchor himself. He then tried to pry his arms open, but that didn't work either. The green-haired boy began to lose consciousness, but he didn't stop struggling. He could feel how his strength was leaving his body, and how he was losing his grip. Izuku had many thoughts going through his head, but they all shared a common theme. He was about to lose, but he didn't want that to happen. He knew that he was stronger than this. That's why he refused to give up here. The green-haired boy reached up for All Might's arms once again, tightening his grip around them. The observers saw this and wrote it off as a desperate, yet futile, attempt to break free. But they all had the shock of their life when blood suddenly burst out from there. Everyone was both shocked and horrified. Even the teachers were, as they watched the gruesome event in front of them. Soundpeats. This video is sponsored by Soundpeats and their new True Free 2 wireless earbuds to provide the next level of quality and comfort. Ever gone out for a run and have to readjust your buds every 5 minutes? How about worry about getting caught in the rain and ruining your $200 earbuds? Well, those days are behind you. With an ergonomic design created to stay on even through the most rigorous workout or function through a cascade of rain with its IP7 water resistance. Enjoy 20 hours of battery life and seamless switching between earbuds without interruptions and at a fraction of the price of most premium earbuds. Check out the new True Free 2 wireless earbuds in the link in the description. Also, know that using the link below, you won't only get an excellent audio experience, you'll be supporting the channel so we can continue to provide the highest quality content possible. Each purchase helps, so if you're on the lookout for a new pair of buds, we've got you covered. Well, what just happened? Uraraka exclaimed, horror being present in her voice. No one seemed to have an answer for her, until someone finally figured out what had happened. Midoriya. He didn't try to pull himself loose. He dug his fingers into All Might's arms. Todoroki answered, his cold voice now overrun with an equally cold shock. Everyone was even more stunned now, for it was brutal. It was understandable that one would do this in a dire situation, but they never expected Izuku to be the one doing it. The students didn't get to have another thought or comment about what was happening before Izuku charged in. The green-haired boy flew at top speed, while staying low towards the ground. All Might lowered his guard in an attempt to shield his legs, but was quickly met by a fist to the temple. The observers were once again shocked, for they had also been fooled by Izuku. The green-haired boy had stayed low in order to make All Might lower his guard. That way he wouldn't be able to defend against another attack. Izuku didn't stop and went in for another attack, only to be caught once again. All Might had grabbed Izuku into a bear hug, while also anchoring himself to the ground. Now the green-haired boy couldn't release himself by flying, and he wasn't able to grab onto his arms either. The blonde hero tightened his hold around Izuku, intending to end the fight between them, but he was forced to let go when the green-haired boy sent a headbutt right into All Might's face. He didn't stop there, as he continued to rain down punches onto the blonde hero. Awe and shock never left the expressions of the students, but one of them was even more shocked than the rest. It was Uraraka, and she was also worried. She recognized the aura that Izuku had around him, and the raging brutality that came with it. She had seen it before. It was during the USJ incident, when Izuku had completely annihilated the Namo. This only made her more worried, for even if Izuku had gained more strength, he lost his mind in the process, and she didn't want him to do something that he might regret. Uraraka's attention was brought back to the screen, as Izuku delivered another punch to All Might's face. The symbol of peace didn't back down, however, as he wound up for a counterattack, but it was quickly stopped when Izuku threw a full-powered punch straight into the right side of All Might's stomach. The blonde hero staggered severely, and even started to cough up blood, right before Izuku delivered the finishing blow to his face. All Might was thrown back into a building, with a cloud of smoke covering him. He was still clinging to consciousness, but he was too injured to continue the fight. Izuku barely got to assure his victory before he heard one of the loudest and most powerful explosions in his life. He turned to see that Bakugo was the cause of it, at the cost of his right arm, and behind him was his staggered but otherwise completely uninjured father. "Hey, Martian!" the explosive blonde shouted. As he reached out his left hand, Izuku was immediately knocked out of his trance, as he quickly took off towards his partner. He then grabbed Bakugo by the hand, before heading towards the exit at top speed. Nolan managed to finally regain his senses after a few seconds. Bakugo was unable to put as much as a scratch on him, but his versatility made him hard to deal with, as he had mainly used his explosions to blind and distract him. He was going to chase after the teens, but by the time he had the option to do so, it was announced that they had managed to escape. The exam was over, and the two successors managed to best their predecessors. Class 1 was still in shock, for they didn't know how to process this. They were convinced that Izuku and Bakugo were going to lose this match, but they had been horribly wrong. Even though they had passed out the second that it was over, they still did it. "No way, they won!" Kaminari shouted, still unable to believe what his eyes were showing him. Everyone in class shared his feeling, except for Todoroki, of course, while Aizawa was wearing a wide grin. Yes, they did it, despite it being nigh impossible. Despite all the odds being stacked against them, they refused to give up. They went beyond their limits, plus ultra style, the tired teacher said, his voice and expression filled with nothing but pride for his students' accomplishments. Outro. Thank you all for sticking around, and I hope that you enjoyed. Before you leave, we would just like to let you know that We the Celestials has many other channels for your entertainment and viewing purposes. All the information you'll need is right below here in the description, so feel free to check out all the other incredible projects our team creates. Secondly, on behalf of We the Celestials, I'd like to thank everyone involved in the production of today's awesome content. Their details will be in the description below. That's all for today's video, so goodbye and have a divine day. Hey, what is up, mortals? Welcome to Part 7 Season 2. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. So, we begin. The final exams all ended much smoother than expected. Most students ended up passing, while some still had a few things to work on. Both Bakugo and Izuku were given medical treatment after their exam, for they had not come out unscathed. Class 1 were then informed that they would attend a training camp, regardless if they passed the exam or not. The students got excited after hearing this, as they immediately began planning. Meanwhile, however, something peculiar was happening at UA. The students had all left, including those that needed medical attention, which left the building to just the teachers. Aizawa and Nezu walked down the halls, both wearing a rather alarming expression. As they made their way to Recovery Girl's office, they were deep in thought, thinking about the possibilities for what was about to happen. As they slowly slid the door open, "Took you long enough," the old heroine said, right as the two heroes entered the room. "Sorry, it took longer than expected to get everyone out," Nezu responded, sounding rather calm. The room fell silent after this, as the two heroes slowly approached before asking, "Well, what do you have?" Recovery Girl cleared her throat in response to this, bringing up a few pages on her computer screen before saying, "I've analyzed the DNA sample that I took from Midoriya earlier. But there's a lot to unpack. Where do you want to start?" With a more serious tone, both Aizawa and Nezu noticed this change, but they didn't let it affect them as the former spoke up. "Let's start with his quirk. I used my erasure on him during the first day, but it had no effect. Either he's immune to it, or his quirk is odd," the tired teacher said, with an equally tired voice. Recovery Girl didn't change her expression, as she responded by saying, "I already looked for that, and I couldn't find anything." With the same serious voice, Aizawa was confused now, as he asked, "What do you mean?" "That you couldn't find anything to suggest an immunity to my quirk." With a voice that showed his confusion, the old nurse took a deep breath before she explained, "I couldn't find anything to suggest that he has a quirk at all. According to all the tests, the boy should be quirkless." Both Aizawa and Nezu were frozen now, for they didn't know how to react to this. Their immediate thought was that Recovery Girl must have made some sort of mistake. But her expression told them that there was no mistake. An unnerving silence filled the room once more. Before Recovery Girl cleared her throat, the other two jumped from this, as she continued to speak. "There's more to it than that, because his DNA doesn't fully add up. At first it looked just like that of any other human, but upon closer look it isn't. Whatever it is, it can't be from this world," she said, sending more waves of shock throughout the room. The other two didn't know how to react to this. Their first thought after hearing that Izuku was quirkless was that he must be an alien, but they didn't think that actually would be the case. "It gets better, or worse, because I ran a multitude of tests on his cells," Recovery Girl then said, knocking both heroes out of their shock as she continued. "I gave it everything: drugs, bacteria, viruses, even radiation, and it didn't even put a scratch on them. I don't know what kind of cells he has, but they just won't die," the old nurse said, her voice sounding like it was as shocked as the other two. No one in the room knew how to feel about this, for it was far too baffling. Not only was Izuku quirkless, he was supposedly an alien. Not only that, he was immortal for all they knew. Their simple desire to unveil the secret behind their student's remarkable power led to an answer. But now they didn't know what else to expect from him. "If what you're saying is true, we'll need to keep a watchful eye on him. And perhaps we need to think of something special for the training camp," Nezu then said, his voice slowly returning to its usual self. Everyone agreed to this, as Aizawa added, "Definitely, if he's as strong as you say he is. We'll most certainly need his help in the future." With his usual tired voice, "We might need it sooner than later, assuming that we can actually trust him," Recovery Girl then said, her voice sounding far more serious than before. Both Aizawa and Nezu were once again confused, as the old nurse continued, "All Might's time limit has been severely lowered, and it's because Midoriya struck him in his weak spot. It might have been an accident, but we can't afford to take the risk." Now the room was dead silent. One could have heard a falling leaf hit a mattress. They didn't want to think that their student couldn't be trusted, but there was the risk. If Izuku didn't know about All Might's injury and accidentally hit him there, they had nothing to worry about. But if it turned out that he had known about All Might's weak spot and still chose to strike him there, knowing what it would do, it changed things. The three teachers stood in a long mutual silence, all thinking about one mutual thought. Could they actually trust Izuku Midoriya? Some time passed, and it was finally time for the camp to begin. The students were given enough time to prepare, and some needed it more than others. Izuku, once again, had to convince his father to let him attend, which Nolan reluctantly agreed to. Class 1 were all seated on the bus, mingling with each other as they made their way to the supposed training ground. It took a while, but eventually the bus stopped only to reveal that they were in the middle of nowhere. The students were all confused, wondering where they were exactly. But their thoughts were quickly stopped when a black car pulled up to reveal two members of the hero group called the Wild Wild Pussycats. Now everyone's confusion was overwhelmed by excitement, as they carefully listened to what the heroes had to say. Izuku shared this excitement with everyone else, but his attention was quickly drawn elsewhere. The green-haired boy thought that he could see something beyond the thick forest. As he made his way over to the cliff to try and get a better view, he was alone in his observations, until both Bakugo and Todoroki eventually joined his side. The three musketeers stood side by in silence, not speaking or even moving a muscle as they scanned the vast forest. It was peaceful, had no need for worry, with gentle winds passing by. "So, how have you been holding up, Todoroki?" Izuku then asked, turning to face the bi-colored teen on his left. Todoroki was silent for a while, almost giving the impression that he didn't have an answer to this rather simple yet broad question. He then raised and looked at his still blistered and burnt left hand, as he responded by saying, "It's been rather tough on my family. They're probably far more lost and confused than me right now. As for my flames, I have a long way to go before I reach my desired goal," with his usual cold voice. As his eyes seemed to put more and more focus on his raised palm, both Bakugo and Izuku nodded in response to this, for they knew what their friend was talking about. They knew that Todoroki's mother and siblings had a complicated relationship with Endeavor, so they couldn't even begin to imagine what they were going through right now. As for the second part, its meaning was rather obvious. Don't undermine your progress. You've come pretty far already. If we fought right now, you might actually give me some trouble, Izuku then said. As a smile crept up on him, Todoroki responded to this with a smile of his own. But none of them got to say anything before Bakugo intervened. "Oh please, he won't ever be able to put a scratch on you before I do another one," the blonde said, his voice sounding less agitated than it usually was. Izuku was only a little annoyed by this, but apparently he wasn't nearly as annoyed as his ice-using companion. "That is very rich coming from a guy who broke his own arms just for a single drop of blood," Todoroki said, his voice clearly showing his annoyance. Bakugo did not like what he heard, as he responded, "The hell did you say?" "Icy hot," the blonde grunted, slowly regressing back to the ill-tempered bomb that they all knew. Bakugo was about to say something more, but was interrupted when he heard chuckles coming from Izuku. "What's so funny, Kaiju?" the bomb grunted, showing how little he appreciated Izuku's amusement. The invincible teen wiped a tear from his eye, as he responded by saying, "It's nothing, Junior. I'm just surprised. I never thought that you would fight over me." With a voice that was still joyous from his chuckles, Bakugo didn't like this at all, as he gritted his teeth while a horrendous bulge appeared on his forehead. Meanwhile, the rest of Class 1 was still with the newly arrived pros. They were all listening intently to Mandalay's explanation of the camp. But before she could get anywhere near the important bit, she was interrupted by the sound of an explosion in the background. Everyone jumped and instinctively turned towards it, only to see that a portion of the cliff's edge was missing. There was also a dust cloud, and through it they could see the vague silhouettes of 3 students falling over the ledge. Both Mandalay and Pixie Bob were on the brink of panic upon seeing this, but they were then confused when realizing that they were alone in that fact. No one, neither student nor teacher, seemed to be alarmed about this in any way. "Don't worry about the 3 of them. They've been through far too much just to die in such a pathetic way," Aizawa then said, his voice being calm and tired as always. Mandalay was of course shocked by this, for it seemed that these types of events were normal to the teacher. But she quickly collected herself before saying, "All right, if you say so. I guess we better get started right away." With a voice that sounded a little shell-shocked still, the students were all confused by this. But they didn't get to ask anything before a landslide suddenly threw them to join the 3 musketeers below. The students all crashed into the ground, grunting in pain as they did. Their first instinct was to look around for the others. That's when they found the fateful trio. Izuku, Bakugo, and Todoroki were all floating just 1 centimeter over the ground, thanks to Izuku, who held the other 2 by the back of their shirts. The invincible teen put them both down gently, all while letting out a sigh of relief. "Thanks for the save, Midoriya," Todoroki then said, while panting slightly. Izuku was about to respond to this, but he was quickly interrupted by Bakugo. "I didn't ask for your help," the blonde said, grunting as he did. Izuku just sighed upon hearing this, as he responded by saying, "Yet you so desperately need it, Junior." Bakugo almost seemed unaffected by this, as he said, "You're clearly delusional if you believe that." With his usual voice, Izuku got visibly annoyed upon hearing this, and it looked like he was on the verge of just losing his mind, as he said, "Listen, I am fine with you calling me an alien. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. All I ask of you is to at least try and be consistent with it." With a very angry voice, Bakugo just grinned upon hearing this, as he responded by saying, "What are you gonna do about it? Phone home?" With a smug voice, Izuku just grunted in response to this, desperately trying to keep his rage in. Meanwhile, their classmates were all in a disorganized panic, while being chased by what looked to be monsters made from mud. They all cried out for the blonde and the brunette to help them, but they didn't hear any of it. They just stared at each other in silence, until Bakugo's expression grew even more smug before saying, "Perhaps you'd prefer that I call you Xenomorph." Izuku could no longer hold it in after hearing this. His anger had been boiling over for a long while, and now he was about to open the floodgates. "Do I look like a hideous monster with acidic blood?" the green-haired boy shouted, letting all his anger out verbally as he swung his arms outwards. Izuku wasn't paying any form of attention to his surroundings. Therefore, he didn't notice how his outstretched arms accidentally had destroyed a dirt monster that tried to sneak up on him. The now lifeless monster fell to the ground with a bang, almost landing on Ishido as it did. "Hey, be careful where you wave those things," the pink-skinned girl shouted, her voice being both panicked and irritated. Izuku, on the other hand, still hadn't noticed a thing. As he continued to stare Bakugo down. "What's that on your face?" the blonde then asked, while pointing towards a lump of dirt that had landed on Izuku's cheek. The greenette didn't change his expression, as he wiped the dirt away while pointing at Bakugo and shouting, "Don't change the subject, Junior. We both know that I can kick your ass blindfolded and with only one arm and leg." The blonde bomb didn't like this, as he let out wild, one-for-all-powered explosions while shouting, "The hell did you say, you damned Wookiee?" Back at Izuku, Bakugo was also oblivious to his surroundings, so he also failed to notice how he had destroyed another dirt monster with one of his stray explosions. This caused his classmates to yell at him to be more careful, for they had almost been hit by the blasts, but Bakugo didn't hear any of it. As Izuku then said, "Hey, what's that on your face?" as he pointed towards a lump of dirt on the blonde's cheek. Bakugo didn't calm down, as wiped the dirt while shouting, "Don't change the subject, Chewbacca." Honey. This video was sponsored by Honey. Honey is a free browser add-on available on Google, Opera, Firefox, Safari. If it's a browser, it has Honey. Honey automatically saves you money when you check out on sites like Amazon, Papa John's, and Kohl's. Wherever you shop, it's a good chance that Honey can save you money. All you have to do when you're checking out at these big sites is click that little orange button, and it will scan the entire internet and find discount codes for you. It takes 2 clicks to install Honey. Now anytime you check out, Honey will scan the whole internet and find coupon codes for you. If there is a coupon code, they will find it, and if there's not a coupon code, you can rest assured that you are getting the best price possible. If you install Honey right now, you can save so much money on your online shopping, doing nothing. There's no reason not to install Honey. It takes 2 clicks, 10 million people use it, 100,000 5-star reviews. Unless you hate money, you should install Honey. Use the link in the description to start saving money now. The two angry teens continued their long and very pointless argument for the entirety of the way. They always destroyed something by accident, all while being completely oblivious of their surroundings. The argument itself just consisted of fighting over who was better, with Bakugo eventually speaking as if Izuku was a foreigner who didn't understand what he was saying. This all led to the blonde speaking like a caveman by the time that they actually reached the campsite. And by that point Izuku was just over it. "Okay. Listen, every time you open your mouth at least 20 of your brain cells come flying out. If it was possible to have a negative number of those, you'd be at about -5,000. Do you still wish to continue?" the greenette then said, heavily emphasizing that he has had enough. Bakugo responded to this by returning to his usual speech and saying, "I'll let you off the hook this time, Grogu," with a much calmer voice now. Izuku just grunted in response to this, not having enough energy to get annoyed anymore. The duo then turned their expressions towards their classmates, finally acknowledging their existence, before asking, "What the hell happened, you guys?" While noticing how beat up they looked, the class all got irritated upon hearing this, as Ishido decided to speak for everyone. "Are you kidding me? We had to bust our asses to avoid getting hit by monsters, and, worst of all, the two of you," the pink-skinned girl shouted. And almost the entire class nodded in agreement to this clearly justified anger. The duo only seemed to get more confused upon hearing this, as Izuku then asked, "Wait, there were monsters out there?" while sounding like he had no idea what was happening. Everyone was seriously baffled by how oblivious they were, as Kirishima answered the question, "Well, not anymore. You guys destroyed them all during your argument." Izuku and Bakugo didn't know how to react to this, but another question was raised when they looked towards Todoroki. The bi-colored teen didn't look nearly as banged up as the others, and looked like he had followed them around all the time. "Todoroki, you followed right behind them the entire time without any issues. Why didn't you even try to stop their argument so that they could have helped us?" Uraraka then asked the ice user, sounding just as irritated as the others. Todoroki looked as cold as always, until he grinned and said, "Honestly, their argument was just too funny, so I decided to watch instead." With a slight chuckle, everyone, including Izuku and Bakugo, were shocked to hear this, for it did not sound like something that Todoroki would do. That shock was short-lived, however, As Uraraka responded to this by saying, "I want to hurt you, all three of you," with a voice that showed that she was both serious and very angry. Izuku was thrown off by this, but he quickly collected himself before looking around and saying, "Sure. But you'll have to wait in line," with a calm and almost tired voice. He wasn't wrong with this statement, for it looked like almost everyone wanted to hurt the three of them in some way now. An awkward silence filled the air amongst the students, until Bakugo broke it by sighing and saying, "Well, this was a pathetic start to the camp," with a voice that sounded similar to Izuku's. The Greenette also sighed upon hearing this, as he responded, "We finally agree on something, Junior." All three of the musketeers then proceeded onwards, completely ignoring the angry glares that they got from their classmates. The next day, Class 1 woke up early and gathered in a training field outside. Almost everyone was half awake and could barely pay any attention as Aizawa spoke. "All right, class, this training camp is designed to make all of you stronger. You've been through a lot, as such you have grown mentally. But physically you haven't improved nearly as much. Of course, there are a few wild exceptions among you," the tired teacher said, his voice being its usual calm self. The class was still a little drowsy, but they nodded in response. Aizawa scanned all of his students until his gaze landed on Izuku. The green-haired boy noticed how he was at the center of his teacher's attention, as he got a ball tossed towards him. "Midoriya, you know what to do. Anything goes as long as you stay within the circle. And I want to remind you that there's no height limit, so don't hold back this time," Aizawa then said, right as Izuku caught the ball. Izuku was a little confused upon hearing this, but he quickly understood what Aizawa meant and proceeded onwards. He entered the ring and stood still for a while before he began to float. The class didn't understand what Izuku was doing. They would have understood if he had just used his flight to push off the ground. But the green-haired boy was flying much higher than the treetops at the moment. They all watched as Izuku eventually stopped to float in midair, before reeling his fist back and throwing the softball with all of his might. The throw created a massive wind blast, one that even the students could feel, as the ball vanished in the distance. "Where did it go?" Kirishima then asked, his voice sounding rather curious. Many students had this question in mind, for they were still waiting for a ball that should have landed ages ago. They all waited in silence for a few more seconds, until they could hear a weird noise. As if on cue with the sound, Izuku turned a full 180 degrees to face it before raising his hand. Everyone was once again confused, until a loud crash followed by another blast of wind appeared. The entire class was staggered by this, but they would freeze up even more when they looked up to see what had caused this event. "Are you kidding me?" Kaminari shouted in bewilderment, outright refusing to believe that this was real. The class seemed to share those feelings as they watched the smoking hand of the seemingly unaffected and unchanged Izuku. The flying teen was holding onto the ball that he had just thrown, and it was smoking from the friction. Izuku then gently blew onto the heated ball, before he slowly descended back to the earth. "And no way, did he just?" Ashido then uttered. But she didn't get to finish her question before Izuku responded. "Throw the ball a full lap across the earth with what appears to be no effort." "Yes," he said, with a voice that was both cool and calm. The class was stunned, unable to fully process what they just saw. But they didn't get to do any of that as Aizawa spoke. "Good, that means I won't have to expel you. Moving on, as I said earlier, this camp is meant to help you improve physically. Midoriya may not have been a good example of my point, but use him as motivation to get stronger," the tired teacher said to his students, sounding like he was unaffected by Izuku's performance. The class just shouted in response to this, all determined to get stronger. But Izuku wasn't sharing that sentiment. "So if I'm their motivation to grow stronger, what am I supposed to do? Now that I think about it, what exactly can you do to help me improve?" the Invincible teen asked, sounding like he was genuinely curious about what his teacher had in mind. The class seemed to agree with Izuku, for they couldn't really think of anything that could put him through a struggle, except for fighting two of the strongest heroes on Earth. Aizawa was once again unaffected by this as he said, "Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about you," with an unchanged voice. Now Izuku was even more curious, wondering what exactly his teacher had in mind. His answer would come almost immediately though, as someone else joined the scene. Out from the trees behind Aizawa they could see Tiger, dragging a bag across the dirt as he approached them all. The students were now confused once more, as the panting and sweaty pro hero finally made it to Aizawa's side. "Eraserhead, get a truck next time you want to transport something as heavy as this," the clearly exhausted pro said, as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Aizawa didn't say anything in response to this. He just grunted as he pointed towards Izuku. Tiger growled upon seeing this, as he lifted the bag up with trembling arms and tried to hand it over to the student. "Come on, what's in this bag that you struggle to carry so bad?" the green-haired boy said as he received the bag from Tiger, but cut himself off after what happened next. The other students were asking the same question about the contents of the bag, but they were all equally shocked by what happened. "Have fun, kid. It's your burden now," Tiger then said. Before leaving the training field, everyone was still in deep shock, for they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Izuku had received the bag, fully confident that he could carry whatever Tiger struggled with. But that is not what happened. The second that the hero had let go, the bag crashed into the ground and made a crater, almost dragging Izuku down with it. No one knew how to process this. Izuku Midoriya, the kid that fought against All Might, the kid that just threw a softball across the entire planet, the kid that could call himself invincible without it being boastering, struggled to lift this bag. Izuku's shock only served to amplify his curiosity. As he opened the bag, what he saw inside made him sweat even more. As he looked towards his teacher, "We'll start easily. Then we'll add more and more until I see you sweat," Aizawa then said, his voice showing a menacing tone. His gaze then left the terrified Izuku, and instead landed on the equally terrified remainder of Class 1A. He scanned them all before he, with the same terrifying voice, said, "Let the training camp officially begin." Outro. Thank you all for sticking around, and I hope that you enjoyed. Before you leave, we would just like to let you know that We the Celestials has many other channels for your entertainment and viewing purposes. All the information you'll need is right below here in the description, so feel free to check out all the other incredible projects our team creates. Secondly, on behalf of We the Celestials, I'd like to thank everyone involved in the production of today's awesome content. Their details will be in the description below. That's all for today's video. So goodbye and have a divine day. Hey, what is up, mortals? Welcome to Season 3 Part 1. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. So, we begin. Winds were blowing and branches were waving with it. The sun was shining brightly, painting the forest in a luscious green when it hit the leaves. The greenery gave a clear and peaceful air, even with all the painful screams that echoed through it. Aizawa did as he promised. He put all of his students through hell. Class 1 was being put through hellishly painful training, each one specifically designed for each student. A few examples were Bakugo, who plunged his hands into boiling water to make his explosions bigger, and Todoroki, who sat in a barrel of water while constantly switching between ice and fire. Meanwhile, there was one that stood out from the rest. This student was Izuku, and he was not let off the hook despite his abilities. The greenette was just as exhausted as everyone else, for his training was just as handcrafted as the rest. It consisted of him flying at top speed and occasionally using his super strength. Except he was told to wear an obscene amount of weights while doing so. The weights were similar to the ones that the teachers had used during the final exams, only difference being that they were made to be as heavy as physically possible. Aizawa oversaw Izuku's training specifically, because he wanted to be sure. He wanted to make sure that his strongest student was working as hard, if not harder, than the others. He would carefully observe the teen's training, then occasionally tell him to increase the amount of weights until he started struggling. It was gruesome, but Izuku never complained because he was certain that Aizawa wouldn't care. During the training, however, the green-haired boy could feel that there was something off about Aizawa. The tired teacher was observing his progress. He was sure of that, but Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that Aizawa was looking for something else. He personally sought to evaluate his near-invincible student, while leaving the rest to the wild pussycats as if he didn't care about them. Izuku held this thought to himself, for he was in too much pain to say anything about it. Class 1 continued their session of seemingly endless torture, which in turn led to them feeling nothing but pain at the end of it. Even Izuku was exhausted, for there was a limit to how much he could carry while flying. The students all dragged their way forward like a horde of undead, all desperate for a moment of rest. That would not come anytime soon, however, for they were immediately told that they would have to cook their own food if they wanted to eat. No one was happy about this, but they didn't really have a choice. They immediately went to work, quickly assigning roles among themselves in order to maximize efficiency. Izuku fit into his role quickly, but it was abundantly clear that he might have been more exhausted than the others. He wobbled around with almost every step, barely having enough energy to even float, and shivering with almost every movement of his arms. The others noticed this and started feeling bad, but Izuku pressed on. He might have been exhausted, but he didn't let that stop him from doing what he needed to do. The green-haired boy bit through his pain and helped prepare the food. until his attention was drawn elsewhere. In the background, he could see the vague silhouette of a child walking into the forest. Izuku immediately recognized this as Kota, but he didn't know where he was going. "Hey, Martian, quit slacking and get back to work," a loud and angry voice then shouted, knocking Izuku out of his state of confusion. He turned his gaze to see that it was Bakugo. Looking very annoyed with his green classmate, Izuku just grunted in response to this, before saying, "Did it ever occur to you that I might be slacking because I've had a rough day?" With a slightly annoyed tone, Bakugo got angry upon hearing this. But he didn't get to say anything before Todoroki spoke up. "We've all had an equally rough day. It is not an excuse to be slacking off," the bi-colored teen said, his voice sounding as calm and cold as it usually did. Neither the blonde nor the brunette could immediately respond to this, for different reasons. Izuku couldn't argue against what Todoroki had said, and Bakugo had his words stolen from him. "What Icy Hot just said. So get back to work," the explosive teen then shouted. Izuku didn't budge upon hearing this, as he responded by saying, "Don't act so high and mighty. Even though I'm exhausted, I can still kick your ass blindfolded." With a rather cold voice, the blonde got infuriated upon hearing this, as he shouted, "The hell did you say, you extraterrestrial bastard?" With an outright furious voice, Izuku responded with an aggressive tone of his own, as he shouted, "Do you want to fight right now? Bring it, Junior." Right back at Bakugo, the angry teens looked ready to charge at each other, and multiple people moved in to try and stop them. Aizawa, Tiger, and Todoroki all were ready to intervene, but they were beaten to it when something hit both teens over the skulls. Both Izuku and Bakugo shivered in pain as they turned to see what had hit them. What they saw was a stone-faced Uraraka, holding a firm grip over a frying pan. "Uraraka, what did you do that for?" Izuku exclaimed, rubbing his head in pain as he did. The brown-haired girl just wore an emotionless expression, not showing anything, before she suddenly shouted, "What did I do that for? To set you two idiots straight, and remind you of what you're supposed to be doing. Now, stop arguing like an old married couple and start making yourselves useful." With a loud burst of furious anger behind her voice, so much so that it shocked and even terrified the people around them. "Yes, ma'am," both Izuku and Bakugo then shouted at the same time, both clearly shaken by Uraraka's unexpected rage. The class then all went back to preparing the food, all while still being a little shocked. Despite this, however, they were all very grateful to Uraraka, especially Aizawa, because she had managed to contain and humble the class's very own time bombs. Some more time passed, and more hell awaited all of the aspiring heroes. They went through another day of painful training. Except today it was going to be a little different. They were told that they were going to have a test of courage after nightfall, and it was explained as being a fun activity. Some students were excited, while others were dead certain that there was some catch that they didn't know of. Nightfall eventually came, and the so-called test of courage was underway. Vandalay, Pixie Bob, and Tiger were quick on the explanation for the event, before dividing the students into pairs. However, since they were an uneven number, Izuku ended up being alone. Izuku wasn't particularly fond of the idea of being alone, but he was far too exhausted to complain. The other night he had managed to recover some of his stamina, but that didn't mean anything because Aizawa pushed him even harder than before. He once again wondered why his teacher was suddenly so obsessed with him, but he never found the opportunity to ask him. The green-haired boy didn't pay any attention to his surroundings, repeating all of Aizawa's previous words and actions in an attempt to find some sort of meaning behind it. He already knew that his teacher was searching for something in him, but he didn't know what he was trying to find, and he didn't know why. He just kept repeating it in his head over and over. And eventually he remembered what Aizawa had said just earlier that day. "You really aren't from this world," the tired teacher had muttered quietly, as if he didn't want anyone else to hear it. Izuku didn't think too much of it, but the more he repeated it, the more he got reminded of something. That is when he finally realized what it was, and it worried him. Aizawa's words at that moment had reminded him of how Bakugo usually spoke to him. The blonde called him an alien in many different ways because he was the person at UA who knew the truth. But now Izuku had reasons to believe otherwise. Had Aizawa figured out that he was an alien? Is that why he was only observing his progress? And if he knew the truth, who else did? All of these questions went through Izuku's head like a chaotic maelstrom, until he was knocked out of it by an odd smell. He couldn't exactly tell what it was, but he got his answer when he saw a cloud of black smoke followed by the light of blue flames. He wasn't the only one who noticed it either, for just a few seconds later the other remaining students turned their shocked expressions towards the blue light, only to turn them once more when they heard a cry. It was Pixie Bob. who had been pulled away by some invisible force. She now laid on the ground, bloody and unconscious, as a menacing-looking figure held a giant metallic pole against her head. Now everyone's expression quickly turned into one of horror. But no one dared to say anything until Mandalay called out, "Everyone, we've been compromised. Get back to camp immediately." With her quirk, the students present didn't hesitate and began to move as a cohesive unit. Except for Izuku, he was going to leave as well. But he remembered Koda. The boy was probably on his own right now, and there was no guarantee that he was safe. "Midoriya, we have to leave," Ada then called out, desperately trying to make his green-haired classmate comply. Izuku didn't do as he said, however, as he looked at Ada and responded by saying, "Sorry, but I have to do something," with a rather worked-up voice. Before taking off as fast as he could, Ada didn't know what Izuku meant, but his gut made him certain about one thing, whatever it was. It couldn't be good. Skillshare. This video is sponsored by Skillshare. With the services Skillshare provides, you can access many in-depth tutorial videos on basically anything you want to learn. Each class that they have is bound to help you with your creative endeavors. Do you want to learn how to make videos like this one? Do you know how to write scripts or edit audio? Skillshare has you covered, and with our link, you can have a 14-day free trial. So what are you waiting for? Click the link now and get 14 days worth of classes free. Link in description below. Meanwhile, Koda could see the smoke and fire from where he was. Of course, he was immediately alarmed by this and attempted to leave. But he was stopped by some ominous figure stepping out of the shadows. The boy was startled, and he tried to run away. As the menacing man rushed towards him, he reeled his fist back, intending to strike the boy down. But he ended up hitting the ground instead. The man was confused by this, his mask falling off as he looked up. Just up ahead of him was the same boy that he had tried to attack. Held in the arms of a green-haired teen, Koda could almost feel his heart jump out of his chest, for he truly believed that he was going to die at that moment. "Are you all right, Koda?" Izuku asked, panting slightly as he looked at the terrified boy. Koda still trembled upon hearing this. As he slowly nodded towards his savior, Izuku could feel the relief hit him like a pleasant wave. But it was quickly interrupted when the cloaked figure began to speak. "You're Midoriya, right? The boss said that we could kill you." Izuku drew his attention towards the man. As he carefully analyzed his appearance, he had blonde hair, a nasty scar that went over his face, and had a monstrous build. The green-haired boy could tell that this man was strong, especially since he managed to break the stone ground like it was nothing. Therefore, he needed to run away. He was still exhausted from his training, so he knew that he couldn't win. There was one issue, however. He didn't have enough energy right now. He had used up most of it to save Koda. But he needed to rest in order to escape. Izuku needed to stall for time. He just didn't know how. "It's you," a weak and trembling voice uttered out of nowhere. Izuku quickly realized that it was Koda, who was shaking within his arms. "You killed my parents," the boy then shouted, as tears began flowing down his eyes. Izuku was both shocked and confused by this. As he looked towards the man, he didn't see it at first, but he now recognized him from the news. It was the villain that had killed the water hose heroes. Muscular, the villain looked confused at first. Then he smiled maniacally as he said, "Oh, so you're the son of those weaklings. No hard feelings, kid. I just wanted to kill people and your parents got in the way. I could never forget them. Not after they did this to me," with a voice that seemed to switch between sadism and anger. As he pointed towards his scarred eye, Izuku didn't know what to think about this. But he knew one thing: Koda's reaction had made Muscular talk, which in turn would let him recover enough to make an escape. He just needed to make sure that he kept talking for a little longer. "Why are you here, villain? Explain yourself," Izuku then shouted, hiding his desperation with anger. Muscular seemed to fall for it, as he answered by saying, "We came here to kill a bunch of kids, and we were supposed to look for someone called Bakugo. Do you perhaps know where he is?" With his usual sadistic tone, Izuku was intrigued by this, breathing steadily as he then asked, "What do you want with him?" With a voice that was still angry, Muscular didn't change his posture, as he responded by saying, "I don't know, kid. Quite frankly, I don't care either. I'm happy as long as I get to kill people." Izuku could feel his stomach turn in disgust after hearing this. This man was pure evil. He couldn't even be called human anymore. "You disgust me," the green-haired boy stated, his voice showing a mixture between cold intimidation and a burning hatred. Muscular seemed to be provoked by this, as he leaned forward while shouting, "Enough talking, let's do this already." Before charging, Izuku stood still, giving the impression that he wasn't going to move at all. Muscular took this as an invitation and swung towards them with all of his might, only to be shocked afterwards. Once again, he had hit nothing but earth. Both Izuku and the kid were gone without a trace, just as suddenly as he had appeared. Izuku had taken off at top speed to avoid Muscular's attack. He had enough stamina to fly for a bit, but he had hoped to prolong the conversation. The green-haired quickly exhausted himself once again, which made him almost crash into the forest. Luckily, however, he landed safely before putting Koda back on the ground. He then fell to one knee, panting heavily as he did. "Sir, are you all right?" the black-haired boy asked, looking worried as he did. Izuku continued to pant as he looked at Koda and answered, "I'm fine, Koda. I'm just exhausted from all the training." Koda was relieved to hear this, but that was quickly overtaken by shock as he realized what his savior had done. "Wait, you were panting back there as well. Did you start the conversation so that you could rest?" the boy asked, his voice clearing, showing how shocked he was. Izuku didn't change his position and continued to pant as he answered, "Yes, that was my intention from the start, but I also got some valuable information out of it. Now I know what they want." With a rather calm voice, Koda was just in awe now, unsure of how to react. But there was one more thing that he wanted to say. Thank you for saving me," the boy uttered, his voice showing that he was unsure of how to say it. Izuku just smiled upon hearing this, as he stood up and said, "You don't need to thank me, it's what a hero does." With a calm voice, Koda was surprised by this, but he then smiled in response. Izuku continued to smile before he said, "Now, let's get you back to Ka," but was cut off by a voice calling out for him. Midoriya. Izuku turned to see that it was Aizawa, his tired eyes being more open than they usually were. He walked up to the two of them, inspecting them both carefully, as he asked, "Are you okay?" With a rather concerned voice, Izuku reassured his teacher and said, "We're fine. We managed to escape before things got dirty." With a calm voice, Aizawa breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, before saying, "Good, you need to get back to camp." With his usual voice, Aizawa was ready to just leave the two to find their way back, but he stopped when Izuku said, "I can't go back yet. The villains are after Kaken, so I need to find him before they do." Izuku was about to leave Koda to Aizawa and start searching, and that is when he heard Aizawa shout, "Midoriya," with what sounded like anger behind his voice. Izuku turned towards his teacher, ready to retort, but he immediately stopped himself. There was something in Aizawa's eyes that made him feel uneasy, for it was something he hadn't felt before. It took him a few seconds, but he finally realized what it was. It looked like Aizawa didn't trust him, and it all tied back to him finding out the truth. Could it be that he doesn't trust him now that he knows that he's an alien? Izuku wanted to ask why that was, but he already knew the answer. Aizawa didn't understand him, and he doesn't trust what he doesn't understand. "Please, sir, don't try to stop me," Izuku pleaded, praying for his teacher to have faith in him right now. Aizawa's expression remained stoic, as he sighed before saying, "Don't worry, I won't. It's not like I could do it even if I tried." With his usual voice, Izuku was stunned to hear this, unable to say anything as Aizawa continued, "Just tell Mandalay that everyone has permission to use their quirks, and be careful." Izuku was just as stunned as before, but he was also relieved. His teacher sounded like he still believed in him, that he still trusted his student despite what he knew. The greenette didn't say anything in response to this. He just nodded before taking off with as much speed as he could manage. Outro. Thank you all for sticking around, and I hope that you enjoyed. Before you leave, we would just like to let you know that We the Celestials has many other channels for your entertainment and viewing purposes. All the information you'll need is right below here in the description, so feel free to check out all the other incredible projects our team creates. Secondly, on behalf of We the Celestials, I'd like to thank everyone involved in the production of today's awesome content. Their details will be in the description below. That's all for today's video, so goodbye and have a divine day. Hey, what is up, mortals? Welcome to part 2 season 3. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. So, we begin. Izuku took off as fast as could, not stopping for anything. He felt how his body wanted to collapse, but he persisted to the end. He refused to let himself fall, not until he knew that his classmates were safe. The green-haired boy quickly delivered his message to Mandalay, informing her that the students could use their quirks and that the villains were after Bakugo. He didn't stop for anything else, however, before running headfirst into the forest once again. Izuku searched meticulously, turning every single stone that he could find. He had his senses sharpened to the max, but that only served to make him extremely jumpy over anything that he saw. He searched for what felt like an eternity, but without any form of results. That is when he saw something odd lying on the ground. He looked closer towards it, only to be horrified when he saw what it was. It was a hand. A severed and bloody hand was lying on the ground in front of him. Not only that, this hand looked awfully familiar in some way. Izuku approached the disembodied hand carefully. But as he got closer, he could hear something loud and destructive in the distance. The greenette didn't get to fully acknowledge what it was. However, before he suddenly was pulled away, he almost began to panic, thinking that a villain had managed to grab onto him. But that quickly went away when he heard a familiar voice speak up. "Quiet, Midoriya. You might draw attention," it said, sounding as hushed and quiet as possible. Izuku immediately recognized this as Shoji. As he calmed himself down while asking, "Shoji, was that your hand out there?" With a concerned voice, the masked teen didn't budge upon hearing this, reassuring his classmate as he answered by saying, "Yes, but I can grow it back." With a calm voice, this had its intended effect. As Izuku took a deep breath before asking another question, "What happened here?" Shoji looked distraught after hearing this question. As if he didn't want to answer it, he quickly steeled himself. However, before saying, "It's Takoyami," he lost control. Dark shadow grows stronger when exposed to darkness, but it also becomes more violent. Takoyami was desperately trying to hold it back, and he lost control after we were ambushed. With a voice that carried a deep hint of concern behind it, Izuku was just quiet upon hearing this, his expression turning into one of shock. He was unsure of what to think about it, until his attention was drawn back to the loud ruckus. The center of said destruction was now visible to him, in the form of a demonically crazed dark shadow. The greenette's expression suddenly turned into one of concern upon witnessing this. He had heard about Takoyami's problem with controlling dark shadow in the dark, but he never imagined that it would be to this extent. The Raven teen's pain and desperation was open for all to see, and it in turn made Izuku desperate to help him. "Midoriya," Shoji then whispered, knocking Izuku out of his thoughts. The green-haired boy turned his attention towards Shoji. As he continued, "You're the strongest in our class. Therefore you might be the only one capable of doing this. But do you think that you can defeat Dark Shadow? Can you fend off Dark Shadow and maybe help Takoyami?" The masked teen pleaded, hoping that his green-haired classmate could do something. Izuku looked away upon hearing this, for he knew that Shoji wouldn't like his response. "No, I don't think I could take him in my current condition. Aizawa did a number on me. I'll drain my stamina very quickly by just flying. Even if I was in top condition, I doubt that I can do much. I doubt that Dark Shadow cares about exhaustion the same way that we do. And that's not even addressing its power," the green-haired boy said, keeping his voice hushed as he spoke. Shoji looked distraught upon hearing this, and one could hear the fierce clenching of his fist. "Is there really nothing we can do?" he uttered, voice perfectly reflecting his expression. Izuku understood this frustration, for he also wanted to help Takoyami. There was a way to help him, and that was to lead him towards the campgrounds where there would be enough light to suppress Dark Shadow. The problem, however, was that he would have to give up his search for Bakugo to execute this plan. "I have an idea. We could lead him back to the camp where there's enough light to stop Dark Shadow," Izuku then whispered, his voice trying to remain as calm as possible. Shoji was confused by this, as he said, "I appreciate your help, but shouldn't you be looking for Bakugo?" With what seemed to be a rather concerned voice, the greenette could feel his frustration boiling up within him, but he didn't let it cloud his judgment. The truth was that he wanted to find Bakugo more than anything right now. But that didn't mean he could just abandon Takoyami, and getting frustrated wasn't going to help them either. So he held it tight as he said, "That sentence. That right there has to be one of the most presumptuous things that I have heard in a long while." With a somewhat cold voice, Shoji was shocked by this unexpected response. As Izuku continued, "When pigs fly, when fish climb trees, when hell itself freezes over, those are the only times that Kaken will allow himself to be defeated. Even by me. And if he's still with Todoroki, we should be more worried for the villains that are chasing them." The green-haired boy finished, unconsciously letting out some of his pent-up frustration. Shoji was even more shocked to hear this. It was natural for someone to be confident in one's friend, but this was a new extreme. To say that either yourself or your friend can't be defeated takes a lot of confidence and pride. But it almost made sense for Izuku. He was immensely powerful. Thus anyone who can stand up to him shouldn't be of their concern. But Shoji knew that Izuku was concerned for Bakugo. Him choosing to help Takoyami could be seen as a rather bitter sacrifice. "All right, let's do this before someone gets hurt," the masked teen then said, focusing his mind on the task at hand. Izuku followed suit, taking a deep breath before responding. Yeah, let's move. The two teens gave a nod in confirmation upon saying that, turning their attention back to the demonic shadow that was rampaging in the distance. They waited for the right opportunity to move. But before that happened, a loud bang could be heard in the distance. What was that? Shoji asked, sounding like he was a little frightened by the sudden noise. Izuku, however, wasn't frightened at all. He was smiling. That's an explosion. I'd recognize it anywhere, the green-haired boy exclaimed, excitement being clear in his voice. Shoji was confused by this reaction, and he would only get more confused when Izuku pointed his finger towards the direction of the blast before saying, change of plans, we're heading that way. Soundbeats. This video is sponsored by Soundbeats and their new True Free 2 wireless earbuds to provide the next level of quality and comfort. Ever gone out for a run and have to readjust your buds every 5 minutes? How about worry about getting caught in the rain and ruining your $200 earbuds? Well, those days are behind you. With an ergonomic design created to stay on even through the most rigorous workout or function through a cascade of rain with its IPX7 water resistance. Enjoy 20 hours of battery life and seamless switching between earbuds without interruptions and at a fraction of the price of most premium earbuds. Check out the new True Free 2 wireless earbuds in the link in the description. Also, know that using the link below, you won't only get an excellent audio experience, you'll be supporting the channel so we can continue to provide the highest quality content possible. Each purchase helps, so if you're on the lookout for a new pair of buds, we've got you covered. Bakugo and Todoroki were in a bad spot. It was bad enough that the villains were after them. What made it worse was that they happened to run into an incredibly dangerous one. The villain that stood before them was insane, with massive blades shooting out of its teeth as it seemed to hunger for flesh. The two teens were on their toes constantly, not being allowed to breathe within the tempest of swords. Damn it, Bakugo shouted, right before sending an explosion towards the villain. The blast seemed to connect, but both teens knew that this would only slow him down for a couple of seconds. This is no good. We'll be turned into mincemeat at this rate, Todoroki then exclaimed, lightly panting between his words. Bakugo just grew more frustrated as he said, I know. So we'll have to beat him before that happens. Todoroki didn't look surprised after hearing the blonde's response. He just sighed as he stated, just so you know, we won't come out of this unscathed. With his usual calm and cold voice, Bakugo just grinned widely, with small explosions erupting from his hands as he answered, some extra scars won't kill you. With a fiery voice, Todoroki was unchanged by these words, as traces of both frost and embers appeared on his body. The villain had finally recovered from the stun. As it moved to continue with its onslaught, both teens stood ready to attack, when suddenly they could feel the ground shaking. Now they were confused, trying to trace the source of the rumble, until a familiar and desperate voice called out from behind them, Todoroki, Jr., make a light. They both turned to see that it was none other than Izuku, with a distressed Shoji running behind him. Both Bakugo and Todoroki were about to question the greenette, until they saw the demonically crazed dark shadow that was making its way over there. The blonde's first thought was to do as Izuku had instructed, but he stopped himself when remembering that he wasn't alone. The villain was still there and wouldn't be able to defeat him without getting injured, unless they let someone else handle it. Bakugo looked towards Todoroki, noticing that he had the exact same thought, before shouting, dodge, quite aggressively. The bi-colored teen did just as Bakugo ordered, jumping back at the same time as the blonde. Dark shadow missed them both and turned its attention towards the villain that was present. It tried to put up a fight, but in the end it was pounded by the nightmare creature. After the villain was defeated, both Todoroki and Bakugo were quick to create a light. Dark shadow slowly shrinked back into Takoyami, until it was gone completely. The raven teen panted heavily as he both thanked and apologized to his classmates. But that was overlooked when Bakugo walked up to Izuku and asked, hey, Martian, why didn't you deal with that thing on your own? With a usual hint of annoyance in his voice, Izuku got a little annoyed himself, as he responded by saying, 1. I am exhausted. 2. Dark shadow is really strong. 3. I can't create a light source. With that same annoyance being present in his voice, Bakugo just scoffed upon hearing this, before proceeding to say, so you're that weak? No wonder I can beat you. With more anger behind his words, Izuku got even more annoyed upon hearing this. But he didn't get to respond until Todoroki spoke up. Can you save the pointless arguments for later? Right now we need to get out of here, the bi-colored teen said, his cold voice taking up the authority for now. Both Izuku and Bakugo were silent after hearing this, for they knew that Todoroki was right. Good, we need to move. The villains are after Bakugo. So I suggest that we keep him in the middle as we walk. We should also keep Takoyami there with him. We can't risk Dark Shadow going berserk again, the ice user then said, passing out instructions for how to get to safety. Everyone seemed to agree with this plan, for it seemed to be the most efficient. But Izuku had another idea. The green-haired boy needed to speak with Bakugo about things that the others didn't know about. And they couldn't do that if the blonde was in the center where everyone could hear him. All right, you take the lead, Todoroki. And I'll take the rear, Shoji then said, knocking Izuku out of his thought process. The group was just about to move out, until Izuku spoke up. Actually, I'll take the rear and keep an eye on Junior. You take the middle and keep an eye on Takoyami, the green-haired boy said, his voice sounding stern as he spoke. Shoji was shocked at first, but he went with it. The truth was that he wanted to keep an eye on Takoyami. So this was just perfect for him. Todoroki wanted to ask for Izuku's reason, but he decided to brush it off as they all began moving with their new formation. Bakugo was walking right beside Izuku, confused with what he wanted. He knew that the greenette had a reason for doing what he did. He just didn't know why. Is something wrong? The blonde asked quietly, speaking so quietly that the others wouldn't hear him. Izuku was silent for a while. Then he sighed and said, Aizawa knows my secret. With an equally quiet voice, Bakugo was shocked upon hearing this, for it was something that he didn't want to hear. How? The blonde whisper shouted, almost getting the attention of the others as he did. Izuku took another breath upon hearing this, before whispering once again, I don't know, but he might be getting the wrong idea. He's doubting whether he can trust me or not. With a voice that sounded far more concerned this time, Bakugo gritted his teeth upon hearing this, for it was a bad outcome. The last thing they needed was for Aizawa to think that Izuku was a threat. What about you? Any idea as to why the villains are after you specifically? The greenette then asked, catching Bakugo off guard as he did. The blonde then thought for a second, before saying, they seem to be quite obsessed with All Might. So it might have something to do with my quirk. With a tone that signified contemplation, Izuku was caught off guard by this response, for it was the last thing that he wanted to hear. He wouldn't like it no matter what Bakugo had said. But the villains somehow knowing about One for All is probably the single worst thing that could have come out of his mouth. The two continued to walk onwards while thinking about their situation and trying to find a way out. But that thought process was quickly broken. Is there something that you'd like to share with the rest of us? A slightly agitated voice called to them. Both Izuku and Bakugo looked to see that it was Todoroki, and that they had suddenly stopped walking. What the hell are you talking about? Icy hot, Bakugo retorted, all while having a bad feeling about what the bicolored teen was implying. Todoroki frowned upon hearing this as he walked past Takoyami and Shoji, until he was right in front of the blonde and said, you know what I'm talking about. The two of you are hiding something. It's why you're insisting on staying in the far back despite it putting you in a vulnerable position. It's why you're whispering your entire conversation as we're walking. And I have been around the two of you long enough to notice how different you act when you're around me. You know something that we don't. Something that I think is important enough to be shared. With a demanding voice, both Izuku and Bakugo were taken aback by this. They didn't know that Todoroki was capable of sounding so frightening. They didn't let themselves falter. However, as they retaliated, look, whatever me and Yoda decide to discuss is none of your damned business, Bakugo growled, clashing Todoroki's agitation with some fury of his own. The bicolored teen only seemed to get more frustrated, as he responded by almost shouting, none of my business. For all I know, you could have valuable information that could help us deal with the villains. Maybe even find out why they are after you of all people. Todoroki and Bakugo went back and forth with this argument. Normally it would be similar to the pointless buckles between Izuku and Bakugo. But this was different. With the blonde and the greenette, one could faintly tell that it was just their version of a friendly chatter. But this was different. Both contesters looked like they were ready to just attack each other. And things only got more heated as time went on. Enough already. Our situation is precarious as it is. The last thing that we need right now is to fight amongst ourselves, Shoji then shouted, moving in to break up the fight. Todoroki still looked agitated. So did Bakugo, but Shoji's words seemed to stop them for now. Todoroki, I understand your frustration, but let me assure you that whatever we know will likely not change anything. That information won't change the fact that we're in danger, and that Junior here is a target. So please calm down, because if you continue, I'm afraid that you'll only see your father's worst qualities when you look in the mirror, Izuku then added, explaining his case to his bicolored friend. Todoroki had a look of realization on his face after hearing this. He was just as much in the wrong here. Barging in on his friends like that and assuming that they're trying to betray him in some way. It all did make him seem like the worst side of his father. And that is the last thing that he wanted right now. The bicolored teen now wore an apologetic look on his face as he turned to make amends with Bakugo. Before he could do that, however, he was disturbed by a rustling from a bush, which was followed by Izuku, who panicked and shouted, "Get back!" before pushing them all away. No one understood what was going on, but they got their answer when something massive dashed out of the shadows towards where they had just been standing. Izuku was still there. As such, he took the full force of whatever it was that had jumped at them and was sent flying into a nearby tree. "Midoriya," Todoroki called out, his eyes being locked on Izuku. The green-haired boy was on his knees gasping for air and grunting in pain as the dark yet familiar figure approached him. "We meet again, you brat," the figure said, and Izuku knew immediately who it was. "Muscular," the green-haired boy muttered while still gasping. Muscular grinned after hearing this, before proceeding to say, "I'm glad that you remember me, because I couldn't stop thinking about you. I couldn't stop thinking about how badly I wanted to fight you. That's why I came looking for you specifically." With his usual maniacal voice, the others watched as the greenette forced himself back up to his feet, until they decided to do something. Todoroki prepared to use his flames against the villain, but the second that he tried, a burst of blue fire crashed straight into his left side. The bicolored teen winced in pain as another voice spoke up. "I wouldn't do that if I was you, Shoto Todoroki," showing another spectrum of maniacal sadism. Both Todoroki and Bakugo focused their attention onto the new burn-marked villain, as Muscular took some strange item out of his pocket. "Now then, let me see your blood," the crazy blonde then shouted, as he placed the object over one of his eyes. Suddenly the man's quirk started going ballistic, as his body transformed into a nightmarish being of nothing but ever-growing muscle fibers. Izuku didn't even get a second to react before Muscular was attacking him. The green-haired boy was pushed back immediately. He barely had any strength left. And it also didn't help that the villain he was facing was incredibly strong. He put up the best fight that he could, but it wasn't nearly enough. Muscular punched Izuku in the face, making his vision go hazy, before grabbing him by the arm and slamming him into the ground like a ragdoll. The ground cracked underneath the green-haired boy. As Muscular towered over him, the villain showed another one of his sadistic grins, before delivering a finishing blow to Izuku's gut. Everyone turned to see the results of this brutal attack, and they came close to throwing up. The attack had gone straight through Izuku, and it had actually made a hole in his stomach. Blood and gore were spilling out, and one could see the agony that the greenette was in. "Deku," Bakugo shouted in desperation as he charged towards Muscular, leaving Todoroki to deal with the burned villain. The blonde was welled up with a torrent of emotions, as he used one for all to conjure up a massive explosion. Muscular didn't care, however, for the second that it landed. He grabbed Bakugo by the throat. The villain tightened his grip around the blonde's neck, choking him as he did. He then turned towards the trees and said, "I believe that this is who you've been looking for." Before throwing the teen, Bakugo crashed into a tree, right before suddenly turning into a blue marble and falling to the ground. As if on cue with this, another figure clad in a mask took that very same marble before disappearing into the woods. Todoroki was still holding the flame user back with his eyes, as he desperately held back his desire to go after Bakugo and get vengeance for Izuku. Suddenly, however, the villain backed off for no apparent reason. The ice user was about to give chase, but was suddenly attacked by the muscular villain. He was sent flying until he crashed into a tree, breaking it as he did. Todoroki coughed up some blood, and immediately noticed that Muscular was charging right at him. He tried to conjure up some ice walls in order to gain some distance, but the villain charged through them all as if they were made out of paper. Todoroki stood defenseless, as Muscular hit him again before lifting him up by the head. "And here I thought that you would be just as awesome as that green-haired brat. I guess that's what I get for having so much faith in his classmates," Muscular said, his filled with nothing but pure disappointment. Todoroki was in a slight daze, but he was quickly woken up by the sharp pain that arose in his head. It didn't take him long to realize what it was either. Muscular was tightening his grip around his skull. The pain made the bicolored teen very desperate, as he immediately began using his flames onto the villain's face. Muscular, once again, didn't seem to care as new fibers continued to grow and shield him. Todoroki could feel the intense pain well up in his head, which only made him crank up the heat even more, but it only showed the same results. Muscular didn't care. Todoroki could feel all of his sensations leave his body, and he couldn't tell if it was because of the pain in his head or the heat from his left side. His mind went everywhere. To Bakugo, who had been taken away, to Izuku, who lay bleeding out on the ground, and to his father, who he had found dead in an alleyway. All of these people had shaped him in some way. Yet here he was, about to waste everything that they had given him by letting himself get killed by a villain. Upon coming to this realization, Todoroki cranked the heat up even further with a furious bellow. He kept going, until he could barely stay conscious. Until the area began to scorch, until he couldn't tell the difference between the smell of his own and the villain's burning flesh. Eventually the flames took on a beautifully blue color, followed by horrendous smoke. He kept going, until Muscular let go of him. The ice user fell to the ground, unable to stand as he looked up towards the villain. What remained of him was no more than a smelly corpse with a burnt stump that used to be a neck. The headless body of Muscular stood up for another 2 seconds, before falling backwards and crashing into the ground. Todoroki's hazy gaze quickly turned to the bloody crater where Izuku was lying. His injuries were bad, and he had stopped moving completely. He tried to drag himself towards him, but he barely had the strength to blink. He kept trying, over and over again, but with the same result every time. Eventually his body started feeling as light as a feather, before the darkness fell over him completely. Outro. Thank you all for sticking around, and I hope that you enjoyed. Before you leave, we would just like to let you know that We the Celestials has many other channels for your entertainment and viewing purposes. All the information you'll need is right below here in the description, so feel free to check out all the other incredible projects our team creates. Secondly, on behalf of We the Celestials, I'd like to thank everyone involved in the production of today's awesome content. Their details will be in the description below. That's all for today's video. So goodbye and have a divine day. Hey, what is up, mortals? Welcome to Season 3 Part 3. I just wanted to greet you guys by just saying, sit back and relax, you're in for a treat. So, we begin. The attack on the training camp was devastating for UA. Not only had they been compromised for the second time, one of their students got kidnapped. To make matters worse, other students were harmed, with 2 of them being on the very verge of death. These 2 were Izuku and Todoroki, suffering from their horrendous battle damage. Shoji and Takoyami had dragged them both to safety after they lost consciousness, all while praying that it wasn't too late for either of them. Luckily, they just managed to survive, and were both rushed to the hospital for surgery. After a few days of unconsciousness, Izuku finally awoke. He opened his eyes and was immediately forced to strain them from the light that was above. The boy felt dizzy, unable to tell where he was. As he tried to analyze the situation, he then thought that he could hear a voice next to him, but it was far too muffled for him to comprehend it. Izuku focused on the voice more and more, his hearing and vision slowly coming back to him as he did. Eventually he could actually tell what was being said. Midoriya, can you hear me? It said, sounding incredibly worried. The green-haired boy still had to strain his eyes to see that it was Kirishima, and he wasn't alone. Behind him was almost the entirety of Class 1A, and they all looked equally concerned for his well-being. Yes, I can hear you, Izuku then responded, his voice being so hoarse that one could barely make out what he was saying. The students were all relieved upon hearing this, all letting out a heavy breath as they did. Izuku then tried to sit up, but immediately fell back down when the pain hit him like an electric shock. Take it easy. You've sustained a lot of damage. You had a hole punched through your abdomen, and many of your bones were broken, Uraraka then said, placing one of her hands on the greenette in an attempt to aid him. Izuku grunted through the pain, as he then with Uraraka's help managed to sit up while saying, well, it sure feels like I've had a hole in my stomach. With a strained and hoarse voice, everyone looked worried at first, but they then smiled when seeing that Izuku was well. The green-haired boy smiled with them all, until he had a sudden realization when analyzing everyone that was present. Junior, where is he? He shouted, his concern showing in his voice. Everyone became gloomy again upon hearing this, keeping their gazes low to the ground as they did. No one answered the anxious boy, until Shoji spoke up. Bakugo tried to save you, but that ended up being his downfall. They took him, and we couldn't do anything about it, the multi-armed teen said, voice being heavily weighed by the guilt of being unable to do anything. Izuku's was broken upon hearing this, with nothing but an inkai black despair slowly seeping into it. He clenched his fists hard and gritted his teeth, as he with a pained voice then spoke. Damn it, I couldn't save him. When he needed me the most, I was unable to do anything. I let myself be defeated by some villain. Yet I call myself invincible. The room was silent once again, for no one knew what to say. They could do nothing but watch as the greenette beat himself up, all while his clenched fingers started getting coated in blood. A single tear dropped from Izuku's eye, As he then spoke once more, Todoroki was there too. Is he okay? He asked, desperately trying to change the subject. The room remained in the same mood. As Shoji then answered the question, he started fighting the villain that had mutilated you. And he was also horribly injured. He got desperate and had no choice but to kill his opponent, Shoji said, his voice not changing as he did. Izuku only frowned and grunted upon hearing this, not wanting to imagine what Todoroki was going through right now. His mind, however, jumped onto something else the second he heard that Todoroki was injured. Is he in this hospital? Izuku then asked, looking towards Shoji as he did. The multi-armed teen looked a little confused upon hearing this, as he pointed one of his thumbs towards the door while saying, yes, he's in a room down the hall. Why are you asking? Izuku didn't give a reaction as he heard this. He just took a long breath before exhaling heavily. What he then did put everyone in more shock. As the greenette dragged himself out of the bed, they all moved out of instinct in an attempt to stop him. But by the time that they reached the bed, Izuku had already collapsed to the floor. What are you doing, Deku? Uraraka exclaimed, as she rushed over to Izuku. The green-haired boy grunted heavily, like an injured animal, as he leaned against the wall while dragging himself up to his feet. The students didn't know how to feel about this. Izuku had just woken up from heavy injuries and should still be bedridden. Yet he was standing up on what could only be described as glass legs as if his life depended on it. The green-haired boy didn't answer Uraraka. As he took a step forward, he then took another step, continuing to lean against the wall. As he walked his way towards the door, where are you going? Uraraka then asked, her voice being permanently alarmed by Izuku's unstable form. The greenette slid the door open in silence. Before answering, I need to see Todoroki, he said, grunting through the pain as he did. Everyone was even more alarmed now. As Izuku proceeded to slowly walk down the hallway while clutching his stomach, Uraraka's concern now turned into a little frustration, as she followed behind Izuku and shouted, why can't that wait? You're still recovering and you could injure yourself again. Izuku stopped for only a split second after hearing this, as he turned his gaze slightly backwards while growling, then I'll injure myself again, with ferocious animosity. Everyone shivered after hearing these words. It wasn't just what Izuku had said. It was his voice. He sounded like an animal, one that was desperate for survival and was willing to do anything for it. They watched him tread down the hallway, but they didn't try to stop him anymore. He kept limping his way forward, passing many rooms as he did, until he eventually found what he was looking for. The green-haired boy quickly slid the door open, showing impatience beyond comprehension. On the other side of the door was Todoroki, lying awake in his hospital bed. The bi-colored teen looked fine at first, but upon close inspection it was clear that he wasn't. He was covered in bruises, wore a bandage around his forehead, and part of his left arm was covered in black burn marks. Izuku couldn't even begin to imagine the pain that his friend was going through. But he didn't get to lament it any longer as Todoroki finally noticed his presence. Midoriya, why are you here? The bi-colored teen asked, genuinely shocked to see his green-haired friend. Izuku limped his way into the room as he answered by saying, I came to see you, before taking a seat next to the bed. Todoroki was still a little shocked and wanted to smile upon hearing this, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. He just looked gloomy, his eyes looking towards his feet. As Izuku broke the silence once more, I heard what happened. Are you okay? The green-haired boy said, his voice trying to dull out the pain that he was feeling. Todoroki was silent at first. Then he spoke. No, I'm pretty far from okay, he said, his voice sounding as cold as it usually did. Izuku looked down upon hearing this, for he was expecting this kind of answer. As Todoroki then continued by saying, Bakugo was right there in front of me, and I couldn't do anything. My friend was kidnapped, and I was too weak to stop it. That's not all. I killed a man. With a voice that showed pain and defeat, Izuku raised his head upon hearing the last part, as he looked towards Todoroki and said, I'm not here to tell you whether what you did was right or wrong. That is for you to decide. What I will say is that you had no other choice. You did what you needed to survive. In an attempt to reassure his friend, this didn't reassure Todoroki in any way. However, as he proceeded to say, I know. I just can't get this damned image out of my head. With a slightly more agitated voice, Izuku was now confused, as Todoroki clenched his fists before continuing. Every time I look back at the scene I see my father. No matter how hard I try, I can't remember the face of that villain. I just see my father right before he gets burned to ash. And I don't know what to think about it. It's easier to accept if I only try to remember my father by his worst qualities. But I don't want to do that. Even if it's fake, I at least want to pretend that he was a good person. But now it just hurts no matter how I try to perceive him." The bi-colored teen cried out, pain and sadness being more prominent than before. Izuku also carried a look of sadness. Being forced to watch his friend weep over his losses, he was desperate to try and comfort Todoroki in some way. So he instinctively reached out for his left shoulder. The only reaction he got, however, was a grunt of pain before getting his hand shoved away. The two now sat in silence, unsure of what to say anymore, until the hospital door slid open again. "Are we interrupting something here?" a voice then asked, catching both Izuku and Todoroki off guard. The two teens looked towards the door only to see Aizawa, along with both All Might and Recovery Girl. The teens were a little surprised, as Todoroki calmed himself before saying, "No, we're fine." Aizawa could clearly tell that something wasn't right. But right now he had other things to address. "All right, Midoriya. We need to speak with you in private," the tired teacher said. As he looked towards Izuku, the green-haired boy looked at them with an odd expression, one that Todoroki couldn't identify. As if he knew exactly what Aizawa wanted. "I think I know what you want. And I think that Todoroki deserves to hear it as well." Also, the greenette paused, before looking towards All Might and continuing, "I think that All Might should share his secret too." Skillshare. This video is sponsored by Skillshare. With the services Skillshare provides, you can access many in-depth tutorial videos on basically anything you want to learn. Each class that they have is bound to help you with your creative endeavors. Do you want to learn how to make videos like this one? Do you know how to write scripts or edit audio? Skillshare has you covered, and with our link, you can have a 14-day free trial. So what are you waiting for? Click the link now and get 14 days worth of classes free. Link in description below. Now it wasn't just Todoroki that was confused. Aizawa was as well. He didn't know what Izuku was referring to. And All Might's reaction didn't help at all. The blonde hero looked shocked at first, but he quickly changed into one of understanding when he looked at Izuku. All Might then gave a nod towards Aizawa, who quickly collected himself before looking at his green-haired student and asking, "I'll get straight to the point. What are you exactly?" With his usual tired voice, Todoroki was even more confused by this question. But he would only get worse when Izuku responded by saying, "I'm not human," with a voice that was way too calm. Everyone, even the ones that had asked the question, were shocked upon hearing this. It wasn't just that it was unexpected. It was very blunt. Things only got more bizarre from there. As Izuku began to elaborate, he began to explain that he was part of an alien race called Viltrumites. He then explained that they go out of their way to help other civilizations on other planets, and that his father was tasked with protecting Earth. No one knew how to react to this, for it was far too absurd. But, at the same time, Izuku showed no signs of lying, and there was even evidence to back up what he was saying. This does explain a few things. For instance, none of your powers come from a quirk, Aizawa then added, fully acknowledging what his student had just told him. Aizawa did intend to say something else, but he was interrupted when Todoroki decided to speak. "Bakugo, does he know? Is that what the two of you were hiding from me?" the bi-colored teen asked, sounding like he understood but was disappointed. Izuku shared a slightly pained expression as he looked at Todoroki and said, "Yes, he knew. I'm sorry that we didn't tell you. But this isn't something that I can just openly share with anyone." With a voice that mirrored his expression, Todoroki could understand Izuku's reasoning. But there was still something that bothered him. Then why was Bakugo the sole exception? Aizawa asked, voicing Todoroki's question long before he could. Izuku looked ready to give his response, but he too was beaten to it. "Actually," All Might then said, stopping Izuku dead in his tracks. Everyone turned their attention to the blonde hero, waiting for him to continue. What they saw instead shocked them, but for different reasons. The blonde hero had deflated, revealing his skinny form to everyone in the room. Of course, Recovery Girl and Aizawa already knew, but they didn't expect All Might to show his form to the students. It also didn't help that Izuku, unlike Todoroki, wasn't at all surprised by All Might's skeletal form. The skeletal man then breathed a heavy sigh before he said, "I might be able to answer that question." With his usual voice, everyone was immediately knocked out of their episode. As All Might began to explain, he started by explaining his injury, how it happened and that he now has a time limit because of it. He then proceeded to tell them about One for All, how it was created, and that Bakugo was the 9th user. Everyone was shocked by this information, except for Izuku. As All Might then finished by saying, "If young Midoriya knows about One for All, I suspect that young Bakugo told him in exchange for his secret. Or better yet, they both figured each other out and decided to come clean about it." Now everyone turned towards Izuku for a response to All Might's theory, which came in the form of a nod. So you're an alien, and Bakugo is destined to be the next symbol of peace. No wonder I couldn't catch up. Neither of you obey the same rules that I do, Todoroki then added, his voice sounding like it was a mix between realization and frustration. Izuku could feel the frustration coming from Todoroki, but he didn't know what he could say to make it any better. He didn't get any time to think about it as Aizawa then spoke up again. Well, now we have more information. If Bakugo was captured, it could very well have something to do with One for All, which makes this far more urgent than it was before. Not only that, we now know for certain that Midoriya is actually quirkless, and we might be able to use that in some way, the tired teacher said, scratching his chin as he did. Everyone understood his reasoning, especially Izuku, but they were slightly alarmed by what he had said at the end. The way that Aizawa had said it was as if he was willing to let Izuku break the rules against using quirks, then state that he's quirkless. Of course this would be the last resort, but the fact that he was even contemplating it made them a little concerned, regardless of what we now know. I am more concerned about the doctors at this hospital figuring out the truth just like you did, Izuku then said, voicing another concern that he has had for a while now. This concern was quickly resolved, however, when Recovery Girl said, I've already taken care of that. I came here to treat you personally, and no one else has access to your files. You're lucky that your biology is different. Had you been human, you would have been lucky to end up like All Might. With her usual calm voice, Izuku exhaled heavily upon hearing this, as he realized what this meant. Both Aizawa and Recovery Girl have been protecting him. They could have easily shared this information, but instead they stopped to hear him out. The room then fell silent for a few seconds, until the three heroes moved towards the door. We have to prepare for the raid. Get better soon, the skeletal All Might said, before buffing up and adding, young Midoriya, I thought that you would be glad to hear that your father will be taking part in the rescue mission. He said something about doing it for your sake. With his usual booming voice, Izuku was very relieved to hear this, now knowing for sure that his friend would be safe. The teens watched as the heroes left, leaving them alone once again. They were silent, unsure of what to say, until Todoroki finally spoke up. So there was a reason for Bakugo calling you an alien, the bi-colored teen stated. Izuku giggled a little upon hearing this, as he said, yes. What did you think it was for? Before chuckling again, Todoroki followed suit in the laughter. Realizing how dumb his statement had been, the two of them laughed together for a while, relieving the tension between them, until the door slid open again. You need something, Kirishima? Izuku asked, being rather curious about his intentions. The redhead looked a little reluctant, taking a deep breath before speaking his mind. I'm going to go and rescue Bakugo. Both Izuku and Todoroki were shocked to hear this, as Kirishima then continued to explain. Yaoyorozu put a tracker on one of the Nomas. I'm going to ask her to make another receiver, then I'm going. I know that you and Bakugo were pretty close, so I'm here to ask if you're coming with me, the red-haired teen said, sounding confident about the fact that both Izuku and Todoroki would say yes. His hopes were crushed, however, when Izuku responded, I think that's a bad idea. I'm not going, the brunette said, his voice sounding as calm as it usually did. Kirishima was genuinely shocked to hear this, as he asked, why? Shoji and Takoyami have already agreed to go with me, so why aren't the two of you? With his shock clearly present in his voice, Izuku was unaffected by this, as he responded by saying, if Shoji and Takoyami really decided to join you on your rescue mission, you should tell them that my dad, Omni-Man, is helping the heroes. You'll see why I said no. With his usual calm voice, Kirishima staggered upon hearing this, for he knew what it meant. If he told this to the others, they would bail on him without a second thought. But he still felt that he wanted to do something. What happened to then I'll injure myself? Whereas the guy that was willing to hurt himself just to help his friends? The redhead then shouted, his voice getting more aggressive as he spoke. Izuku went from calm to annoyed in less than a second, as he then said, he went to rest after hearing that his friends would be safe. With an annoyed tone, Kirishima was thrown off by this, unsure of how to respond. He has seen Izuku get annoyed with both Bakugo and Todoroki numerous times, but he has never been on the receiving end of it. He was unable to speak, almost trembling by the animosity that he was feeling. Did you need anything else? Izuku then asked, knocking the redhead out of his staggered state. Kirishima still couldn't say anything. He just shook his head before leaving through the door. Both Izuku and Todoroki sighed heavily after the door closed. They both wanted to help Bakugo, but there was no need for that since Omni-Man himself was on the case. They just hoped that Kirishima, despite his desperation, would understand that. The two of them then tried, but failed, to relax, telling themselves that things would be all right. They closed their eyes and took a deep breath, unaware of the plans that were brewing behind their backs. Outro. Thank you all for sticking around, and I hope that you enjoyed. Before you leave, we would just like to let you know that We the Celestials has many other channels for your entertainment and viewing purposes. All the information you'll need is right below here in the description, so feel free to check out all the other incredible projects our team creates. Secondly, on behalf of We the Celestials, I'd like to thank everyone involved in the production of today's awesome content. Their details will be in the description below. That's all for today's video. So goodbye and have a divine day.